Hello and welcome to the Politics Social Watch Party with me, Graham Hughes, and Mike Dix down in Brighton. How you doing, Mike? You all right?
I'm all right. Why have you called me at this time of night? What's going on?
There's an election, mate. There's one election in Runcorn that actually matters, and then there's a bunch of little elections that probably don't matter, but we're gonna talk about them anyway.
All right then.
Yay! So what do you reckon's gonna happen? Actually, first of all, we need to say hi to everyone in the chat. We've got John there, we've got Scott, we've got Plum Duff saying, "Where the hell is Graham?" I'm here.
Is there?
No, Plum Duff was just saying Graham's nodded off. I did actually have 40 winks before I came on.
Lightweight. I stayed up.
Maybe it was less than 40 weeks, and then I watched an episode of Black Mirror with Paul
Okay,
Giamatti.
good one.
Paul just popped round to come and watch it with me.
Can I very quickly just say hello to Jane in Cancun, Mexico, who's watching us
Hi, Jane.
for about 20 minutes before she gets on a flight.
Oh, fantastic. Where's she off to next? Or is that a state secret?
Brighton.
Brighton.
So that's good.
Cancun to Brighton. Is that a direct flight?
It's pretty much a direct flight, I think, these days.
Fantastic. Cool. They just kick you out the plane once once you get to Brighton. All right, off you pop.
What? Plum Duff is quite right. It is worth getting a plane from Mexico for Grub's Burgers in Brighton and Hove. Definitely.
Grub's Burgers. Are we going to go there at the end of the month?
When you come down, we'll go for a Grub's Burger. Definitely.
Cool. So we're thinking 23rd. We'll do a politics social Friday night in real life.
Hopefully, I went to see a bar today that might be able to stage us. They've got a theatre production on because it's the festival month,
cool.
basically. So, but because it's towards the end of the month, my guess is they might not have an audience for it, and they might welcome us more. Basically.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll see. Well, what I did in Liverpool for the Labour Party conference is there was a room above a pub, and they just said, "Yeah, you can use it."
That's what it obviously, because it's festival and fringe festival down here. Every room above a pub is being used for something, basically.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, big shout out to everyone in the chat. If you'd like to join our friends in the chat, there all you need to do is hit the subscribe button, which doesn't seem to be available for some reason. God, why does my computer hate me tonight? What is going on? All right, hang on.
The Russian hackers.
I got it. Yes, it worked. Hit the subscribe button and then wait for about 1 minute, and then you'll be able to join the chat with Hagara and Chris C and Jenny 077. Veg Pie saying, I haven't seen any of the new Black Mirror. I don't know what I'm waiting for. What is Veg Pie waiting for? That's the question.
Yeah, I'm always the same with Black Mirror, though. I feel like when I start it, I'm going to have to watch them all.
Yeah.
So you kind of put off the starting of it so that you've got time to binge it, basically.
It's
I just
an
tend
anthology
to start
series.
It and then watch
shit.
for. I know, but Netflix and binging—that's what it's there for, isn't it? So,
I don't like it. I like it when stuff comes out like week by week, and you wait till the next week before it comes out.
Yeah.
I prefer that.
Old school TV.
Gives you time to
it's
digest
Tuesday.
it.
It's 7:00. Let's tune in for Star Trek.
Yeah, exactly. You set a time up and go, right, okay, let's do this. I think it's that kind of instant gratification of life is never quite the same. Do you know what I mean? It's like looking forward to something and going, oh God, I can't wait to find out what happens next. And you have to wait a week.
It's what I liked about Severance when it just came out every week and you had to wait for that Friday.
Yes. Yeah. Excellent show. Have you watched it all? Did you get through season?
I haven't actually, because I stopped about halfway through, so I've got 4 to watch, I think, at the moment.
Ooh, of season 2?
Yeah, so no spoilers.
All right. I got through half an episode of Andor today. Well, I'm just...
Is it any good?
Yeah, it was. It's fantastic. Like it was the 4th episode, so it was halfway through the 4th episode. They're releasing 3 episodes a week.
All of it filmed in Pinewood.
Yeah.
I'm told.
Yeah.
I'm all serious.
Yeah. And something else I did today, I edited together my footage of me going to the Star Wars premiere of Star Wars Episode 3 back in 2005.
I saw that. Yeah.
So that's got online now. I think like 3 people have watched it, but it's got some like footage that no one's ever seen before of George Lucas giving a speech at the one of the last films that he ever directed and probably ever directed.
How did the speech go? Was it really sorry? Really sorry about all the CGI, guys.
No, no,
But I
he
bet you loved it. I actually love those. I love the prequel films because the very thing
really.
everyone complains about, all the politics in it, you go, yeah, they're good. I like that. Give
Oh,
me more of the debate in the chamber.
it's
Look,
not. It's
this
not the
is,
politics. It's the lack of characterization, and it's the
yeah,
really clunky dialogue, and the fact that it makes some of the shit stuff in the original trilogy. It makes it just daffy. Do you know what I mean? Like
Metachlorians. What's wrong with Metachlorians? Come on.
that's not the daffiest bit. The daffiest bit is the kid, the slave boy in the white slave boy, the white blonde slave boy in the desert, who creates a gay English butler droid to help with the washing up or something. And it's just like
not,
that is just what? Why? What is wrong with this fucking kid? Why would he make
not,
C3PO?
not at all unrealistic, if you ask me. That's exactly what would happen.
So the
I was watching
oh,
what's it called? The Emma Thompson series that was just gone on to Netflix that was it
years and years.
Years and Years. I started
Anthony
watching that
loves
because
that.
I missed it the first time round. And I
God,
started
what's that
watching that
Davey
yesterday.
doing? Can you see this? Could you? He's on a hobby
is he
horse.
surfing?
Yeah. Oh God, there's Farage. Ugh.
Reform
Ugh.
will fix it. Reform broke
Ugh.
it. You
Oh
broke it.
God, hang on. I need to get rid of this guy. This guy's face. Do you know what? I don't think I've got the frog face on here, but I have got the butter face. Oh, hang on. Oh, that's a bit mean to Ian Curtis from Joy Division.
I always get the slight impression from him that he's got his own politics.
Do you reckon?
And it always feels a little bit like it might lean towards reform, just a little bit.
Possibly.
Sometimes
He looks like the right age for that. Not all boomers.
Yeah.
Not all boomers. Before we go on, not all boomers. So counting's underway. Councils to declare. So far, we've got 0 Labour, 0 Conservative, 0 Lib Dem, 0 Green, and 0 Independent. There you go.
Yeah, that's good. And probably nobody in any of those council areas will notice the difference.
Yeah. Laura Kunsberg sneering away on the TV there, Tori Kunsberg, who went to private school, you know. Do you know what she went to private school?
That's amazing.
I know. Someone got a job
somebody
as a
on
presenter
TV.
on the BBC and they went to private school. That hardly ever happens.
Yeah.
But the reason why we're showing this and not the Sky News is because Sky News doesn't start till midnight. Maybe we should have waited till midnight, Mike.
The thing about local elections is they are very slow to declare.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we're going to have to talk a lot about Andor, I think, before we get to.
Okay.
But look at it. Look, I love these shots. I don't know if we're quite timed up because I'm slightly watching a different feed to you. Maybe it's slightly
Doncaster.
behind.
They're showing Doncaster.
Yeah, I love to see all the volunteers in a sports hall somewhere in Doncaster.
It smells a bit of links and sweat.
Counting up ballots, doing their bit for democracy. It's a good thing that we do this.
It is. The Tories are going to get absolutely decimated. The looking at the polls, like all these voters who voted for the Tories are all going over to refuck. But this actually gives an opportunity for the other parties because they're splitting the knobhead vote.
Yeah, yeah. Do you think that will be the story tomorrow? Because the story is obviously that there were a lot of Tory seats that were won at the last round that these ones were run.
Yeah.
But the story is going to be Runcorn.
Yes. It's a 15,000 majority. If Labour lose this, I mean...
Well, when I was watching just before you and I hooked up, the chairman of Reform was on there, and he's in Runcorn, and he was not sounding as positive as they've sounded all week.
You know, refuck came second in a lot of these constituencies in the Northwest in the last election.
Can I just say that Chris here used to work for me?
Chris who?
I gave him his first break in television.
Chris, the guy with the big glasses?
Yeah.
Did you give him the big glasses? Did you say, here you go, you look more like Timmy Mallet if you wear these?
When I say work for me, he volunteered at a TV station I used to run in Cambridge many, many years ago.
What was the TV station? Was it Granada Men and Motors?
It was called Red TV.
Red TV? Did that have porn
Local
on it?
TV for Cambridge.
What was it
Hey,
called?
it was a genius idea. I managed to make TV on like YouTube type budgets
Fantastic.
before YouTube existed.
That's the kind of thing I would have
And
wanted to do.
I did it by getting volunteers from Cambridge University to just come and make programs.
You see, that's my mistake. I need to get more volunteers. I need to like con people into doing stuff for me for free. Like
the way I did it, Graham,
coming on my shows and just talking for no money. Do you know what I mean?
Exactly.
I don't know how to do that. You have to give me some advice.
That would work for you, wouldn't it? That'd be great. The model I applied was I checked whether they went to a private school, and if they did, I said, "Yeah, of course you can do this. That'd be great. No problem."
Yes, yeah.
Why wouldn't
but
you?
Having gone to Cambridge, I mean, a lot of them would have gone to private school. Like, if you go to Cambridge and you see 3 students and you punch like all 3, you'll know for sure that you've actually punched someone who went to a private school. Yeah. Guaranteed.
They were all very nice. Chris was very nice. He largely did this though. We literally gave him a microphone and a camera, and he just wandered around Cambridge doing vox pop in the streets, asking people about politics, basically. So I think he was always going to end up doing this job.
Speak your brains. Oh, well, he seems like a nice bloke, and he wears glasses as well. Right. No one who wears glasses can be a bad person. Joanna in the chat saying, "Okay, my so-called good days just ended. The element in the oven blew and tripped the bloody oven. Oh, at least I have a grill convection mode. Unhappy face." Chris C. It broke my heart to watch several elderly neighbours going to the polls, knowing they're likely to vote refuck and screw the younger generation right over. Yeah, possibly. But also, very important that we say, not all boomers. Not all boomers.
No, and there are young people going out to vote for reform.
Yes, there are, because they've managed to get some of that Generation Z vote through the toxic manosphere.
Yeah. Tice was on Good Morning Britain this morning with Ed Balls.
Oh, Tice.
Ed Balls gave him a hard time, but it was literally just, what are you going to do? And Tice said, well, Labour and Tory have broken everything and they're rubbish, and what you need is some other councillors. And he said, but what are you going to do?
Yeah.
And Tice is going, well, that doesn't really matter. It's just proper people doing the proper job, and we'll find out where to cut money and get proper businessmen running things. And you go, oh, God, I feel so sorry for anyone that ends up with a reform council, because they're genuinely just going to cut welfare, cut library readings by any gender, race, or anybody, and they're going to use the money to build a statue of Vera Lynn that plays Adolf Hitler music when you touch a bum, basically.
Yeah, that's the plan. I wish you were just joking and just come out, just pulled out your ass, but you didn't, did you? That's an actual thing that they actually want to do. They want a statue of Vera Lynn.
There's a Vera Lynn statue, and they want it to be musical so that when you go up to it, it starts singing. And isn't that such a hackable thing? Like,
well, I hope so.
Don't you just want to start playing Deutschland, Deutschland, über alles? We have to work out how to hack the Vera Lynn statue. That's the
thing. Reform will fix it, says Captain. I have in my hand a letter from a young Nigel asking me to fix it for him to meet Oswald Mosley. How's about that then?
You just know that letter existed.
Lucy says, I don't know why I'm watching this. The result is too bleak. It'll cost me a night's sleep. Well, Lucy, you're under no obligation to watch it. We'll try and make as many jokes as possible, but we'll just see what happens. We'll just see how long we last, to be honest with you.
Are we going to try and guess what we think might happen here?
I'll be surprised. I think that the Labour majority is going to be massively reduced, but you don't need a pair of crystal balls to tell you that. I think that the Refuck have an outside chance of winning it. I think it'll be a big shock if they do, though. A big shock to Labour. And maybe it might be a good thing if Refuck win it. Stay with me for this, right? Because it might make Labour book up their fucking ideas, because they're acting like a bunch of dickheads at the moment, and they're alienating a lot of their activists. Not just voters, but activists.
Yeah, it depends how they react, though, doesn't it? Because the reaction so far seems to have been to slag Refuck off, but then try and do some of the policies that Refuck are good at, racism and sexism and stuff like that. But ignore the nationalising things and stuff like that. Do the things that Reform are actually saying, like we should nationalise the steel industry. Labour should own that. And then they should be challenging them on what are you going to do with the NHS? Why do you want to sell the NHS?
Yeah.
But what they do is just lean into the things that they'll never, ever beat Reform. Kemi Badenoch is trying to beat Reform, trying to out-reform Reform.
Not going to happen.
It just won't work. Nobody can do it. You can't, because they'll just move further off to the right every time you push them, basically.
That's true.
No, I think you're right. I think I'm kind of hoping that Labour, Labour deserve to lose it, having an MP that ends up in jail, basically at a local level. I can imagine a lot of people are going to reject the party for that.
That's true.
But then if they elect a representative from a party, half the MPs are already in jail or have been in jail.
Yeah.
I guess it's just shrugging and saying they're all as bad as each other.
They're just showing how many seats are being defended on this. It's 995 Conservative seats, 286 Labour, 286 Lib Dem, 35 Greens. Like, the Conservatives are going to walk away from this with about 300 seats, I reckon.
But the story in the papers tomorrow will be Labour got thrashed.
Yes, of course it will, because it's all, the client press,
Tories.
isn't it?
All right, so next prediction, does Kemi survive this?
Good question. But before we come to that,
Andrew.
we have a super chat from Andrew. Thank you so much for that, Andrew Dixon, who is always incredibly generous. Thank you. F-bomb dropped, so this is for the swear jar. Thank you, Andrew. That's very kind of you.
The F-bomb's in the title card. What we're going to do. And it's after 11 o'clock, Andrew. If your children are up and watching this after the watershed.
I know, but it's demonetisation, isn't it? Because what I realise is it's not just that they turn the adverts off, which I don't really give a fuck about, because only about 1.7 thousand people watch these videos, and that's £1.70. Yay. It's more to do with the links. Like, they won't link to a video that's been demonetised. So if I make a video, it's not going to appear on Tan's feed or Phil's feed or Alex or Maximilian's feed. So, as a suggested video on their pages. So it's worth my while not getting stuff demonetized, just so we can get a few more new faces.
You can only imagine the poor people that are missing out on you and me staying up till gone midnight commentating on the results from the Hampshire by-election for a subcommittee local council.
So I think that just because of the numbers on this, that the Conservatives are going to take an absolute hammering. And Kemi Badenoch, I want her to stay on because she's so shit at the job. I don't want someone who's even halfway competent. She's so bad at it.
I don't know. I think she will keep trying to keep them conservative, and Jenrick will try and do something with Reform.
Yes.
And I don't know which of the best of those outcomes are. I think
I'd rather they stay conservative and that Reform split the vote. Yeah,
keep splitting the vote. But then genuine punch-ups in the House of Commons would be quite a lot more entertaining.
They would.
Once Lee Anderson's ego is damaged because suddenly there are intelligent people in the party as well, basically. Then
yeah. Well, I if it is, I mean, if they end up with like 10 councillors, if the Conservatives end up with 10 councillors, I could see the writing on the wall for Kemi Badenoch, because the Conservatives aren't happy with her. I mean, they're not even being coy about it. They're just like, we're not happy.
No.
Like, she's not performing.
Well, and I was watching your PMQ coverage this week, and she picked 4 questions, all of them about rape gangs again.
Yeah, to try and win political points.
It's the same
before a by-election. I mean, and she was called out for it in Parliament. I think it was Nadia Whittome who said it was disgusting that's what she was doing. I really like,
which makes
Nadia
her
Whittome.
no different to Reform. Let's just find a trigger point that's got nothing at all to do with local elections.
Yeah.
In fact, it's got in a way, it had everything to do with local elections, because she kept saying, can we have a national inquiry? Keir Starmer was saying, we've had a national inquiry. We're now trying to implement it. Yeah. And I've also made money available for local inquiries, so the local councils can have an inquiry into what happened. And you think, well, that's a local issue. That's exactly what should be coming up. Doncaster is a key seat. Peterborough is a key seat.
What's the point of having another national inquiry when we've A, already had one, and B, like you say, I mean, it's like going, oh, there's murders still happening, so we need a national inquiry into
Yeah,
murders. And it's like, no, we
yeah.
need to investigate the murders that are happening and stop them happening.
Do
Uh,
something about it.
and
Yeah.
obviously, these gangs, when they talk about them, they are a dog whistle. They're a racist dog whistle. The reality is, most of these gangs are white guys, horrible, disgusting white
Yep.
guys doing this. It's not the you know
Yep.
these the. I mean, there are some gangs that are people with different ethnic extraction, but they're not in the majority by any stretch of the imagination. And it lets
And the same day, and like just after I finished watching the European Q coverage and Kemi asked those questions, the next news item was an 82-year-old ex-Cub Scout leader who was finally arrested in Thailand.
Yeah.
For having been a paedophile for 60 years, basically, and a member of the establishment, and almost certainly a Tory voter, basically, for the whole of his life. So,
Chris C in the chat, thank you very much to Chris C for the £10 super chat. It's really kind of you. Farage has stated today that the NHS should not be funded from general taxation because it isn't working. If that doesn't scream privatisation, I don't know what does. Yeah, I couldn't agree more, mate. Farage wants to privatise the NHS, and I think if you're talking to someone, especially an elderly person, I'm not all boomers, but some elderly people are easily taken in by con men, charming con men who turn up and try and sell them a vacuum cleaner for £20,000. That's probably the best way to go about it, rather than going about the immorality of everything else that they do, and the fact they're working for the Russians, and the fact that they use things like trans rights as a Trojan horse to be able to get rid of the European Court of Human Rights being a thing in the UK. Talking about the NHS, talking about the fact that he wants to privatise it. Like, how are we going to pay for it? If they get in, he'll privatise the NHS. How are we going to pay for your treatment?
He is so slippery, though, because in that interview he says it should still be free at the point of access, right? But it shouldn't be funded through general taxation. And then when the question's asked, how are you going to pay for it then? He said, well, that's something we would need to investigate.
Yeah. Paula Thomas there. Thank you very much for the super chat, Paula. That's very kind of you. Part of the trouble is that we have middle class stereotype of the working class. They have a middle class stereotype, stereotype of the working class. They absolutely do. And I think that a lot of these refuck knobheads would be very shocked if they went to some inner city area in Liverpool or Manchester or Birmingham and see how much integration there is there, and see how much different communities work together, see the multiculturalism work, and it works really well. And
did you see Tan shared a fantastic video from Bradford City?
Oh yeah, of everyone going to the match, and they were all dead excited.
And a bunch of Muslims cheering them, and the whole video looked like a bunch of white football hooligans coming down the street to pick on Muslims, but it was actually hugging and dancing and cheering on their football team. It was and I think the headline on it was just "This is who we are," which is exactly.
It's exactly right. And these people live in a bubble. Like, they talk about us living in bubbles, which pisses me off so much because, I don't want to go on about it again, but I grew up in Liverpool. My mum's from a working class background. My dad's from a middle class background. And kids in my school came from all over the city. The catchment area went all the way up to fucking Crosby. And so we had kids who, parents owned a couple of cars, we had parents who didn't have a car, these people like Farage and Aaron Banks, who's running for the mayor down in the where is he? He's down in Monmouthshire or somewhere. They've never lived in the real world. They've always hung about with people exactly the same as them, like kids who went to rich kids who went to posh schools, essentially, and they never left that circle. They're the people living in the bubble. And their idea of the working class comes from TV and media. They've never met anyone from the working class.
I always think the definition of a reformer, if you look at Farage and Banks and people like that, and Trump in the States, it's the same thing. They're Pygmalions. They're sort of upper middle class. But never accepted by established middle class or even super wealthy middle class. Farage's problem is a chip on his shoulder about not going to the right private school. not working for the right city firm, never being treated properly in the Conservative Party. And it's the same thing with Trump. They've got massive chips on their shoulders about, well, I've got all this money. Why are people not treating me with respect? And you go, because you're an arsehole. Because you're an absolute arsehole.
Cartman from South Park. You must respect my authority. Like, that's what they're like, the little children. Why can't I expect my result?
Musk is a perfect example of the same sort of character, really.
Yeah.
It's not accepted by working class people, not accepted by, and doesn't want to be part of lower middle class life either, wants to be treated as something different altogether. Lack of self-confidence.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ironically, considering the way they behave in public.
Well, yeah, you're right, and you're right about the chip on the shoulder. Like, I feel like I'd like to take, and people say, oh, there's a chip on my shoulder because I go on about private schools all the time. And I'm like, well, yeah, but I'd like to shut them down. I'd like to stop that being a thing. And in order to do that, I'd have to punch up. Whereas to make these people who are just horrible in the public eye, to make them feel good about themselves, they have to punch down. Trump does it, J.K. Rowling does it, Farage does it. Absolutely. They punch down all the time.
Performative cruelty, and it's the cruelty that they enjoy.
Yeah, it is. Questionable Absanity, thank you very much for the £5 super chat. It's very kind. Never understood how paying for insurance, Korean health, Korean profits, in addition to health service, is cheaper than just paying for the service. Yeah, the paying an insurance company and then paying, to pay for your medicine and stuff, and then having them say, no, we're not gonna pay out for this after you've had the treatment. They're like, oh no, that's not covered, and then suddenly you find yourself £250,000 in debt. What is that like future for our kids? Why would anyone want to put that onto the next generation unless they hate the young? Maybe a lot of this is to do with the fact that older people just kind of jealous of the young.
It's not. I don't. You got to get off the older people thing. You're going to be old one day, and I'm definitely older than you.
I'm getting on.
I think it's more about this complete lack of empathy. There's a heat map going around Twitter at the moment from the right, from somebody in the GOP world or MAGA world, where he's quite proud of the fact that they're emotionally, people on the right tend to think about, they have a huge amount of empathy for their family, their immediate family and their friends. And people on the left tend to lean the other way and have a huge amount of empathy for humanity, for humans in general, basically. And these GOP people are saying this proves the point. We care about our family, we protect them. And you go, no, the point of that graph is you don't understand the rest of the world, and you cannot empathize with them in any way, shape, or form. So all you're looking at is your own thing. So
are you allowed to care about your family and other people at the same time?
Yeah. Did you see the J.D. Vance speech where he said, there's a Christian tradition of care about your family, then your friends, then your neighbors, then the people in your town, then the people in your country, and then you can spare time to think about the rest of the world. And you go, whoa, exactly. When did Jesus say that?
Did Jesus say that? I think he said the absolute opposite of that, to be honest with you. He said that we should, care about everyone.
Well, that's their attitude. I think it's, and what they want to do is pay less tax, because then they can afford their private healthcare. Yeah, and that's, Farage is a multi-millionaire. Anyone that votes for him shouldn't forget that.
And also, his main political stance is that he wants to make sure that multi-millionaires like himself can get bank accounts at Coutts.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the most important thing, mate. That's the pressing issue. That and Vera Lynn statues. And question about Santi, going back to what we were talking about with insurance-based model of the NHS. And you got all the advertising and marketing these companies will spend in order to compete. And I was just like, can we spend that on actually fixing people? Butterfly wings. If it wasn't for the NHS, my mum wouldn't be alive now. She's been in hospital since 7th of January, slowly on the mend from an aneurysm leading to a stroke and heart failure. Grateful to Salford Royal. Yeah. That butterfly wings. I'm glad your mum's on the mend. And the NHS is our fucking crown jewel.
Tell me about it, mate. Listen, I definitely wouldn't be doing this podcast without them. I don't think I genuinely believe I'm not creditworthy enough to pay for the services that I've had for the last 5 months. So I would be definitely bankrupt in America over this.
Yeah. And so you're at a point in your life where things are difficult anyway, and then along comes like this check. Sorry, a bill, not a check. A check would be nice. Then along comes this bill to say, "Oh, you owe us all this money," and you're like, "What? What? What?" Lucy says, "Jesus says, care for the foreigners in your land." Yeah. Power to the people with Graham Price says, "I think the only reason Vance doesn't seem that out the ordinary with the lies he tells is because even his dishonesty is dwarfed by Trump's." Trump is just... Did you see the interview where he was talking about the knuckles? Yeah, they're MS-13 on the knuckles.
Idiot. You say it's Photoshop. It's not Photoshop. What are you talking about? It says it on his knuckles. Oh, Jesus, man. It's like...
He must look at a map and think that the actual names of the countries are written on the... Like, if you
that's the Gulf of
hot
Mexico.
Air balloon, you can see the name of the country written on
I reckon every time he flies to Florida, he's looking out the window to see where the big letters are saying the Gulf of America. The man's an idiot.
Sadly, the pensioners I know aren't bothered about the next generation, says Chris C. How can they be so short-sighted and deny the opportunities they had from future generations? I think a lot of it is to do with trauma, and I'm going to do my Not All Boomers animation again. Not all boomers, but many boomers were raised by a parent who came back from war, and war fucks you up. And we didn't have anything like what we have now in terms of understanding. Don't forget, when these people came back from the war, when your parents, if you've got boomer parents, when they were in school, you couldn't be gay. You definitely couldn't be trans. You couldn't write with your left hand. Like, if you were left-handed, they will force you to write with your right hand. And then because you weren't writing very well, because you're left-handed, you can't write very well with your right hand, they will beat you. They will physically assault you. And that fucked them up. The fact that a lot of the parents were fucked up from the war and the things that they had seen made them not treat their kids the best, in terms of giving them a decent childhood in that respect. I think a lot of boomers were neglected. Not out of anything horrible. It's just PTSD more than anything else. And then
my granddad came back from the war with PTSD, and he was it wasn't called PTSD at the time. It was shell shock and cowardice. It was regarded as. He was a marine in Sicily, following the SAS on the beaches, and he saw some horrific things. And I only found out after he died that he had actually been in a mental institution for 5 years after he got back from the war.
Wow.
So my dad was brought up by a single mum effectively for 5 years.
Wow.
Unbelievable. And when people say that generation, they were stoic, Farage would say, or who's the idiot? Is it Bridgen, the guy that's trying to get the Vera Lynn statue? They were the stoic generation.
Mark Francois.
They were the best of us. They were the stoic generation. They don't talk about what they saw. And you go, no, because they had PTSD and they were locked up and tied to radiators and banging their heads against it, being told by the nurses and doctors that they were cowards for behaving this way in the face of the evil that they'd seen.
And got a new animation that says "Not all the greatest generation." But
I mean, they did sacrifice a lot for us. They did, but fundamentally, we screwed them over and didn't look after them. But then we built an NHS.
They built
free education. Yeah, exactly.
I did a show the other day. I don't know if you saw it, but it was on the Sunday morning thing, and it was about travel and about how travel, opens your mind, stuff like that. And I was making a parallel between like the fallout after World War One, which just led to World War Two, and the fallout of World War Two, and what the differences might have been. And one of the things was the lads who came back from World War One had just been to a field in France and seen their mates die, whereas the lads in World War Two came back and they'd been to Egypt, they'd been to, they'd been to South Africa, they'd been to America, they'd been to the Pacific. Italy, Greece, Malta. And they weren't in a field just shooting at each other. They were in villages and towns. They were meeting people from each place that they were going to. I think that made a difference. I really do think that made a difference. When they came back and they said, right, we're going to make things better for the future generations. So they had to put up with this kind of shit. And we got the NHS.
Have you watched the the SAS drama on the iPlayer on the BBC thing.
Which one?
It's a new. I can't remember. I think they're called SAS Heroes or something.
Okay,
it's a
no.
new war drama. It's got a good soundtrack and all sorts. It's very boys own SAS.
Peaky Blinders, is it? Is it quite Peaky Blinders?
Exactly, very like that.
Yeah.
I think it shows the mental health issues that the lads have got. It's quite well written. But one of the things that really struck me watching it was that exactly what you're saying. The comparison in the last episode, after they've been to Tunisia and Egypt and Libya and then Sicily and creeped up Italy fighting the war, but living, in between those terrible battles they were fighting, they're sitting there drinking wine and eating cheese and pizza in communities, and then they get back to Salford and to a grubby, horrible looking street of tenements, basically, where that's been bombed, and you just think, God, you must have got back and gone, what did we do all that for? What a mess. What is this country I've come back to? Because also it had lost its empire and its money and its power and everything else, so it was no longer the country they thought they were fighting for in the first place. I always think it's a remarkable thing that they came back, got rid of Churchill, and the Labour Party just geared up and built in 5 years, put the foundations in place for the society we've been lucky enough to live in for the last 50, 60 years.
The same society that likes of Farage wants to take away from us. They want to take away from future generations. And again, I'll say this a million times, it never affects them. They can afford the insurance. They can afford the private security. They can afford the private investigators to investigate who did that crime against them when they had the house burgled. They can afford all that shit. They can afford to go and live and work anywhere they want in the world.
And then they persuade people who will never afford those things to vote for them.
Yes.
On the basis that they'll get the potholes filled in or something. It's
it's not exactly up in their agenda, is it? Questionable Absanity is asking if the SAS show is called Rogue Heroes.
That's the one.
That's the one. Yeah, I think I've seen a bit of one episode. They were in the desert somewhere.
Yeah, it's a tricky show. I mean, the reason I watch it is that I've got some stuff that my mum sent me about my granddad and his service in the war. And you get to a certain age and you start digging into their stories and going, oh, this is interesting. And it literally, he would have been one of the Marines following behind the SAS in those stories. So the stuff that they saw, he saw after them, basically.
Oh, we've got Hannah in the chat. Hi, Hannah. Welcome. We're doing the live stream. We're we're showing the BBC, but we're not playing the sound because it's got Laura Kunsberg on and we hate her. Is that really petty?
I love you, Nigel. I love you, Nigel.
Nigel.
Thanks very much for coming on the show, Kemi. You're lovely.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I used to think that I got Andrew Marr's politics wrong when he worked for the BBC.
Why'd you say that?
I thought he lent towards the right, basically.
Well, doesn't he?
And he's come out. He runs the. If you see his podcasts from the new, is it the New Statesman he runs? Definitely progressive, left of centre, basically.
Oh,
which surprised me. At university, he was a Marxist.
Was he?
Yeah.
Andrew Marr, wasn't he a Tory in university? I must have been thinking of someone else.
No. It surprised me. So I don't know. Are we getting Kunsberg wrong? I don't know.
No.
I'm trying to be fair and balanced.
He's private school mafia. He went to he went to Craigflower Prep School. Then he went to the High School of Dundee, the independent home.
Of course.
And then Loretto School.
Let's be fair about Karl Marx's educational history, basically, and the fact that no revolution was ever started without a gin and tonic in your hand sitting on a veranda.
Well, he gave, you're right, when he was in school, he used to give his fellow students copies of the Little Red Book. He was a Maoist. And he acquired the name Red Andy. There you go.
Which I didn't know. While he was interviewing Boris Johnson, I used to do cartoons of him saying, oh, Boris, what is it about Boris that what is it about you that makes you a wonderful prime minister? And then I come out of once as soon as he leaves the BBC, start watching his journalism and reading him, and it's interestingly left.
So the first result, according to Damien in the chat, is Thorston in Hartlepool. Council by-election result, Refuck have got 58.3% of the vote, up 42.1%. Labour are down to 31.8%, and that's down 30.6%. Conservative are nowhere to be seen. Reform gain from Labour. That is huge. Plus 42.1.
42.1. Hartlepool has a history, though, of this, doesn't it? Weren't they one of the largest Brexit votes?
Yes, and they also voted in a Tory, when they had a by-election there during COVID, and like everyone was like, "Oh my God, why are you voting for these people that obviously don't know what they're doing?"
Was it Peter Mandelson's seat? Wasn't he?
Hartlepool? I don't know. It's a place where they hung a monkey.
He stood in Hartlepool.
They hung a monkey.
I was going to say, but didn't they elect a monkey?
No, they hung a monkey because they thought it was a French spy. I don't think they elected one. I mean, it sounds like something they would do.
I think there's a constituency that elected a monkey mayor at some point in time. I'm sure I've read that story, but I may be confusing it. And it may be that they elected Peter Mandelson and shot the monkey, whatever it was.
The monkey hangers.
So where is Damien getting his results?
Yeah, Damien, where's your result from? Maybe Damien is in Hartlepool. He's in a leisure centre somewhere in Hartlepool.
Could well be.
Hartlepool result is unsurprising. I've worked with a lot of monkey hangers over the years. Says questionable insanity. Yeah, Hartlepool's a bit of a weird place, I've got to say.
There you go. Look, hanger says monkey.
But like the thing is, even if Labour did lose every single one of the seats, the council seats, they'd only lose 285, which is a lot less than the Tories lost in the last few local elections. So the Conservatives stand to lose almost 1,000 seats here.
But that is gonna look like a victory over Labour, and that's going to be sold as a victory over Labour. Well, and that opens up, one of the things for me about the fact that the Labour Party has lost a narrative with areas like Hartlepool, the Northeast, and the North in general, in that they haven't come up with answers for what we do as a post-industrial society. We haven't got the big ideas, and they're letting those regions down, and therefore, they get voted against just like the Tories get voted against.
Yeah.
The idea that Reform are able to go in and sweep up those votes is just disgusting, but
well, I mean, the thing is, if Labour were doing some of the more of the stuff that we would like to see them do, like not go after disabled people and not be transphobic, it would make no difference in Hartlepool. What you're talking about would make a difference. People could see the change.
Nobody in Hartlepool gives a shit about transphobic rights, transphobia or trans rights. They don't give a monkeys. Literally don't give a monkeys. None of those issues are the issues that we should be fighting on in any way, shape, or form. The Labour Party, because they're just not important. The important issue is going to be immigration. People are voting in a council election on the issue of immigration, and councils can't do anything about that.
No.
And these Reform councillors, if they bother to turn up after the first two meetings, because it will baffle them anyway, they're going to sit there and realise very quickly that they can't do anything about it. So they will build a Vera Lynn statue and they'll go on a twinning committee and spend half of their life in the Caribbean trying to twin with whatever small seaside resort they just choose, basically.
Chris C in the chat is saying this seriously needs to be a kick up the backside for Starmer and Labour. If they don't change direction back to the centre left, there'll be a one-term party and we'll get in for another decade. Yeah, I agree on the wider scale, because I do worry about them losing activists. So that losing votes is one thing, but losing activists, that's where you start falling apart. And VFUC have got an endless stream of activists because they pay them. They've got unlimited funds.
And I have friends that have worked tirelessly as volunteers for the Labour Party for the last 40 or 50 years across the country, who are telling me that they've left the party recently. So if you're losing the people that used to open up their front room for the door knocking campaigns, and Reform are sending in people being paid minimum wage to do it, basically, instead, they're going to get the business. I noticed you got no elections around you, have you?
Yeah.
Is there a council election near you?
Yeah, I voted today.
Did anyone knock on your door?
Yeah, the Greens. I had both Green candidates knock on my door. And I recognise the guy. I'm sure I did some Brexit stuff with him back in the day, anti-Brexit stuff. And we had a refuck flyer through the door. But the only other thing I got is like I got a Labour thing because I'm a member. This came through the post for the two people standing in our constituency. In the end, decided I'll give the Greens one vote and I'll give Labour a vote because you got two votes.
Right.
I checked on stopreformuk.vote before I went to vote, and it just said Reform probably won't win here. So vote with your heart. I think there's a chance that Reform could win here.
Do you really?
Yeah. Hannah, thank you so much for the £20 super chat. That is really, really kind of you. Thanks, Hannah. I know up you won't like it. Friends support friends, you legend. No need to call me out. Oh, thank you very much, Hannah.
Of course we
very
do.
kind of you.
We have to embarrass you for that, Hannah. Thank you so much.
We need to get Hannah down to Brighton at the end of the month. Come on, let's do this.
Definitely.
Hannah and Tan, and we'll get let's get Wayne down. Let's get Wayne down from Essex to look at your face.
Sure. Wayne, I spoke to Wayne the other day. Actually, he's got himself a new job, which is really good.
Oh, that's good. What's he doing now?
Is
he still
very chipper?
Is he still doing the same sort of thing?
No, something new. But he's getting his act sorted at the moment, which is really good.
Okay, that's cool. Mikey Famine is just saying legendary to Hannah. Yeah. Hi, Mikey. How you doing? How's everything in the States? Mikey's asking if we're winning yet. Are we winning?
My guess is Mikey is massively interested in the result from Harlow.
So Refuck have gone up 23.5%, and they're at 31 now, and Conservatives at 26%. Labour on 22, and so Refuck look like they've taken Harlow.
Can I stress that we appear to be ahead of the BBC, and people should probably be watching us instead of the BBC?
Yeah. Well, I'm looking on the Guardian site.
Wonderful community.
Yeah,
giving us information.
This is fantastic. How do you know? Where should we be looking? Is this coming up on? I'm assuming this is coming up on Twitter.
I don't know. Are they checking their local results? I'd be surprised if. It's going to be interesting to know where they're getting those results from.
Well, this is like a minute behind because I know that I'm on. Oh, it's kind of almost on there. I'm just going to go back a little bit, and then I'm going to go forward. Okay. Do you reckon that guy's Refuck? He's got a Refuck look to him, doesn't he? He's got the Refuck look.
Definitely, he's got the right tie on.
He's a Refucker.
Gets up every morning, looks at that receding hairline, goes, what am I going to do? Why did she leave me? Why did she leave me? I'm going to join the Refuck party.
That Harlow result has seen Labour lose 24.9%. So they had taken that by nearly 50% last time.
Listen, make no mistake about this. I don't think we should be trying to paint this as a Tory loss. All right, because I don't think most of the voters are going to look at it that way as well. I think if people have gone out to vote, it is to vote against what's happening with the government at the moment. I was talking to Josh about this the other day. The difficulty of transforming his, the site you just mentioned, the Where Should I Vote site, transforming that into an anti-reform site at the moment when they're not really in government. They haven't run any councils. It's a much more difficult task than voting against a Tory government.
Well, there's another thing.
Get the Tory government out.
We get them all in, and then just find out, all the skeletons in the closet. Like, actually look them up on social media and find out what horrible things they've written, and they'll get sacked. Well, not that it's a proper job anyway. It's only a part-time job, isn't it?
Apparently, they have more candidates than any other party this year.
Yes, they have. The field
1,600 or something like that.
Yeah, in like 99% of the.
They have not done the vetting. They have not done the vetting.
They didn't do the vetting for like a handful of MPs, for Christ's sake. They got 4 MPs and one of them's a sex offender. No, sorry, a wife beater.
Not to say they're all the same as each other, basically, but I was involved in a mini scandal, or there was a mini scandal in Brighton where we elected 2 councillors, and it turned out they didn't live in Brighton, and nobody checked. Basically, they just hadn't checked. So we had to have by-elections after the last election. So if the Labour Party don't do the checks at a local level, Reform are doing nothing at all. Basically.
But also, don't forget, the turnout is going to be really, really low on this. I mean, you're going to be talking about like results that they look like a massive swing, but it's only like 50 people voting the other way. It's going to come down to mad stuff like that, because these are wards. They're not constituencies. They're wards of a few thousand people. And most people don't bother voting in local elections, especially this close off from a general election. It's only people who are really interested in politics that have even noticed there was an election today. Most people wouldn't have voted. The vast majority of people, I would say, wouldn't vote today. We'll have to see when the numbers come in.
The Guardian website is saying the first results are expected after midnight. I need to know from Paul N where these results are coming from.
Oh, there was one. The first result of the night is in. This is from 11:52 from John Curtis from Joy Division. He also wrote Notting Hill. That is for that Hartlepool. Reform have won with 58.3% of the vote.
Definitely impressive.
And they take the seat from Labour. This is typical of what happens.
Not updated.
Yeah. If this is typical of what happens in the limited number of Labour areas with elections night, there could be some difficult results for the party. Do you know who normally sweeps up on nights like this? The Lib Dems.
Yeah,
because they're the party of protest, aren't they? You can if you're pissed off with the Tories, you don't like the way Labour are going,
vote
Lib Dem, and now there's another option.
Yeah, I think Reform have, let's give them credit. I think they've cleverly looked at what the Lib Dems used to do, and made themselves the home of the protest vote, basically.
Oxted South, Tandridge. I don't even know where that is, Paul. Paul's put up the result there. I think that's Refuck on 70% of the vote. Conservative on 16.9. Labour on 8.5. That's. Oh, it says it might be residents. Is that the residents committee or something? Residents association.
Let's hope it's an independent. But then there's no Reform vote in there at all if that's the case. So
yeah, okay, fair enough. Questionable absentee. I predict that Refuck local wins will sit on their butt and do nothing apart from some embezzlement, then blame Labour national government for local fails.
Absolutely.
Thanks for the super chat. Questionable absentee, and I think you're completely on the money there. Completely on the money. Residents Association.
I'll tell you what.
Yeah, no, it was Residents Association. So Refuck.
Yeah, hopefully, yeah. I can't imagine there's many boroughs of Oxted South. Where's Oxted?
Oxford, maybe. Maybe that's where they keep the oxen. I don't know. Have you ever coveted your neighbour's oxen? You dirty bastard.
Yeah, of course.
Mate.
Well, yeah, but you got to see this. You got to see their oxen. I mean, these are pretty oxen. Oxted is a town and civil parish in the Tandridge district of Surrey.
I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. I'm so sorry. So, Andor, anyway, it's really good. So where are you up to? Have you watched any of it?
No,
not a bit.
I'm still. I flipped my subscription, so at the moment I'm still ploughing through stuff on Apple TV before I cancel it next month.
Right.
And then I'll go over to Disney and watch some of the Star Wars stuff that I haven't watched.
Fair enough. Okay, good night. Cat's saying good night.
I think questionable sanity is quite right, though. I think there's going to be however, right, here's my thing. I still think Labour have got an opportunity to do this right, which is that the more mayors that we elect in the next set of elections, because there's a lot of elections not happening this time because we're creating unitary authorities and mayorships.
And boundary changes and stuff like that.
So everything's going to change at the next set in 2 years' time. But the proposals from the Labour Party was devolution down to mega councils.
Yeah.
And I think reform winning a few is not a bad thing, basically, because for me, what the genius of that plan originally, and I don't know whether McSweeney's following through on it, whether he believes in it or not, basically, because it wasn't his plan. But the genius of that plan was to push a whole bunch of powers down to mayors, so that if there was a problem with housing or education, etc., you could say, well, that's the mayor's problem. We've given him the money. We've given him everything he asked for, and it's because you've got a Tory mayor. That's the reason that you're not getting the same services that they're getting in Manchester, because Andy Burnham's doing a good job, basically. And I think it might be a good thing to get some reform mayors, and watch Lincolnshire go down the pan, basically.
What do you mean go down the pan? Like it's
she mismanages it completely.
What's Lincolnshire given us? Maggie Thatcher and Brexit. I think, honestly, I think Lincolnshire deserves Andrea Jenkyns as their mayor.
Skegness.
Exactly. Scunthorpe.
Stamford. There's some nice things in Stamford.
Is Peterborough in Lincolnshire? Peterborough.
No. Peterborough's in Greater Peterborough nowadays.
What?
I was brought up in Peterborough.
Were you? I'm so sorry.
Yeah. My mum still lives on the edge of Greater Peterborough and she's determined she still lives in Huntingdonshire, but I keep telling her she's not. She's in Greater Peterborough now.
Well, my dad for a long time would still put Lancs instead of Merseyside on posts. He didn't like calling it Merseyside. He wanted it to be Lancashire.
People get very funny
because they won they won the World Cup or something, or the War of the Roses. I always get mixed up.
Peterborough is I don't imagine you've travelled to every country in the world without using aeroplanes. Plug for the book. Sorry, I forgot my sponsorship deal with you.
Cheers. Cheers, man.
Have you ever been to Peterborough?
Yes.
Because born and brought up in Peterborough, it's an immigration town. It's an immigration town, right?
Yeah.
After the war, a huge number of Italian immigrants moved to Peterborough. A lot of them were actually prisoners of war that were kept in a prison camp just outside Peterborough, and they stayed. And then it got Newtown status in the 1960s, and since then has just had wave after wave after wave of immigration. So as I grew up and went to secondary school, I was going to school with Serbians, with people from Kosovo, there was a huge Pakistani community and Muslim community. And it amazes me that city has ended up being a reform city.
Yeah.
Because we all grew up there. I can only assume, like me, that everybody, as soon as they managed to get away from Peterborough, did, basically. And therefore everything we learned,
phone sanitizers were all left there.
Just went,
the B-arc were left behind. Hannah in the chat saying, Peterborough. I work in Peterborough every week. Yeah, I associate Peterborough with Hannah, actually, yeah. I'll tell you, when I was doing a run over to Ukraine a couple of years ago, I was being helped out by Kieran the van man, and I think I was using his van, which was great. It was like a camper van, but all the seats folded straight down, like flat. So on the way there, you could put the seats flat and then put stuff on it, like boxes, nappies, tampons, whatever, defibrillators, whatever we were taking to the border. And then when we got there, we'll offload it at the refugee centre on the border. And then we could put the seats up, and then we could take like 8 refugees somewhere they needed to go in Europe. It was a fantastic setup. Anyway, I got to his, and I forgot what the problem was. I don't know if I was delayed getting to his or what happened. But basically, I just remember I missed the train. And he was like, it's all right, we'll drive up to Peterborough. And I didn't quite clock how far it was from Hemel Hempstead. So it was a bit of a trip, but I did manage to get the train in the end. Otherwise, I would have been spending the night in Peterborough. And there was a very lovely woman on the on the platform. They have a little coffee place there, and they said they were closed. And I said, "Oh, I just wanted to. Can I just get some hot water or something?" And she ended up making me a coffee, which was really nice. So I have nice feelings towards Peterborough because one person I met there once on a lonely platform was nice to me, and that's why you should be nice to people. Everybody.
Definitely couldn't have been my mum.
What was it? Poured it to throw it in your face, you bastard! Asking for free coffee. Gareth T in the chat. Thank you very much for the £5 super chat. Morning, Graham. I did my bit, and my cat tried to well, it followed me. Oh, tried to vote as well. It followed me. Shout out to Storm Sturridge, my Labour candidate. So thank you very much, Gareth T. We're going to have a chat with Gareth T one of these days on prison reform because Gareth T used to work in the nick of time. Really? Oh, wow. I've just thought of a great idea for a Doctor Who episode. In the nick of time. It's all these time criminals in a jail and they're all together and the doctor's in this time. Right, I'm writing this down. In the nick of... Come on, mate. You know you want to watch In the Nick of Time.
It's actually a really good title.
Yeah. That is brilliant. Thank you very much for giving me the inspiration for that, Gareth, somehow.
Paul N has got another result for us. Thetford West.
Thetford West, refuck 47.9% up 47.9%. Labour 33.6, down 23.3. Conservatives actually down 21%. Lib Dem.
Gain from Labour
so
again.
If you look at the numbers there, loss. Labour and Tory are losing the same amount to refuck.
Yep.
So this isn't good. Maybe we shouldn't watch election results come in because the last time we did it, Trump got in, didn't he?
Yeah.
And then
it's the same feeling. And I didn't. I watched the Canadian results the other day, but not in a stream with you, and that went well. So maybe it's me.
Croft in Northumberland, refuck 60%, Labour 31%, Conservative 9%, Reform gain from Labour. This is going to be a wipeout. This is going to be an absolute wipeout. But don't forget, this is only councillors, and it's not that entire council most of the time. Like, they might not get a majority. Might not be enough.
These wards. Are just individual wards.
Yeah. Butterfly Wings, thank you so much for gifting 5 Politics Social memberships to Darren Christian. You'll now remember Darren. Darren's been around for years on this channel. Hello, Darren. How you doing? Walter Howison, Jazz Mo 66, Alex Morgan, and David Walker have all been given a gift membership from the Butterfly Wings. So welcome. One and all. And just to say to Butterfly Wings, thank you. You are the best. Where were we? We were Croft. So that's gone.
Well, one angry pagan is pointing out that there's a novel form of a story about Chris Eccleston. Sorry, the Chris Eccleston era of Doctor Who, where Rose and the Doctor were in an alien jail. So.
Yeah, but that's an alien jail. I'm talking about having a jail for time criminals.
You've got a great title, but obviously you're plagiarizing a novel from 20 years ago. So,
well, we'll work on it.
Need some work.
Workshop it. It wasn't just an alien prison. It'll be. Carell, hi, Mr. Graham and Mr. Mike. Hope all goes well tonight. I doubt I'll be able to stay awake, but yeah, well, you and me both, my friend. Yeah. And Butterfly Wings says, need to build this channel's members. Again, this channel is important. Well, thank you, Butterfly Wings. That's really kind of you. Really appreciate it. So, Refuck have got one councillor announced by the BBC on the page here at 8 minutes past midnight. I feel like they're a little bit behind, but I guess they're just, I don't know why it's taking so long. If we've got the figures already. There you go. Councillors, Labour down 1, Refuck up 1.
But just councillors? It's crazy that they're going to put those stats up on the screen, isn't it? Instead of councils.
So you can have all these people who went back in time to do things, and they're not allowed to do that, so they're put in a time jail.
No.
What
I like
are you
a
in
time
for,
jail.
mate?
Time jail is a good idea.
I tried to assassinate Hitler, didn't I? Do you know what I mean?
I shot JFK.
I shot JFK. Well, I was aiming for Jackie and I missed, and I all fucked everything up. Yeah. We fuck lol, says Oliver Brown. Yeah, that's what we call reform around here. Is your jail going to be in El Salvador, Graham? No, it'll be in space. But we'll call it El Sal, because that'll be the name of the planet. El Sal.
I'm surprised Mikey Famin's in the chat and not in El Salvador at the moment, to be honest with you. He's doing
maybe,
well.
Yeah, maybe we shouldn't point that out, because, you know, the
tell
agents, ICE agents will turn up and be like, oh, hang on, you British, you American citizen with a passport, how dare you?
They've started turning up without any identification.
Yep.
In the wrong houses.
Yep. They turned over a woman's house, her and her 3 daughters in the house, in their night clothes, and they smashed everything up in the house. Like, the house is absolute wreck. And it was the wrong people. It was the people who lived in the house before them that they were going after.
And they never identified themselves.
No.
No departments are claiming that they were responsible for it.
No. Gestapo.
Somebody was pointing out today, you're getting to a point where it's going to be possible to just go and rob somebody's house by wearing a jacket with ICE written on the back and then just disappear into the ether.
Yeah.
Nobody will know whether it was you or not.
Yeah. But there you go.
Militia. Oh, armed militia on the streets doing the actions of a fascist dictator. That's never happened before.
And the increasing militarization of the police over there as well. The police have got tanks in America. They've got tanks, like SWAT teams. Do you know what I mean? Like, what? Yeah. One Angry Pagan says, feeling rather safe here in South Devon. Well, you say that, One Angry Pagan, but American Werewolves, also murder mysteries, and possibly pirates. So, you know, there is stuff to worry about. Although there's no pirates.
Safety.
There's
safety and safety.
M plays Modetro says, have you played the game Old Skies, which was released last month? It's an old style point and click that has a really amazing time travel storyline. No, I haven't, but it sounds boss. So I'm going to make a note. Old Skies. I love point and click. Did you ever indulge in the old point and click when you were a younger man?
Oh gosh, yeah.
Zach McCracken and the Alien Mindbenders.
Have you tried? There's a game called Ballistro. Have you tried it?
No.
Card game.
No.
I'm going to send you a link to this game.
Is it like Solitaire?
Yeah, but my son introduced it to me when I started treatment, and I said I don't really play card games, and he said no, this is gonna take your mind off everything, basically. And I rarely have done this, but I've been solidly playing this card game for 4 months now.
Mikey's saying his real name is Guy Bush.
So addictive.
Is it on your phone or is it an actual card game like Exploding Kittens?
Phone and your PC and a physical card game. Yeah.
Oh, there is a physical card game.
There you go. Andrew Dixon's played it. It's it's amazing. I really didn't expect to end up.
Can I play it with a normal deck of cards?
No.
Oh, okay.
Because you need the jokers.
My normal pack of cards has jokers.
Very specific jokers and celestial cards and Arcadia cards. And basically, you can transform certain cards to make them do certain things. Okay. But it's very cool. It's a very basic game, but it is very cool. Yeah. And it's not point and click. So I've taken you well off subject.
Oh, okay. But it's a video game of a card game.
Yeah.
It's a video game of a card game. Have you played Exploding Kittens?
Yeah.
That's lots of fun.
I like that.
That is a very fun game. Dave Martin says, when it comes to point and click, Monkey Island is where it's at. Although
Monkey Island's very good.
Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis, I think, gives it a run for its money because you could play that 3 times in 3 different ways.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you could use your wit, you could use your... There was wits, and then there was fists, and then there was another way of playing it. and there was like 3 different sort of paths that you could take. It's very clever. So you finish the game, you can play it again, and you could die in it, which was quite unusual for a LucasArts game. It was a Lucasfilm game, and then it became Lucasfilm. LucasArts.
Indie could die in it.
Yeah.
That is rare. Yeah.
At the end, you were given a kind of choice when you were in Atlantis of what to do, and if you do the wrong thing, you could die.
Wow.
But the same in like Monkey Island 2. You could die in Monkey Island 2, and then it would go because it's a flashback. You're dangling above like a pit of lava with Elaine, is it? Elaine Marley?
Yeah.
And you're telling her how you ended up there, and if you die, she goes, well. You obviously didn't die because you're hanging down, on this rope here. And he's like, oh, yeah. And then it goes back. There's the other Monkey Island joke where you walk to the edge, isn't it? And you fall off the edge of a cliff on Monkey Island. And then it comes up with like, oh, you've died, restart. And then you bounce back up. And it goes, rubber tree. Shittest joke ever. I love it.
What was I'm just trying to. Did you ever play Broken Sword?
No, I didn't. That was on the Amiga, wasn't it?
Yeah. I think I played it on a PC, but yeah,
it was point and click, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I was just a total LucasArts kid. Like I loved the shit out of those games. And my favorite one was Grim Fandango. We actually have someone who's on the chat a lot called Grim Fang. I assume after Manny Calavera. But that was absolutely brilliant. Boldest. So we've got a couple more results coming in from Paul, who's paying more attention to this election than we are.
Paul N is doing a grand job.
Paul N. Thetford Priory, Brackland Council result. Refuck on 45.3. Refuck game from Labour. Balderstone and Kirkholt in Rochdale. Refuck 32%. Labour 26%. Reform gain from Labour. It's storm over, says New Democrats read. Dave Martin is saying loved Broken Sword 2. It was a masterpiece. Yeah, I heard good things about Broken Sword. I never got around to playing it. I'll make a note of that.
No, it's good.
Got to get around to all
They've
these
all been
things.
repurposed for the PC, so it's worth going back. I started playing Red Dead Redemption again the other day.
Oh, it's a fantastic game.
All I'm doing on it is riding around now. I don't do anything. I just ride around, look at the scenery, follow a river. See if I can find the source of the river, basically.
Absolute genius. From the people who brought us Lemmings.
Yes, of course. Yeah.
Which is one of my favourite games as well on the Amiga.
Was Red Dead was written by the Dundee team, the Scottish team.
Yeah, it would have been Rockstar.
Yeah.
It's Rockstar North.
Yeah.
And there used to be DMA design. Back in my day, this was all fields. Electronic fields.
When you could murder people in 8 bits and it was lovely.
And they tried to ban that, didn't they? They were like, oh, this is too gory. This is too gory in glorious 8 bits.
I just remember, I was telling Jane the other day that I went to... I've only been to Los Angeles once, and I was stood there with this person I was with on this business trip, and I said, "You see that pier over there? I think I've murdered somebody on that pier before. Can we just walk over there and have a look at a staircase? There's a spiral staircase at the back that goes up to it." And we go over, and there is a spiral staircase. And I stood there and said, "Yeah, I think I definitely killed somebody here in Grand Theft Auto." I could literally navigate my way along the coast because of where I'd killed people. Bit scary.
This is where I whacked them. Gave them what was it? The Sentence to Sleep with the Fishes. One of my favourite Far Side panels was that when the fish gets sent with polystyrene blocks on his fins, gets sent to sleep with the humans.
Okay. Brilliant.
LA
Noire, yeah. Oh, suddenly we've turned into the non-election local gaming channel.
Local gaming channel. Someone's upset. Tim That is upset that someone referred to the Amiga as a PC.
Well, hey, listen, I used to for a while worked for a distributor of Commodore computers, and I definitely sold a lot of Commodore PCs, including the Amiga PC Hybrid, the 3000
the
that
3000
they made that had a PC in it.
Yeah, it was a big box. Listen, Patrick Cannon is saying Reform has Runcorn. I mean, they could know if the pile for Reform is like through the roof or something, but that would be a hell of a turnaround if that happens.
What have we got?
I'm not getting anything. Reforms.
Back in the day.
Sorry, go on.
I was going to say, back in the day, you're going to check Twitter, wouldn't you, for news like this? But
yeah, I don't do Twitter anymore. Well, I'm kind of banned. Lucas says, "Oh God, not off to a good start, are we?" No, I think we kind of knew that it was going in this direction anyway. But like I said at the start, the Conservatives stand to lose a lot more seats than Labour do, just because there's like nearly 1,000 Conservative-held seats up for grabs.
Yeah. And by the looks of it, anyway, and this is quite classic with local elections, the Labour councils are normally a lot better at doing their elections. So the early results will be in what were Labour council areas.
Right. I've never noticed that before. It's usually Sunderland. Sunderland gets the result in.
Exactly.
Hornet says, I think ITV call results before they're declared nowadays, not to American levels, but they'll say so-and-so has won early. New Democrat Swede saying there'll be a hung parliament after the next election. Well, it's still 4 years away. A lot can happen in 4 years. Russell Cannon says there's another Cannon in the house, maybe a long-lost relative. The fact we voted for Brexit in the first place doesn't give me high standards for our voting population.
No, exactly. And I mean, talk about bucking trends, right? How does Farage not get associated with Trump, or is he being associated with Trump, and that's what's attracting the votes in the UK? Because in Canada, you have this dramatic effect.
Because Labour's not pointed it out. Labour's done nothing to point it out. Make people, when they think of Farage, they think of Trump. That's the way you should do it. Yeah. Just draw a direct line from one to the other.
But Farage has done his own great job of that for the last few years. Why has nobody noticed that except us? But then I was looking at some numbers the other day.
It needs to be pointed out.
Tesla's car sales, right, are down across the world at the moment, except for the UK.
Yeah.
They're up 3% in the UK. What the hell is going on there? I'm starting to think that we should just leave this country, Graham, rather than trying to save it.
Well, I've got a nice island.
Yeah. Let's just go build something there and create some form of socialist utopia.
Personator says racism is the zeitgeist in this decade, isn't it? Across all of Russia's adversaries. Well, yeah. It's pretty grim. But yeah, I don't know if there'll be a hung parliament. This is a local election. Very few people vote in it. I mean, the turnout's tiny. There's Carla Denyer, the co-leader of the Greens, talking to Kuntzberg. Don't know what they're saying. She doesn't look very happy about it.
No.
Lincolnshire is full of new swastikas, says Sonic Shadow. Sonic Shadow was asking if you could guess who Sonic Shadow's favourite video game was. I'm going to go with Mario.
Yeah, Mario. Wasn't Sonic a character in the Mario games? Is that?
The Great Guyana Sisters. That's who I reckon. Questionable Absanity, thank you very much for the £5 super chat. Mike, I'm currently open to anyone willing to try and do Mastermind 3 and 4 on GTA Online. Also other OG, Elite, and Mastermind.
Okay. That questionable obscenity, that is one of the statements on there I'm going to have to ask you to explain a little bit about. Are they missions within GTA?
Yeah, GTA Online, I guess.
Mastermind 3 and 4. Yeah. I haven't reloaded GTA for ages. It's going through a big upgrade this year, isn't it? Or next year.
Yeah. Andrea says, your island, our island, inserts communist Bugs Bunny meme. Yes, your island, everyone's island. Well, everyone's free to stay there if you want. You want to look after the place, feed the dog.
It's proper socialist utopia.
It is.
With a king.
Well, I pay Ishmael to live there. Like, I pay him to live on the island. Like,
yeah, you say that. You say that.
Sonic Shadow says that's fighting talk, Graham. He's like, how dare you? How very dare you? Sonic, Sonic the Hedgehog and Super Mario Kart. That was just my. There was an element. My early teens were just dominated by those two bloody games.
Yeah,
absolutely fantastic.
In Japan, you can hire actual go-karts, and they ride around special tracks in the city itself, playing Mario Kart. They're like cycleways that have been privatized, and you're allowed to play Mario Kart on these streets.
For real Mario Kart.
Yeah.
I love the principle of Mario Kart. I like the fact that if you're not doing very well, you get better items. You're at the front, you get bananas. Fuck it, you don't need anything. But if you're at the back, get a blue shell. Fuck the person in the front. Go straight into the lead.
It is the redistribution of upgrades.
Yes,
it's it's got nothing to do with the fact you have to keep the cars all close together, because if somebody's really good at the game, they just disappear off in front and you never actually get to race them. Yeah.
Paula Thomas is saying, good grief, the Greens are getting some airtime. What is the world coming to? Well, exactly. UK Medsi, Nintendo Switch 2 is about to break the console market. Maybe. Kunzberg is looking happier, says Gary Arnold. Yeah, she wasn't looking too happy on the last election night, was she?
Green councils. Well, I'm going to be careful what I say about that, but I'm quite glad we're not having an election in Brighton at the moment.
What, in case you lost the council?
Well, we had a Green council before, and it was a bit of a disaster. So,
but if this was going to happen any time, I'm glad that it's happening in this particular election when it's not one that Labour's going to lose 1,000 seats on. I mean, they may well lose all 200 seats that they had, but let's have a look to Herne Hill and Loughborough Junction, Lambeth council election result. Greens win with 48% of the vote. Labour on 39%, Conservatives on 5%, Refuck on 3.7%, Lib Dems on 3.3%. So finally, Green gain from Labour. Good on you, Greens.
I'm guessing that's been a permanently left-handed seat, basically, for all of its life. There's zero Tories in that constituency of any sort, basically.
Yeah. Garrity says Reform won Balderstone by 124 votes. It's what I was saying about the vote margins are tiny. If the fucking Workers' Party hadn't stood, Labour would have won. Well, there's always going to be spoilers, isn't there? Spoiler parties. Is that fucking horrible George Galloway creep? Is that his party?
Is he standing again? He was on Piers Morgan the other day. I did see that.
Is he?
Where he was
two
arguing
people together.
He was arguing that Zelensky was corrupt.
What?
Basically, Putin lines, as you'd expect from Mr. Galloway.
Yeah. Questionable absentee, but the super chat in there. Mastermind 2, 3, and 4 are to complete the 29 Doomsday heist missions in order with the same team. No deaths with 2, 3, and 4 players, respectively. Thank you very much to Questionable absentee for that. That sounds pretty difficult.
I was going to say, I think I'd need to spend at least a year in Grand Theft Auto before I even volunteered to join one of those missions with you, questionable hospitality. But thank you for the super chat. You didn't need to explain that with the super chat. I'm sure Graham would argue with me, but I'd have happly accepted a message just telling you that.
No, but thank you very much.
But thank you very much. Yeah.
In the toughest, I don't know. I opened all of the extra missions and extra characters and unlockable characters, unlockable missions and things, and unlockable weapons on GoldenEye on the N64. And the toughest one, I think it was called the library level for some reason, but it's the one where you jump out the window at the end onto the tank. And you have to complete it in like 16 seconds. That was the challenge. So you couldn't like shoot anyone. You just had to like literally run. You had to run through the thing. It's like, oh my god, and you have to like fail and do it again. And eventually you'll speed run it. Speed run it to death. Right. So all the ballot boxes have arrived at the Runcorn and Helsby count, and we're not going to hear till about 2:30. Christopher says Galloway never met a despot he didn't want to worship. That's very true. And Butterfly Wings, I need to listen to this.
He has a mortgage to pay. That's all you need to know about George Galloway.
For his house in Portugal.
Yeah.
He's a horrible human. I really dislike him. He gives me the ick. Man. Gives me the absolute ick. The guys, I mean, so if it turned out that he had done something really horrible, would it be a surprise? Would it be like, when Rolf Harris was found out to have done something horrible, and it was a bit of like, oh my God, really? Rolf Harris? Didn't see that coming. But with Jimmy Savile, you kind of knew. You always knew. Just look at him.
Yeah.
Russell Brand, you always knew. Just look at him. He looks like one, doesn't he? Doesn't he look like one? One of them.
Yeah, we're not, obviously, for legal purposes, nobody's saying that about George Galloway. But
no, but there's something about him, isn't there?
You wouldn't be particularly shocked, would you?
Yeah. Sonic Shadow is praising the pause music of GoldenEye on the N64, and you're absolutely right. It was something else.
I can't tell you how old I am, basically, but my kids in the end got fed up with me being really crap at GoldenEye, so I wasn't allowed to play in the multiplayer levels with them anymore.
You were banned by your own children from playing GoldenEye.
Yeah.
Mate,
which has largely been my experience of online gaming as well. Like, get out of here, old man! You can't shoot anyone. All right. Okay.
Sonic Shadow is asking if you played Star Fox Lilac Wars on the N64. No, but I played Star Fox on the SNES. And I unlocked all the secrets on that because I can't just play a video game. I have to finish it like 100%. So Grand Theft Auto, I had to get like 100%, do all the stupid side missions, get all the Easter eggs, all that kind of stuff. So on Star Fox, there was like a asteroid that was shaped like a potato or something. You went through it, and then you ended up in this like this different ending that had like a fruit machine, and you could shoot the fruit machine, and then different things would come out the fruit machine, like coins would come out the fruit machine or something. But that was it. You couldn't escape. You were just in this void with a fruit machine for eternity.
How much of your life did you invest in getting to that level and then sitting there playing it?
Far too much. I don't care. It was fun. I was having fun. See, the thing is, like when I was a kid, like playing video games was seen as like, antisocial, and it wasn't really the dumb thing. Whereas now, I mean, kids get paid for playing video games. It's just normal. Like even you see little old ladies on the bus playing Candy Crush.
Although I was reading the other day, the money's fallen out of the US professional gaming sector, basically.
Because no one's watching it anymore. They're all watching politics instead. They're all watching.
Yeah, it just fell off of TV. Yeah.
Crazy Donald Trump.
UK Med C is absolutely right. Dreamcast was the best console.
Ooh.
It's
controversial.
Miles ahead of anything else on the market at the time, basically.
Okay, and what games could you get on it?
All the Sonic games, obviously. So, Framlington. Sorry, there's a big cheer because Norfolk's just elected a racist. So that's nice.
That's normal for Norfolk, though, isn't it?
Yeah, they don't like people from North Norfolk, let alone outside of Norfolk.
So there's a low turnout for the North Tyneside mayoral race. Official figures show that the turnout was 31%. There's literally no one votes in these things.
We should have compulsory voting, and we fundamentally should have an education process that explains the difference between a council and a bloody government, basically. I think it's the most frustrating thing of all of this. Richard Tice was being pushed today on the television to come up with a fully costed model for how he'd run the NHS before these elections. And this is Ed Balls asking him this question. And you're thinking, Ed, they're not going to build an alternative NHS in any of the councils that they win. Why nobody actually needs to know reforms policy on this. They need to know reforms policy on running a council. They need to know what they're going to do about social services and local schools and buses and potholes. They need to know. But I don't care what their immigration policies are from that perspective, from a local council point of view.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I feel like there is some kind of like civics class in school, isn't there now? But at the same time, I'm you know, my stepdaughters are in school at the moment, and they don't really talk about this sort of stuff much.
No, of course not. It's boring.
I don't really cover it in school or anything like that, and I guess that we didn't really cover it. I mean, I did politics for A level, and so we covered it in that. But apart from that, there's loads of things I thought about this. You know, when I sort of left school, the things you weren't taught in school, like stuff like how to write a check.
Yeah.
No, we were never taught how to cook in school. We were never taught to clean stuff out the fucking washing machine worked or anything like that.
I once nearly got a TV show away with Johnny Ball. Do you remember Johnny Ball?
Yeah, he revealed all.
Zoe
Put in
Ball's
jail for that, didn't
he? Zoe Ball's dad.
Yeah.
He used to do a show called Think of a Number, which was like it was a kids show making maths fun and interesting. And I pitched that he should make a TV show that taught adults what a mortgage was and how pensions work and things like that in exactly the same format, piling up milk bottles to explain things basically and stuff. Because most people have just got no real idea how any of those things work. Well, and that's not being patronizing, because I didn't. You know, I was getting a mortgage at the time, and I'm thinking, I don't really understand how this works. Who owns this house, me or them? What's this contract? How does this money actually work? Where does it go? Who's paying it?
Who is escrow, and what do they want from me?
Exactly. Why does he get all the money, basically?
I still remember watching, I mean, like, this might be a half-forgotten memory or whatever, but I just have this idea that I watched Johnny Ball Reveals All, and he was doing the thing about a grain of rice on each square of a chessboard, and you put 1 on the first square, and then 2 on the second, and then 4 on the third, and then 8, 16, and by the time you get to the 64th square, he pulled out this number. I think he pulled it out like it was a printed, like a banner, and he pulled it out, and it was just a huge long number. And then like he got to the end of it, and he went, and he read it all out. It was like 16 billion, quintillion, zillion, septillion, whatever. And then he says, and that's more molecules than there are in the universe. And I think I burst into tears.
I think that story was based on a Chinese emperor or something that did a trade deal using that explanation.
Is that question like, would you rather have £1 million or I think it's like a penny that doubles in value every day for a month, and you're better off taking the penny?
Yeah, because it's essentially an infinite number.
Yeah.
It's Smarmy Tory on screen at the moment.
Smarmy Tory. Ugh. Hate the Smarmy Tory.
She's not a Tory. She's not Tory.
I'm glad that I've got the sound on for this. We've got some more results coming in from Paul N. Ashington Central, Northumberland Council election. Result, Labour 47%, Refuck on... Labour on 47.9%, Refuck on 47.3% Labour hold.
Wow.
That was close. Paul N with another one. Ockenden Ward and Thurrock Council by-election result. Refuck got 49.8% of the vote, with the Conservatives on 21.9%, Labour on 19.6%. So Refuck gained from the Conservatives.
And it's Labour and Tory votes that they've taken again.
Yeah. It's well, this is it. Going to stay up to toll around 2 a.m. to get a rough idea of tonight's outgoings. Gareth T's just reported a 46.33% turnout in Runcorn.
Quite good for a by-election.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think Labour are putting everything into it because they realised that Refuck were coming up, snapping at the heels. And although otherwise it would be a safe seat and they wouldn't really care. Plus the fact that the outgoing MP, was it Mike Amesbury? Was it
Mike Amesbury? Yeah.
He got himself into a little pub fight.
Yeah,
like a dickhead.
Not in a Not in a good Prescott sort of way either. Very bad.
was that a good?
A very bad way.
Was that a good right hook? Two jabs, Prescott.
Yeah.
Cramlington's
Prescott's punch won the election for them in the end.
It did. Cramlington South East in Northumberland council election result: Conservatives 53%, and the Conservatives hold. Refuck are only on 18. So it's not like across the board. It's not like entirely everything. Those first few results were a bit disturbing, to say the least.
And it does make me wonder, if this is the thing. I think this is an anti-Labour vote rather than an anti-Tory vote that's happening. I think the Reform voters, they might be Tories doing it, but I think the whole thing is engineered to try and hit Labour, and it will tomorrow. The story will definitely be a Labour story, even though the Tories are going to lose a lot of seats, as we said.
Yeah. Mildly displeased is saying, "Irk, I feel sick." Well, that's Laura Kunzberg for you, isn't it? Hey, bum.
It's difficult. How do you feel about it at the moment, Graham? What's your
what about this election?
When you see this ticking away, and we see, on the BBC site at the moment, it's showing 2 Reform seats up, Labour down. Starting to feel like this is going to be what we expected, that Reform are going to do very well.
Reform are going to do very well. It's going to be spun in the newspapers as Reform taking over. Nigel Farage is going to be on every fucking platform, on every TV station tomorrow, barking, going blah, 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 blah. And I'm hoping that Labour will... I'm hoping this will help. I'm hoping Labour will go, oh shit, we're not going in the right direction.
Yeah.
I'm hoping this will wake them up. Northumberland's council election, refuck on 50%, Labour on 43%. So that'd be another
switch to Reform.
Seat gone to Reform. And person needs to say, maybe, just maybe, if Labour hadn't abandoned the disabled and trans folk and low-income pensioners. Exactly.
Look at it today. We've barely touched on the trans stories today, but the Scottish Football Association, the Netball Association of the UK, all of them interpreting that ruling last week as great. Trans people can't play anymore.
Yes, trans women can't play in women's football. Do you know how many trans women are playing professionally in the UK football?
In football, I don't know. My guess is 2 or none.
Fewer. Keep going down.
1 or none.
Keep going down. None.
Yeah.
0. Absolutely 0. There's about 20 trans women playing amateur out of about 1 million women who play football. Like, the numbers are just tiny, and this is in direct violation of the Equalities Act. There's a really good article by Ian Dunt, which I might have to share with everyone because it was really, really good, where he pointed this shit out, and he's like, actually, this is not the way it's supposed to be. This is not the way that the court that came up with this stupid ruling in the first place. It's not even the way that they presented it.
Yeah, exactly. Nothing. The words of the judge were, nothing has changed about the rights of trans people in this ruling.
Yeah. But they have apparently trans people can't play football anymore now, and they can't go out and can't have a job because they might have to go for a wee.
And once you get a few announcements like that, and they were top of the news today. I asked Google for the news, BBC headlines and LBC's headlines, top stories.
Yeah. Let's have a look. I'm just seeing the by-election in Runcorn and Helsby. The turnout was 46.3%. So that's 32,740 votes cast.
That is reasonably high, I think, for a by-election.
Yeah, Britain Predict modelled this for 23 to 29,000 votes cast.
I think Christopher Bowles makes a good point that I suspect traditional Labour voters will just be staying away.
Yeah.
I think that's probably true.
Yeah. And this is
there's a lot of Labour voters like you and me who are sort of, hey, I'm not sure I'm going to go and knock on doors for you, let alone pay the membership. Basically.
Yeah.
Until you sort your act out.
It's fucking grim. I mean, we should be working towards a Britain that works for the vast majority of us, and Labour I've got to admit, like, my hopes for Labour went sky high. But I had like a kind of minimum expectation of them, and I feel like they've not lived up to that at all.
I don't know. I mean, I didn't expect any surprises from them. There's a little bit of me that was optimistic that they might just pull something out the bag, but that didn't happen within the 2 weeks of getting elected, which is when you'd expect that to happen, basically. And I don't think they're sitting on anything clever. And then Trump comes along, which completely changes the dynamic of the government anyway.
Yeah. Sam has dropped a super chat in. Thank you very much, Sam, for that. £2 super chat. Live Darren Grimes reaction if he loses. That would be boss.
I mean, that would be nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Jojo says, "Should we think with the?" Sorry, go on.
No, I was going to say you got to hope that some people still think about the candidate, not the party, basically, and take a look at him and don't vote for him. That would be
Sorry, Jojo was saying stupid thing with the football thing is there are no pro-trans footballers in the whole country, and there's only 20 trans people who play amateur. Yeah.
It's crazy.
And like it's so petty. That's what's grim about it. It's so petty, and it's going back to the 1980s, going back to Section 28, where they're trying to eradicate trans people, but there'll always be trans people. How does that even work?
Yeah, and it comes back to this, essentially everybody now trying to outperform reform.
Yeah.
Trump made a speech yesterday saying, well, we managed to get trans people out of sport. It's people sucking up to that thinking that's going on, and you won't outdo them. They just will not outdo them. Yeah. They'll never be as good at being racist, sexist, misogynist, anti-trans as the reform people, because they've been practicing all their lives. You can't fake it.
Yeah. But it of all the groups to go after, I mean, any minority like that, just to go after them in this way is vile. But particularly trans people who just want to get on with their fucking lives. All the trans people I've ever met in my life have been lovely. Have been just really nice, gentle, sweet people.
Exactly. I think I read a comment from some woman online today that just said that I have never in my life been scared of a trans woman, but I am constantly scared of cis men.
Yeah.
It's And I think it's part of the problem that it's not the Labour Party, it's not Keir Starmer or even Wes Streeting announcing that trans people won't be playing football anymore. It's the governing bodies, but they're all enabled by the decisions and the things that people say. And if the Prime Minister comes out and says, "Well, thank God we've sorted out what who's got willies in their pants," thank God for that, eh? And then you just enable the people that run football, and half the time the people that run and administer football are out there at the moment voting reform. These are club managers, and I know two guys that own football teams, and they own them for reasons that involve cleaning up tax. Basically, they're not caring, thoughtful human beings.
There was a movie that came out last year called Next Goal Wins. Did you hear about this?
I've heard the title, but what's
it? It was Taika Waititi. The guy who did The Rock and What We Do in the Shadows, Flight of the Conchords, all that lot. It's about American Samoa football team. It's a bit like Cool Runnings, but with football, and it's set in the South Pacific rather than Jamaica. And there's a team that famously got beaten like 31-0 by the Australian team, the biggest defeat in international football. And they get this American coach, and they manage to qualify for the World Cup. And one of the characters is a trans woman, and she's one of the players, and it's based on a real person who played as a trans woman for the American Samoa team. And the American coach, when he turns up, is like, why is there a woman playing in this football team? And everyone in the island's just like, well, this is normal. What's the problem? Because it's our interpretation of why that isn't something that should happen. But in in parts of the world where being trans is culturally normal. Like when I went to Tuvalu, I had a night out with the Coast Guard, the US Coast Guard, which is like a group of people. It's not just one person. The Prime Minister, Willie Tavali, and some trans women who I think the name that they use is Fakirs or something like that in Tuvalu. I'll have to look it up. But essentially, this happens quite a lot in families where if they don't have any daughters, the youngest boy will be raised as a girl. And it's just normal. It's just normal in their society. And any prejudice that happens towards these people has been imported to these islands in Polynesia by Western missionaries and Western ideals about, gender norms and all that kind of stuff. But left to their own devices, the people of Polynesia are like, no, this is perfectly normal. We've been doing it for centuries. There will always be trans people. There will always be gay people. There will always be left-handed people.
I'm going to struggle to say this, but I think it's Binabinain or Pinapinain. That's what they call them, apparently.
It changes though slightly on different islands. Like aloha is hello and goodbye in Hawaii, but in other countries in the Pacific it's like alofa. So the capital of Tonga, I think, is Nuku'alofa, which means abode of love, which is a lovely name for a capital. What's your capital called? Well, we're called that Islamabad. Oh, okay. We're called Caracas. What are you called? We're called the abode of love.
Abode.
Nice. Yeah. But yeah, so the same word, the same root of the word, because all the Polynesian islands, all of them, all the Micronesian islands, all the way to Easter Island, so all the way across French Polynesia, were all colonized or inhabited by people from Taiwan originally. They were all from Taiwan. None of them came from South America.
Yeah, I saw a program about that, that tracked the DNA. There's two recent studies that trace the DNA of everyone in the Polynesian islands.
Yeah, and
there is a DNA injection from South America, but it's about 300 years ago rather than 2,000 years ago or whatever.
Yeah. Well, Thor Heyerdahl, the guy who did the Kon-Tiki expedition, he wanted to try and prove that it was Incas,
white Europeans.
No, Incas. Incas came across, or from Peru or Chile, over to Easter Island, over to Rapa Nui. But they could have done that in one of their boats, maybe, just about. But no, it's a Polynesian.
I remember that because I was a kid at the time that he did it, and there was a TV series, basically. But subsequently, he's been revealed as being a bit of a white supremacist, Thor Heyerdahl. A lot of the stories that he tries to recreate and tell are based on the fact that there's no way brown people could have done that. So I'll prove it was these.
That drives me up the wall with these stupid historical conspiracy theorists who look at the pyramids and go, "Oh, brown people couldn't have built that."
It's white supremacy. Graham Hancock is the sort of the leader of a cult of white supremacists. Yeah, how can it have been African Egyptians that built the pyramids? It must have been white-bearded men from space, basically. Obviously. It's like,
we got another result come in from Paul Newsom in Northumberland, council election results. 38% Labour. Refuck on 38%, Labour on 33%. Reform gain from Conservative. But they put the Conservative into the third position. Sam has just dropped a super chat in. Thank you very much, Sam. That's very kind of you. Low wants DEI removed from football as white men banned from applying to be coaches. 11 out of 297 Premier League managers have been black.
There you go.
And how many professional footballers in the Premier League are gay?
Openly
gay.
Well, that would be zero, won't it? Basically, people still quote Justin Fashanu from like 30 years ago as being, he was openly gay, basically.
Yeah, that one guy. And he got lots and lots of shit for it. Like, let's not beat around the bush.
Yeah,
he got bullied.
Well, he's still remembered for it now, basically. So it's a ridiculous situation. There must be at least 10 to 20% of the players, if not more, that It's the thing I find really refreshing about women's football, is that, you know, a number of women turn up with their wife at the start of the match, basically, and walk around the pitch holding hands, etc., and present themselves like that. And with absolutely no questions asked, no point being made about it, not being raised in interviews, etc., etc. So the men's game could learn an awful lot, I think, from the female game in this country.
Well, absolutely. But I just think, like, in terms of just tolerance, because you don't know what you can't see. And one of the things that we need to do is have more people in the media, playing sports, getting into politics from different walks of life. Because when the little kid who's black, or when the little kid who's gay, or the little kid who's trans sees someone like them on the TV, it makes such a difference. It makes an absolute difference.
Yeah.
And we don't do it enough. Like, there's so many shows and we don't even think about it, but everyone in it is middle class, leading the middle class life and being white and middle class and doing middle class things. And whenever working class people are portrayed on TV, I should say betrayed on TV, it's generally some kitchen sink drama in which everyone dies, everyone cries, someone gets beaten to death.
As I say, you need a murderer for a middle class cop to arrest, basically.
Yeah.
I agree with one angry pagan, by the way. I hate Graham Hancock.
I'm glad that he wrote Hancock at the end of that, because if he just wrote "I hate Graham" in capital letters, that'd make me sad. Mildly displeased. Islamabad means Garden of Islam, which is quite nice. It is quite nice, actually, if you translate it. So that's all right. The Abode of Love versus the Garden of Islam. It's better than Liverpool, which means muddy pool.
I'm thinking about visiting Islamabad this year.
Oh, really? Because that's rather random.
My partner,
you better hurry up before India nukes it.
Yeah, before India nukes it. My partner works for British Airways, and I can go on some of her flights with her.
Yeah.
And Islamabad looks like one of the interesting ones.
Yeah.
To take advantage of, because it's a country I've never been to. So it's.
I've been to Karachi, so I haven't seen much.
Sorry, boss. Was that the moment? Did I?
I've been to the port in Karachi. I got off the boat and walked around the port. They wouldn't let me out. But yeah, I'd like to go.
Was that the whole Pakistan visit? Right. Okay.
I just walked around the port. I just walked around some fucking containers. They wouldn't let me out the port. There were a few places like that, like Saudi Arabia. When I first went to Saudi Arabia, they wouldn't let me out the port, and they tried to arrest me for filming.
Well, it's interesting that her Islamabad trip it's kind of in the green zone. In Islamabad, and they're not allowed outside of the green zone.
So you'll see a very different Islamabad to the rest of.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the city itself, anyway, is sort of anathema to the rest of Pakistan. It's a fictitious city, isn't it? It was created in the 1960s to be the capital rather than a natural capital. But no, the green zone is very much an old embassy type. Yeah, you get invited out to the embassy for tea, basically, when you go there. So it's classic British.
Or was it
Forgot that it's not actually our empire anymore.
Second largest
Norwich
city.
council election, Greens 54%, down 7%. Yeah, because they've got a lot of Green councillors in Norfolk, definitely.
Well, that's good. I mean, the VFUC have only got 19% there in Norwich. So in Norfolk. Apparently,
can we just give a round of applause to Paul N for doing this?
Thank you, Paul. This is really great.
It's amazing. We are definitely getting more information than we're getting from the BBC.
We are. Northumberland council election, Reform gain from Labour. VFUC on 44% and Labour right down to 26%. Sewell, is that pronounced Sewell in Norwich? Council election results. Greens on 54%, Labour on 22%. Obviously, the Greens have won that, because if you got over 54%, no one's going to beat you. Green hold, which is good. And and One Angry Pagan saying One Angry Pagan's got his copy there too of Man of the World, second greatest book ever written.
Election Maps UK are saying that Reform's results in Northumberland are even better than expected, and hearing that they're doing very well in Durham. as well.
You see,
So,
this is
as you
why I
predicted.
didn't think it was particularly right that they put on my for the stopreformuk.vote for my constituency, well, for my ward. It said that Labour should win this, so vote with your heart, kind of thing. I still voted.
Yeah.
I'd still put one of my votes down for Labour. So, Madly Displeased says Brasilia, Abuja, Islamabad against the 60s with a time to build artificial capitals. Yeah, Canberra in Australia.
Totally.
Canberra.
Totally.
Let's build an artificial capital. Should we build a city before we put the people in? And then we'll hope that people go there. And then if they don't go there, you'll have a big city that feels...
When we all move to your island, and take this entire community with us, what should we call the new capital city that we build?
Gingero.
I don't think you get to decide that. I think it should be either it's a democratic decision, or we have a military coup and we'll build our own on the other side of the island.
How we're seeing the loony party leader on the hill. How can it be anything but Gingero? It's Ginger Island, and the capital is Gingero.
Well, I'm not sure.
Because
I'm not sure the entire society of Ginger Island agree that it should even be called Ginger Island. What I'm suggesting is maybe a wall down the middle of the island. A wall down the middle of the island so that we can name our half.
Can we put a wall on the edge of the island rather than down the middle? Can we put it on the edge of the island where the water keeps coming in? That would be much more helpful.
The water immigration is a terrible thing. It's how Copper just walked into the loony party.
Yeah, I think so. Milton
they asked
Keynes,
me to stand 2 years ago
for the Monteraven Loony Party.
They wanted me to stand as the mayor of Trumpton.
Oh, that'd be brilliant. I don't think you've got the pot belly for it, though, Mike.
No, look, they are a crew, aren't they?
Milton Keynes, Metropolis. Jesus Christ. The Metropolis of Superman 3. I thought it was Superman 4 that was filmed in Milton Keynes. I thought Superman 3 was the one with Richard Pryor.
Yeah.
Where he asked where all the half pennies went. Thus giving rise to PayPal.
Was it actually filmed in Milton Keynes though? One of the films was.
Yeah. I think number 4 was. The Search for Peace or whatever it's called. The Search for Spark. The Quest for Peace. That's it.
The Search for Spark. It's getting late.
That wasn't one of the best Star Trek films, gotta say.
What I love about that footage is that the loonies definitely look like they're anticipating a win.
Yeah.
Basically, they're pacing up and down, going, "Oh, how many votes have we got?" You go, "You haven't won, guys. Honestly, you haven't won a seat. You never win a seat." It's
just, I think the camera operator's just bored and just sort of zooming in and out. Yeah.
Do you think we could make elections in local elections more interesting? I think that's kind of what the Looney Party have always suggested anyway, make them more entertaining.
Yeah, I don't want politics to be entertaining, Mike. That's what Trump does.
No, that's true.
And it's
right.
Go on, sorry.
There are a lot of Monster Raving Looney Party people dressed as policemen, as far as I can tell, in that shot. Or the police are keeping an eye on the loonies.
They are. Mildly Displeased says Milton Keynes is the perfect dystopian setting. I have to agree. I watched Clockwork Orange recently, and that's filmed in London in the those horrible buildings that they built in the 60s, because that's what the future was going to look like. Because Clockwork Orange is supposed to be set slightly in the future, but it's like a fucked up 1970s future where everyone lives in a concrete hovel.
There are some good things about Milton Keynes, though. I actually have a little soft spot for it.
What's good about Milton Keynes?
When I was a kid, when it was being built, and I lived in Peterborough, which was a new town, so that was being built and planned at the time that I was growing up, and I wanted to be a town planner. That was what I hoped to turn out to be, an architect or a town planner. So I got involved in that world. Yeah, I got the glasses, but not the qualifications.
Yeah.
But like one of the things about Milton Keynes and Peterborough to an extent is you can ride from one end of the city, top to bottom, left to right, on a bicycle and never touch a road. Never get
Yes.
involved in it anywhere near cars of any sort, basically.
Okay, that's
the
good.
dangers of all of that.
Yeah.
And planning that kind of thing in the 1960s and 70s was, very forward thinking, and they continue to do that.
Yeah.
They're good cities to live in if you.
But if you don't
from that
like
point of view.
if you don't like concrete and you care about aesthetics,
Yeah. I'd have built them nicer, but then what do you do? Like I went to Poundbury. Have you
stone,
been?
wood.
Have you been to Poundbury, King Charles's fate town in
Oh God, no,
Dorset?
no.
There's a little bit of me from an architectural point of view that kind of admires what he's tried to do.
Yeah,
it is a bit like Disneyland. It's a bit like, here's the little English village bit, and here's the little Cambridge bit, and here's the little London bit. But I don't know really how you address the problems of uniform concrete buildings, or let's try and replicate what's there. I live in a historic bit of Brighton that has been protected over the years by a local community, and anything new that's built here, people complain that it doesn't look like it was built 400 years ago. And you go,
yes.
well, when those things were built 400 years ago, they look brand new. Everybody complained about them.
No, they didn't complain about them.
I'm telling you now,
this is a myth made up by architects to justify the shit that they build.
No. So listen, I'm a big proponent for nice, beautiful buildings, but the Pavilion in Brighton, which is its most iconic building, there were riots when that was built. Mainly because the Prince Regent was wasting an awful lot of taxpayers' money building it, basically, to impress his girlfriend and make a fake version of the Taj Mahal that he'd never seen in his life. But ultimately, people complained about it and said it was disgusting. When they built the current pier, there were complaints for 5 years about it because it didn't look like the old pier. Lots of people complain about buildings not looking like buildings did 200 years ago.
Yeah, but they don't have to look like 200 years ago. They just have to look in.
No, they have to look nice.
And they look. The thing that drives me up the wall about modern architecture is it looks the same every fucking way you go. Anywhere in the world, you will see the same building, and it will be a block of concrete with the same windows, the same door, the same everything. Proportions.
You go to the Poundbury example, and genuinely, I think they made King Charles, whatever his architects, made a big effort. Like no houses look the same. There's mixed sort of cultural references for all the houses, so it looks like that house might have been built 400 years ago, and the one next to it 200 years ago, and the one next to it is an orange version of the one that's around the corner, etc.
Right.
But people take the piss out of that. So I don't know what the balance really is, basically, to get it right.
Well, if you go to Italy or Spain, you go to a historic village, they say it's got to be in keeping.
Absolutely.
It's still be built with modern materials. Don't forget, like Liverpool Cathedral, the Anglican cathedral that looks like it's made of sandstone, isn't really made of sandstone. It's just encased in sandstone. It's actually made of concrete. Yeah. It's a concrete building. The Liver building is a concrete building. But you wouldn't know.
And it's perfectly possible to do it well. Absolutely.
Yeah. You can make these buildings using modern techniques, but you dress them in a certain way, and you put some effort into it. And my problem with a lot of modern buildings is we have, first of all, I find it fascist and white supremacist because it is born of this fascist school of architecture, which has been exported to every country in the world. And it's like, this is how we make things in Europe when we're at war, and you should all make these things all look the same everywhere in the world. And that upsets me, pisses me off, because I think that a reflection of a society's culture is in its architecture, just as much as the dress, the language, the songs they sing, the music they dance to. Like, it's part of their culture. And I think that culture, I see it as like architectural terrorism to go to these places and go, no. What you want to do, you want to build a big block made out of concrete.
I
Happy
agree.
days. I think it steals something.
There are a number of buildings that don't get me wrong on this. I have lots of opinions about horrible buildings around here, basically. But there's a number of them you look at around here and just think, how could you look at that Georgian terrace and that 16th century building over there, and then decide to put that in between them, that thing you've built in between them, without taking any of the context of window heights and floor heights and things that make the buildings look beautiful around here.
Yeah, architects and town planners are just like AI, no sense of context.
Yeah. Yeah.
But you talk to architects and they'll say, we like it. We like the juxtapositioning. And I always say it's like taking a shit next to the Mona Lisa and going, oh, look, juxtapositioning. You got the Mona Lisa and the shit.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
aren't I clever? And I find that embarrassing. And the two great quotes that I always love about architecture, one of them is Christopher Wren, when he was asked about why he was spending so long making the St. Paul's Cathedral look so amazing. And he said, we are building for eternity. He had this idea in his head that if you made something beautiful enough, people would protect it.
It will last forever.
We have this Las Vegas mentality now of a building's just there for 20, 30 years, then we'll knock it down and build some other shit.
Yeah.
You remember the pyramid?
That is a very American.
The big pyramid.
That's a totally American view.
In New York, in Las Vegas. They built this fucking pyramid in the 1990s, and it was going to be the fucking model of all fucking things everywhere. And they're going to knock it down. They're knocking it down. It's barely 30 years old, knocking it down.
It's kind of the attitude in China as well, apparently. It's the same. They're suffering the same problem.
Disposable architecture. Shit. Disposable architecture
I was working on a project with the BBC many years ago, and there was somebody at BBC Worldwide I was dealing with. And in fact, she was the head of BBC Worldwide, which is the commercial arm of the BBC. Yeah. And I had a meeting with her, and she showed me what she was dealing with before our meeting. And it was that in China, somebody had built a housing estate that looked like that was based on. It was called Teletubby Land, and literally all the buildings looked like the Teletubbies' house built into hills. And that there was somebody in BBC China was asking whether that was a copyright infringement, and they should they do something about it. And she said, "What do you think, Mike?" And I said, "I think some poor bugger's got to live in Teletubby Land in China. Just let them do it." Basically, it's like, why would you want? Why would you want to house that?
Every single thing they build on. I know I'm generalizing terribly here, but on Grand Designs, Channel 4, someone wants a shipping container, but one wall of it is glass. And they want it on a hill. That's it. Every fucking time. Shipping container on a hill. Shipping container made of glass. Shipping container made of concrete.
Maybe cantilevered over the cliff. Basically.
Yes. Cantilevers and shipping containers. And I just think it looks fucking shit. The other quote that I love is credited to Anton Gaudi. I don't know if he ever said this, but apparently someone was asking him why he was spending so much time designing these little facets right at the very top of the towers of the Sagrada Familia. And they said, no, it's going to be, what are you doing? That's going to be 440 feet up in the sky. No one's going to see it. And he said, the angels will see it. I really, as a perfectionist myself, I could never aspire to be anything on the same level, but I love that.
Am I making this up, or did I read that the cathedral's now finished?
Next year, 2026. They've been building it since the 1880s.
Yeah.
They're finally finished. They lost all his plans.
And I watched,
they lost his plans. They lost them in the war.
I watched the documentary about the rebuilding of Notre Dame as well the other day, which is fascinating. And what's remarkable about it is just how they managed to find the hundreds and thousands of people that were able to replicate the skills of the builders of the original cathedral. Yeah. And they had to find them from all over the world because there were not enough people in France to do it, basically, with the skills anymore. Quite remarkable.
I mean, that's something I wish we would spend more time and effort getting people to do, training people to do that stuff.
There's a project here, and I'm sure it's replicated elsewhere, but the pavilion, the domes of Brighton. Yeah. The story of that building is that the Prince Regent built it for his girlfriend who lived across the road, and she still never married him, and he wasn't allowed to marry her. And she hated the building. And then Queen Victoria eventually ends up inheriting this palace, and she hated it, really loathed this building completely. So she decides to hand it over to Brighton Council. Brighton Council go, great, we get a new municipal building. With all the stuff in it, basically. And she disappeared overnight, pretty much. The entire royal household peeled the wallpaper off the walls of the place, took it all to Windsor, took all the furniture, all the carpets, everything to Windsor. So we inherited this empty dump of a building. And then it needed to be restored in the 60s. Or they decided to restore it in the 60s.
Oh, no.
So what they did was they started to train local homeless people. They created a scheme over in Port Slade where you got a flat, and training to do the original architectural skills to restore the building. And now half of the people that were working on the within that project, working on the pavilion, went over to Notre Dame because the skills that they'd learned here, they could actually apply to building a Norman cathedral rebuilding a Norman cathedral in Paris. And, I love stories like that, because you just think, whoever came up with that idea of, I'll just get some homeless people, find somewhere to live, train them up to be carpenters to do the ornate woodwork in the pavilion.
Yeah.
And they'll find work in ancient buildings around the world, basically.
Yeah.
Well, remarkable.
We've got in the chat, we've got some more results that have come in from our friend Paul. Bedlington East in Northumberland, council election results, refuck 45%, a reform gain from Labour. And in Bowthorpe in Norwich, the council election results, Labour at 31.5%, refuck around 31.4%. Jesus, 0.1% of a vote in that. Labour hold by 1 vote.
And Glen Parva as well in Leicestershire, I'm just seeing. Blaby in Leicestershire, Reform have just taken it from the Lib Dems.
Wow.
Yeah.
Questionable ad sanity. The building I grew up in was built in 1983 and demolished in 2023. Surrey Street, Shoreham by Sea, Mannings. What a waste of resources. Yeah. Thanks for the super chat, mate.
The road.
And I absolutely agree. So, God, years ago we were making I was part of the project doing the artwork for the Arctic Monkeys' second album. I know this is going to sound really random, but the artwork of it, they wanted to have it like a house, a real house on a terrace street that looked like that was all graffitied inside, and then the front came off it like a doll's house, and you could see inside. And they did it for real. These graffiti artists came up from London, and they sprayed all the inside, and then the building company came and took the front off. These houses were condemned. They were getting knocked down, and they'd only been built in the 80s, and they'd been built out of breeze blocks. And then they got like what's it called? Brick tiling to go on the outside of it to make it look like it was brick.
Right.
But instead of having like a normal size brick, they were like giant bricks, and it looked fucking awful. It looked like it was made out of shit Lego. I mean, it just looked so bad. And and that was 30 years of housing, social housing, and then they were having to knock it down.
Yeah,
because it was.
Well, listen, this is one of the things that we should be talking about with local elections. I genuinely do not believe that local councillors should be anywhere near planning permission from an aesthetic point of view, unless they've got architectural training or artistic training.
Yeah, but all the architects I've ever met fucking love brutalism, and they love putting people in little holes with no natural light.
To be fair on your sweeping generalizations, I know some architects that are pretty good at what they do in terms of incorporating buildings into the culture.
I get a lot of arguments with architects, I've got to say.
Yeah, I know some good ones.
Okay. You have to introduce me.
It's one of the things when you come down to Brighton, you'll find it'll be a lovely sunny day. We'll go for a walk, and I'll walk around pointing out all the shit ass decisions that were made in Brighton that ended up with that thing being built there, basically, instead of what they should have done, which is fairly obvious for most people. Basically, it's the I-360 is a classic local council story. It was a Green Party story where I don't think anybody involved in the decision making, including the Green councillors representing areas in Brighton, had ever spent a night out in Brighton to work out what the hell Brighton culture is. Basically, they built this thing that had absolutely no appeal to anyone that visits Brighton.
Yeah,
it's like, and it was sponsored by British Airways, designed to be an exclusive feeling environment. And yet you're in an environment where most of the stag and hen nights in Britain come here, basically, and get lashed in a Wetherspoons. It's like, and they've had to sell it for £1 now. We're footing the £80 million bill that the owners couldn't pay. The council are paying it. They've sold it for £1 to somebody that's turning it into effectively a Wetherspoons. So
nice.
Which is what they should have built in the first place, to be honest.
What, built a Wetherspoons?
I should have just built a big pub or nightclub because that's what Brighton is. You know.
A flat roof pub. That's what we need more of. Flat roof pubs. No, and there's. If I ever go about our modern architecture, I get the whole you sound like Prince Charles bollocks, and also you get accused of snobbery, and I'm like, I think it's a reverse snobbery. I want people to be able to live in nice houses. I think it's snobbery to force people to live in a disgusting, piss-stoked tower block like what my granddad lived in
right.
Bootle. You know,
right.
The lifts never fucking work. There's kids hanging around, smoking outside. It's a shit environment to have to live. Meanwhile, the people who design those fucking things, they don't live in those houses. They don't live in those tower blocks. They
and I live in when you come down, you'll see I live in it's a new built house. It was only built about 6 years ago. I rent it, and it's built in the same style as the 300-year-old buildings around it. Basically,
okay,
just as you say, modern materials, well insulated, good windows.
Yeah.
But it looks from the outside, it looks like it's been here forever. Basically,
exactly. Well, what's wrong with that? Like, I don't see any dishonesty in that. That's the style we build stuff.
No, and in fact, I think it's harder to particularly with the land that they had to build this on. It's harder to do that, to make something that fits in with the surrounding area.
I've got to take issue with Person Impersonator for trotting out the lie about brutalist tower blocks of efficient use of space. No, they're not. This is a lie trotted out by people, fascists who want to build these things to put the people in while they live in palaces. When you build a tall building, essentially, there's a zoning law in this country that if the building topples over on one side, it can't hit another building and create a domino effect, like something that could feasibly happen in Manhattan. Like if one of those buildings topples, like if the Twin Towers, if they hadn't gone straight down, if they'd actually toppled, it could have caused a domino effect and taken out way more buildings and caused way more.
Yeah, they still brought down 2 or 3 around them, didn't they?
Yeah. So basically, that when you see these tower blocks, they have to be an X amount of distance from each other. And the calculation is it's actually more efficient to put people in terrace housing. You can fit more people in on the same footprint.
There is a school of thought, and there's a couple of architects down here that are exporting it. The Georgian style of most of the buildings around here, which are 3- and 4-story buildings, which are beautiful terraces, that style of building in the suburbs of London would have actually provided more and better housing than we've got out of the tenement blocks. And there is a planning rule in Brighton that you can't build buildings taller than that. Which is trying to be pushed at the moment.
I'm all for that, and I think Georgian terraces. We got Georgian terraces in Liverpool. They're absolutely beautiful, and they're still being used today. And what I really like about them is you can use them for anything. We've got Georgian terrace buildings that are pubs, nightclubs, art galleries, doctors' surgeries, all kinds of different stuff. Right? A Barrett house will always be a Barrett house until the day it gets demolished. It's a Barrett house. You can't turn it into a pub. You know what I mean? Like, and that's something that's the functionality of these buildings is off the charts. You can use it as a home, or you can use it for something else.
It goes back to the Milton Keynes and Peterborough, the planned towns, and Poundbury, King Charles's Place. Although again, he did put some effort into building creative areas, etc. But one of the problems with planned towns in general is that you do try to put shopping and facilities in and entertainment, but those things normally in a city grow naturally, so like I've lived in and around London and in areas where the artist community were living, and then in Shoreditch in the late 90s when the internet was starting to bubble up in Shoreditch and Hoxton, and that area was rough as shit. It was full of artists all sharing houses, etc., but the culture grew there. We moved there, and then the money moved there, following the internet money, basically.
Nathan
and then
Barley.
Madonna moved there. Yeah, exactly. And then Madonna and Guy, what's his face, move in, and the house prices go through the roof. And then all the artists move elsewhere.
Guy Ritchie, the real authentic Cockney. He went to private school,
boy, isn't he?
Proper
Cockney boy. He can't be on your private school list.
He went to private school.
Not talking like he does, mate. No way.
All right, Lavender.
Bloody hell.
Johnny Vaughan went to private school. Of course he did. He wouldn't have got away with that conviction he had for trying to deal £50,000 worth of cocaine to a police officer.
There you go. mildly displeased is backing me up here. They'd move to Poundry if it had better public transport. That's the problem. They didn't plan public transport because the King's going, what buses? Why? Why would you need that?
What's a bus? Yeah, that Glen Parva, that is mad. That council result, that's the one that the refuck have got from Liberal Democrats. So they're taking it from all kinds. Bowthorpe in Norwich, that's Labour's held that. Plessy in Northumberland, another one, Reform Gain from Lib Dems. So they're taking votes off every party at the moment.
That's what I mean. I think they have very cleverly played a protest vote.
Yep.
Using the Lib Dems model,
Yeah. But actually getting out there and making sure that people have heard of them. And
it's like you say, Labour's got to listen to this. They have to.
Oh, God.
There has to be an internal inquiry into this, basically, to work out what on earth we're going to do. Because, my camera's going wonk. Sorry.
I was going to say mise en scene.
Yeah. I was thinking that I could do a comic strip
framing.
Sort of Batman. That's cool.
Oh, Dutch tilt. I like it. Sexy. Yeah. You could be my Batman villain.
They're going to have to listen. This story is going to play out tomorrow as a Farage victory.
Yeah, of course.
Twice will be completely unbearable because Farage is probably in the States anyway.
Well, he's unbearable at the best of times.
Yeah. And this is going to play for another year. This is going to have an impact on question time audiences for the next 2 years.
Will it?
Because they take into account any elections.
Oh, okay. So local elections as well.
Yeah.
Well, they don't seem to take into account the fact that the Greens have got like 800 councillors and they're hardly ever represented on question time.
No, they don't. Well, you can't because Farage has got a seat permanently. So
Yeah.
Do we think Damien Grammaticus went to a private school? My guess is he did.
I don't think he did. Do you know why? Because I don't remember putting his name on the list. But over 1,250 members of this private school mafia. I'm not going to remember everyone's name.
No.
But Grammaticus is that
proper working class name? Definitely. Sounds great.
Let's have a look. Let's have a look at our list of Damiens. David Suchet, David Mitchell, God, there's a lot of Davids.
David Mitchell went to a private school.
Yeah, no, you wouldn't believe it. So did his wife. Damien Grammaticus, yes, he is on the list. He went to,
of course he is.
Undle School.
There you go.
Undle School. Bloody hell, there's a lot of them. Jesus.
Have you ever come across the Anglo-American Society?
No.
So many years ago, I dated a vicar. And that, yes, there is a bigger story to go to that one.
Dibley. It's funny you said that you dated a vicar, and as you were saying that, I was looking at my list, and one of the names that was right in front of me was Dawn French's name.
No, of course. There you go.
To St. Dunstan's Abbey School for Girls. Gosh.
So she was part of a thing, and I can't remember the exact name of this group, but it was something like the Anglo-American Society, right? And it was people under the age of 30 who were Americans and Brits who had social events and networking events. And I went to one of them with her. And I swear to God, 10 of the people that I met that night have gone on to be MPs or journalists or bishops in America or here. And that organization was entirely to organize that group of people to get power and authority within society in America and Britain. It was like, they weren't hiding it in any way, shape or form.
Why don't we do that on the left? Why don't we do that on the left, Mike? What the fuck is wrong with us?
Well, I'll tell you, because I heard this on a podcast today, basically, that one of the problems with being on the left of politics is none of your friends own a yacht. We don't know anyone with a yacht, basically.
Yeah.
So,
so
you don't get the good parties, and you can't invite the people that are going to be bishops and journalists to come out with you, basically.
And I know some people who could steal a yacht.
Yeah, you come from Liverpool, we know.
Hey, what the hell? No, I meant in the Caribbean, because I know some pirates.
Oh, sorry.
I mean, privateers. Why would a Scouser know how to steal a yacht? Oh,
I don't know, proximity to the sea and some set of skills. I'm just thinking, that's all.
Terrible boy.
They can't be difficult though. There's a marina in Brighton full of them.
Oh yeah, it's really not difficult to steal a yacht. No, it's just that very few people know how to do it.
I think with a lot of them, they appear to me to be like exercise bikes that people buy them because they think they should, and then they just sit there in a marina for the rest of their existence.
It's a famous joke among sailors. The two best days of your life are the day that you get your first boat and the day that you sell it.
The day you sell it, yeah.
But I met a super yacht captain when I was in Antigua, and he had sailed down on a super yacht owned by a multi-millionaire, possibly a billionaire. He'd bring it from the Great Lakes. It was up in the Great Lakes, and there's like a canal that links the Great Lakes to the Atlantic, and they'd taken it all the way down the coast to Antigua, and they were waiting for the owner to turn up. So the owner and his family could spend a week on this boat, a week on this motor yacht. And I was like, how much fuel did they use because it doesn't have sails, it's a motor yacht. How much fuel did you use? And he went, several Olympic swimming pools full. For 1 week.
And I bet they didn't sail much in it when they spent their week in it. They just
go out
from one beach to another or something.
Put down the anchor, have a few drinks. And I just and then they had once they were gone, they had to go back up. And they have a crew that are full time on the yacht, so it's not just owning the yacht. You got to pay for the captain, you got to pay for navigator, you got to pay for the cook,
absolutely,
cleaners. Good job. There's no.
In a previous life, I had another relationship with a woman who was quite. I mean, they were left wing, but they were significant in the Spanish media, and they'd been involved in the sort of transfer of power during Franco, her family and stuff. And we're sitting there in this villa hanging off the side of a cliff with a great big glass window, as you described earlier, in Mallorca. And the guy that owned the villa pointed down and showed me the yacht that he owned.
Yeah.
And I felt really out of place in this place. Didn't speak Spanish, and everyone insisted on it, and totally out of place as a working class lad. And I started talking to some of the servants that he'd got, who were all Mexicans. And I said, it must be a nightmare working for him.
Yeah.
What a shitty job. And he said, not really. He said he comes here for 2 months of the year. And he said, you see that boat he just pointed out to you and the speedboat next to it? He said, I get to play with that for fucking 12 months of the year, basically.
Yeah.
For 10 of those months, it might as well be mine.
Yeah.
Because he's just not here. And I live in this house.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah.
I went, all right. This is okay. It's not a bad deal. Basically.
Yeah, that's pretty good. But I mean, just in terms of resources and stuff, it's just madness. Anyway, the Hainault in Redbridge council election results. Labour, 28.8%. Independent, 28.8%. Labour hold with a 1 vote majority.
That is amazing.
That's the second one that's been won by one
vote. To both get exactly the same percentage.
Yeah. That was an independent. Refuck got 21% of the vote, 21.1. Labour's actual vote share was down 21. So it was down almost what Refuck got.
Is the independent... I mean, I'm just looking at those numbers. That looks to me like the independent was already known to people because they've gone up by 28%. So have they left the Labour Party or something?
I don't know.
Or the Tory Party, because the Conservative vote's down 28% as well.
Yeah, all the big parties are down. But this is what happens in local elections after a major election.
Oh, yeah, totally.
For Labour to be losing this badly, they're showing Northumberland key wards analysis there changed since 2021. Labour down 14%.
But here's the thing: you say this is what happens in local elections, but these are 2021 results that are being turned over, aren't they? And that's after Boris Johnson's election.
Yeah.
So people were voting Tory after Johnson got elected. Maybe it was just still within the honeymoon period.
Maybe, I don't know. But Labour, Northumberland down 9 seats, Conservative down 2 seats, Lib Dem down 1 seat, and Refuck up 12. Oh, Marley Displeased says Redbridge is where Streeting's seat is in northeast London. It has a large Muslim community, mainly people who are upset about Labour's stance on Gaza.
So the Independent will be a pro-Gaza, probably.
Scott says, my dad was in Met, had a police flat in Macready House, central London, got offered £800 for it in 1970. Decides to move to Cotswolds instead. Flat now selling over £2 million.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
In the series of mistakes I made in my life, not buying a house I was offered in Shoreditch, basically for like 120 grand or something it was at the time in the 90s, which now would be selling for 3 or 4 million, I guess.
Yeah. Oh, do you want to buy an island?
I want to buy half the island. I refuse to name it the way that you want it named. So I want to start a civil war.
I don't know if you're looking in the politics social chat, but Hannah's in there and she's showing her artwork as like a makeup artist. And they knew that she did like makeup because she's a model, but she does like zombie makeup and stuff. She does horror makeup. I feel like it's all coming together for The Hills Have Monocles.
Wow, that's amazing.
Are we going to make this movie or what? The Hills Have Monocles. It's going to be fucking ace.
Although, The Nick of Time is creeping up on us as well. I like that title.
The Nick of Time?
Maybe we'll have to...
Maybe we could make it like a Doctor Who rip-off. It could be like a Doctor Who parody. And it's all the different doctors. They're all in the one prison. And it's all the same person, but they're just played by different actors. And they all fall in love with each other. Because they're all narcissists.
You need to stop saying these out loud and write them down, dude.
It's fine. I do write them down. Mildly displeased. My grandmother still refuses to sell her shop out of principle, despite being 93 and barely mobile. Good on her, I say. Yeah, indeed. PR. Andrew Ray says, if PR was debated, Refuck would support it, but they do. Bring the end of a Conservative majority forever. These people would see how Reform cannot run councils and lose their seats next time, ending extreme politics.
It's a classic, isn't it? This is an argument that we don't have the two-party system working anymore. We should probably do PR.
Yeah.
But the Labour Party are never going to introduce that during the next 4 years. No way.
No, they're not. Well, it's not. It wasn't in the manifesto, so they've got no mandate.
No, they won't. They won't even think about it for the next one either. I don't think. No. Incumbents rarely do.
No, but the thing is, the current system.
But also, we would end up with 100, 150 Reform MPs under PR at the moment, if not more. So
yeah. Graham Price is saying that he's going to take a walk around the block with his dog to clear his thoughts. He's sick of seeing liars, grifters, and racists win. Graham, I think this might be a good thing, right? Because Refuck aren't going to win that many seats, really. I mean, and these are local elections, not national elections. But it might set Labour straight. Labour are all over the shop at the moment. They're not standing up for working people. They're not standing up for trans people. They're not standing up for disabled people. They're not standing up for the groups, the marginalised in society that Labour are supposed to stand up for, because no other fucker's going to stand up for them. Tories aren't. Refuck aren't.
And also, Reform will be exposed in power. They don't run any councils at the moment. They're not mayor of anywhere at the moment, and they're 4, 5, 3, however many MPs they've got are in a civil war already, and not achieving anything in Parliament. So I genuinely think 3 or 4 years of these people running councils, and I know some people are big Green supporters, and I understand that completely, but the experience of a Green-run council in Brighton was not good, and they ended up getting turned over by a Labour majority because of the number of mistakes they made with our community.
Yeah.
And the only way to see that is to let them run it for a while, basically.
Liverpool's had a shit run with Labour councils.
Liverpool's had the worst of Labour. Derek Hatton's...
Derek Hatton in the 80s and the early 90s, and now we've got we had Chippy Tits, Joe Anderson. He's fucking awful. I mean, corrupt as well, like going, being arrested by the police.
What is it with Liverpool Labour that generates that? Do you know?
I don't know.
There must be something in the DNA of the local party that's passed on, basically, that keeps recreating that sort of rebellious nature. I don't know.
Well, they're not being
Well,
rebellious.
corruption.
They're corrupt.
I mean, it is corruption.
It's not being
Ham was corrupt
rebellious.
as shit, wasn't he?
I'm
basically?
rebellious. I'm just, Yeah. Graham says, thanks, Graham and Mike. I needed to hear that back in 15 minutes. Oh,
good man.
Good job.
It's going to be all right.
Yeah. One Angry Pagan says, I want to see a Hollywood level film actually faithfully do one or more of the Norse sagas. There are better pagan stories than Wicker Man or Midsummer. Yeah, I absolutely agree. We talked about this on one of the shows the other week, where I was saying, like, there's loads of great folk tales from Ireland and from India and from China and from Botswana. No one ever hears. We never hear these stories because the people who could tell them are shut out of the system.
Yeah.
And we just hear the same story being told again and again and again about a superhero who's unhappy for some reason and then discovers that they can be happy if they use their powers for good or something. I don't know.
Especially if they're white.
Yeah.
Often tends to help.
We got some more results coming in from Paul here. Kirkborough. Thank you very much, Paul, for doing this, by the way. Kirkborough in Lichfield. Council election results. Refuck on 38%. Conservatives on 23% and Labour on 21%. Reform.
Labour down 42% on that one.
Yeah.
Or down by 42.
42.7.
Yeah, 42%.
That is mad, isn't it? That is cray. Dealing with Trump wasn't in the manifesto either, but we don't refuse to deal with him. It's true.
What are these things? What are these things telling us? Because if you look at some of these votes at the moment, right, you've got 17%, let's say, of Labour's vote has gone off to the Greens and the Lib Dems. They've gained in Kirkborough, in Lichfield, just for example. So Labour lost 42% of their vote. 17% of it, let's assume that's Labour voters voting progressively still, Green and Lib Dem. Tories are down by 12%. So half of the Labour vote has gone to Reform.
Yeah.
That's the only way you can look at that. It must be half of the Labour vote going there.
That's crazy. Right, Mike, could you do me a favour? Could you read some comments for a moment? I'm just going to go and grab myself a drink because my throat is killing me and I ran out of coffee about an hour ago. So 1 second.
Okay. So we've lost Graham now. We can talk about him and come up with a name for the island while he's away due to the military coup that we're planning to stage on Ginger Island pretty soon. Pauline, really, really appreciate you keep providing these for us. It's a fabulous service. Should be applauded by everybody. Sarah, Graham, Mikey, thanks for doing this. I'm Mikey now. I like that. My grandson calls me Mikey. And
you can't be Mikey. We've already got a Mikey.
Yeah, I know. But I think I'm being called Mikey. Either that or Sarah's directly referring to the actual Mikey.
Diora Jones there is saying slightly shocked by these results given what happened in Canada and the way Australia's heading. No Trump effect here, rather the opposite. And I agree. And I think the problem is that Labour have not been saying refuck Trump. And do you know why they've not been saying that? Because they don't want to piss Trump off.
Yeah.
Because they were questioning about this, Johnny Reynolds stood up in Parliament yesterday or today to say, like, thousands of jobs depend on our relationship with America.
Yeah, but they depend on the whim of Donald Trump, and Donald Trump's whims are unpredictable, ridiculous, and stupid, basically. And if they think they're banking this diplomatic work that Mandelson is weaseling away at in Washington at the moment, they're wrong. He will change his mind tomorrow. And what do we do if a soldier sets foot in Canada, right? What do we do? Mark Carney is the Prime Minister because the actual first phone call he had to make was to the King, not to the bloody President of America. He had to ring King Charles and say, is it all right if I'm going to be your Prime Minister, basically?
Yeah.
You know, it's still effectively part of us, and we need to be standing up with them. And I really don't. I'm sure behind the scenes we are. I'm certain that our diplomatic service, the Foreign Office, Keir Starmer is on the phone to Mark Carney constantly. I'm sure of that. Absolutely certain. And I'm sure that they've all agreed amongst themselves that it's okay for Britain to try and stand up and be the intermediary. It feels like a role that we should play, I guess. So I'm not saying it's easy, but I am starting to really rankle with the idea that we'll be the only ones, us and Viktor Orban will be the only ones sucking up to the guy at some point in time. Because even the Italian premier was over there the other day and came away pissed off with him, basically.
So I was asking, how can I claim asylum on Ginger Island? You'd have to go through the Panamanian authorities because it's part of Panama, unfortunately. It's not an independent state. But Panama's 6 months, you go to Panama, you get 6 months on your passport. You stay there for 6 months.
Also, Sarah, which half of the island? Because while Graham was away, we did stage a coup.
The island. Stop this with the compartmentalization.
The gingers can have their own bit of the island, is all I'm saying. And you can call that as gingery as you want.
Prejudiced.
But us purebloods, we're going to be on the other side of the island. Basically.
That's just wrong. Pure bloods. What even is a pure blood in this day and age? Do you know what you've got? Do you know what you've got, Mike? You've got Neanderthal DNA.
I know.
Yeah. You see the Maasai? You see the Maasai, right? They don't have any.
I know.
They don't have any.
I know.
Filthy
blood. They should have gone
Neanderthal DNA.
Wandering up north looking for Neanderthals to shag.
Marley Displease is talking about the Ginger Island DMZ now. You see what you've done now?
Yeah. No, I think it's a fair idea. I am fascinated. I think there is a great movie or TV series in the Out of Africa story, but not the sort of, all the sweeping vistas and horizons of three Africans, Cro-Magnons or whatever, proto-humans walking out of Africa through the Middle East and up to the north.
A farm in
hunting
Africa.
Mammoths.
Sorry.
At some point in time, some Homo sapiens walked out of Africa, discovered a tribe of Neanderthals and went, I can fuck that.
Yeah, go ahead. Let's do it.
And they reckon that it didn't happen actually very often.
Yes.
But it's quite a small group of DNA that actually is associated. So there's absolutely two tribes met at some point north of Israel and decided that
go at it.
Let's make
hammer and tongs.
Yeah.
And it's why this idea of racial purity is absolute nonsense, because we're not even the same species. You know?
I actually did because I got quite fascinated by the spread of the Neanderthal DNA. And one of the things that a recent paper suggested that we benefited from, and the reason that the Neanderthal DNA has remained in Northern European and Asian populations, is that it gave us immunities against the illnesses of wetter, colder climates than we were getting in Africa. And when I started to look at that and this immune benefit, I then looked at a map of where my particular leukemia has got hotspots. And I took all of this to my doctor, who's a research hematologist. And I said, have you ever thought of getting a PhD student to look at this? Because the two maps actually cross over. And it looks like leukemia might be a result of our breeding with Neanderthals. Like there is a possible correlation of data where somebody could look into this and say, is there a higher propensity? Because leukemia rates in Africa are much lower than they are in.
Oh, right.
Now, obviously, there's all sorts of, you don't find it so much in Africa because we're not looking for it. Basically.
Well, also, do you know what they don't have much of in the Maasai tribes? Short-sightedness. You don't see any Maasai warriors wearing glasses.
There you go.
So maybe we got leukemia and our short sight from fucking Neanderthals. Literally. From fucking Neanderthals.
From fucking Neanderthals.
From fucking Neanderthals. God damn it.
They're winning by-elections across the country, basically. Look at them. They get a bad rap. The Neanderthals existed in Northern Europe for 200,000-300,000 years before we turned up.
Yeah.
They must have had a culture. They must have had poetry.
Absolutely.
They must have had all of those things,
They must have had traditions and, pet names for each other.
So Sarah is suggesting that we're going to take the high side of the island, Graham. So
there is no high side. Well, no, I suppose, if the back of the island doesn't flood as much as
Right.
The Windward side, the Steve Windward side. That's the one that goes underwater.
Will be the Windwards.
There will be the Leewoods. Didn't he sing "Want Some Velvet Morning" with Nancy Sinatra?
I don't know. Nancy Sinatra follows me on Twitter. It's one of the reasons I can't leave.
What?
Yes.
That's very cool.
Yes.
Your boots are made for walking.
Oh, best and pretty much only song she ever made, but amazing.
Oh, Some Velvet Morning?
She did loads.
Some Velvet Morning, Heavenly Hazelwood. Fucking best
I've
song
not
ever.
heard that. What's it called? Some Velvet Morning.
Some Velvet Morning. It's one of the greatest songs ever written. 1967 or 68 or something. Lee Hazelwood and Nancy Sinatra. Fucking brilliant.
Good year.
It's a duet, and there's two the depending on who's singing, the drums change the beat, and so when it's Nancy Sinatra singing, it slows down, and when it's Lee, it speeds up again, and it slows down again. It's so clever, and it's just fucking brilliant. And the first line is "Some Velvet Morning when I'm straight," as in free of drugs, I think.
Yeah. The video for These Boots Were Made for Walking.
Yes.
One of the best pop videos ever made.
Yep.
Especially if you just don't watch Nancy Sinatra, but just watch the blonde backing dancer bit to her left. Because she really didn't pay much attention to the choreographer and is absolutely loving it. Basically, it's brilliant film to watch.
Well, the Beatles ahead of their time, totally. So many of the old the second sort of half of the Beatles, they made a music video for like all of their singles. Like all their singles have got a music video. This is 10 years. Before MTV.
Well, it's funny you mentioned as well earlier on. I'm so bad with names compared to you, basically. But the New Zealand director, Waititi. What's his name?
Waititi. Is it Waititi? I don't know.
So I went down a rabbit hole recently of watching Flight of the Conchords on YouTube.
So good.
Yeah, brilliant. And then it struck me as one of those. What happened to them? Basically, right? And then
you're kidding me, aren't you?
And I didn't know. I honestly didn't know, right?
Really?
So I go off and look, and I find out
one of them wrote the Muppet movie.
They're best friends.
The other one,
and currently directing some of the best television and film in the world. You know, over and over again, the pair of them.
What we're doing,
and it makes perfect sense when you look at what they did with Flight of the Conchords, because every one of their songs had a pop video.
Yeah.
All of them looked like they were incredibly low budget, but they were not. Basically, there was serious HBO money going on to film any of that in New York, basically, and just an imagination beyond belief in all of them. So I was so pleased to discover that. It's just one of those things I didn't know.
No, they're still doing stuff. Jermaine Clement did the voice for the crab in Moana. He sung the Shiny song, and there's a show that I want to watch, which because I love What We Do in the Shadows, and there's another spin-off from the movie What We Do in the Shadows, and it's like a piss take of the X-Files. It's like a couple of cops in New Zealand who go around examining paranormal activity, and I think it did 2 seasons of it, and I really want to get my hands on that.
Wow,
because it's my style of humor. Well, I mean, there's a lot of different humor that I like, but that particular really, really stupid, kind of like daffy, but like there's like a kind of youth. There's a kind of like innocent glee about it. Do you know what I mean? The stupidity of it. But it's all just taken like straight. No one's cracking jokes. Do you know what I mean?
It's all treated seriously, but it is hilarious.
It's just so ridiculous. I love it. So where were we? Not going to talk about
one angry pagan wants us to mention Denisovans.
Floresians.
That's the hobbits, isn't it?
That's the hobbits from Flores Island in Indonesia, which is a Christian island actually. Bali is famously a Hindu island in a Muslim country. Well, Flores is a Christian island.
See, here's my theory. I think the Out of Africa story, just listening to that and what Angry Pagan's saying as well, I'm fairly convinced that it was like a Donald Trump character that led the Africans, the Homo sapiens, out of Africa. And I think that's the way we should tell that story. It should be a sitcom about a completely useless and racist bunch of Homo sapiens that go out there and accidentally become the dominant species on the planet. Basically,
like the B arc.
Yeah, it's very Douglas Adams, isn't it? It's like
it's all the outcasts from all the tribes no one wants because they're fucking idiots.
Yeah, and the Neanderthals are all quite sophisticated. They introduce us to alcohol, they give us cocktails, they teach us to play music and all that stuff, but we destroy them.
Yeah,
we completely ruin them, basically.
Yeah. I was doing a show this today about the country of Dominican Republic in the Caribbean, and I was talking about the history of the place and the fact that within 20 years or 30 years, 20 years, I think, of arriving on the island, Christopher Columbus arriving on the island in 1492, they managed to wipe out the entire indigenous population, which was 400,000 people.
Why would that surprise anyone?
The figures are just absolutely horrific.
Yeah.
Like just
well, and the Spanish in South America as well.
Yeah, it's all a bit grim.
Mr. Curtis is speaking. Hang on, what's he saying?
Do you want me to turn him on? I can turn his volume on.
Given where we were at in May 2021 and where the polls are at now, this frankly is just the kind of picture we were expecting. So we seem to be heading so far in roughly the direction that the national opinion polls led us to expect. But one other thing to note, that the scale of especially the Tory losses, but also the Labour losses, are very substantial. And one of the things that tends to happen if you are really losing votes very heavily, as for example happened to the Conservatives in the last general election, is you end up losing votes more heavily in places where you were previously strongest. It starts to become a bit of an arithmetical inevitability. And we are seeing in these early results, at least, signs that indeed the Conservative votes falling down more heavily in places where they were previously strongest, including places they're trying to defend. And the same is true of Labour. Now, if this continues, how much Reform gets, and indeed tomorrow the Greens and the Democrats get in terms of seats, is likely to be boosted, because in the very places where Labour and the Conservatives above all want to hang on to their voters may be the very places where they're finding it most difficult to do so.
So in other words, if you're going to take a beating, you get more hammered in what should traditionally be your heartlands.
There you go.
Exactly, partly because you are losing so much of your former vote. Indeed, it isn't just simply a question you're down by 2 or 3 points everywhere. You are ending up in a situation where, if you're losing 20%, well, look, there are going to be a lot of wards tonight where the Conservatives did not get 20% in 2021.
John, thank you very much indeed for now. Peter Kyle, it doesn't...
Okay, so I'm just going to knock the sound off that. So yeah, I was just looking it up here. What I was just saying about the indigenous people of what's now Dominican Republic, the Taino people, right? Of the 400,000 Taino people that lived on Hispaniola at the time of the European arrival, fewer than 1,000 were alive 30 years later. None exist today. Also, the Caribs who lived on different islands, of which we get the name, the Caribbean, completely wiped out, gone. Completely. There's none left.
And mainly disease, I guess, but also displaced from their land and murdered as well.
Raped, murdered, killed, just butchered. The the story of European expansion around the world is just one of absolute fucking horror everywhere we went. Which is all quite grim. Quite grim. But yeah, I like when people are talking about why should we care about this group? Why should we care about that group on the other side of the planet? And I'm like, we've wiped out enough culture. We've wiped out enough peoples. We've wiped out enough languages. We've got to stop at some point. One of the things I wanted to do, this is something I applied for a few years ago on the Radio 4. We're asking for ideas for doing a radio show about culture. And I suggested to them I wanted to go to Papua New Guinea and go around these villages in the in the highlands and in the north and speak to the town elders and get them to tell a story on and record their sound for the radio and have one of the younger people to translate the story from them, because there's over 800 living languages in Papua New Guinea, but they're dying out because everyone just talks Tokpisin, the local language, the lingua franca, and these languages are going to be lost forever. And I was like, to get like an old elderly person, tell us a story in your original language and getting that recorded, not just for a Radio 4 show, but for
posterity. Anyway.
Otherwise it's gone forever.
My sister-in-law, Gabby, I can't remember which island in the Pacific she studied at, but she's a linguist, and she learnt one of the Pacific Island languages completely and is the world's expert on this language outside of the culture of the island.
Oh, wow.
So she's literally will go down in history as the only person that recorded that language, wrote it down, explained it, so that if it dies, we've still got a record of it, basically.
Well, the last Cornish speaker died in the Victorian era, didn't she? There was the last, I think it was the Victorian era.
Native Cornish speaker.
Yeah. And in Wales there was a law against teaching Welsh. They used to teach Welsh secretly in the schools, but they weren't supposed to teach it.
Yeah.
Which is just horrible. It's like but I think the more you try and push a culture down, the more it kicks back and says no.
Yeah, it's always amazing that these things are kept alive somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it matters to people.
I'm not, as you know, neither of us are religious people at all, basically. But I am always impressed that religion manages to survive, like communism and things like that. Sometimes you just kind of go, well, at least, even though it's a cultural thing, somebody was bravely hiding and continuing this so they could teach, basically, at some point. Yeah. I guess there's outside influences on all of that, particularly Christianity, but.
We got some more results in from Paul. I don't know if we did the Midhurst results, came in a while ago. West Sussex.
No, I didn't get to that.
On 41, so Liberal Democrats.
It's a Lib Dem hold.
And then we've got Pyle, Kenfig Hill, and Cefn Cybwa. I'm saying that wrong. It's Bridgend in Wales. Refork on 35% of the vote. Labour on 33% of the vote. Reform gain from Labour.
It's funny. Peter Kyle on screen at the moment is a local MP from Hove.
Yeah.
Here, I've heard him talk locally about the fact that the South Coast has actually got safer Labour seats now and Lib Dem seats than anywhere in the north. And so when you look at Wales and traditional Labour seats in the north and northeast, you can't rely on them anymore at all as being safe seats. Whereas actually down south, we'll probably find that a lot of Labour seats and Lib Dem seats are held.
Yeah.
Because the groundwork teams are very, very focused, whereas I think it's been lost up north. And there's a lot of, Wales voting reform is just voting UKIP, having UKIP people in their parliament basically long before we got any reform MPs in England. It's always incredible because the amount of European money that they actually attracted in Wales, the amount of building works that were done in Cardiff as a result of European funding.
Yeah.
And Christ, that's where the Labour Party grew in Wales, It's where its
absolutely.
roots were based.
Yeah. Coal mines in Wales. Mardy Displeased says Labour's safer seats are now in London and wealthier metropolitan areas in the south.
Yeah, absolutely.
Butterfly Wings, Graham, the idea of going to the islands and getting their stories in their dying languages. Yeah, I'd
Beautiful.
absolutely love to do that. That would be a project that I would just put my heart and soul into, because it'd be fun. Like, I get to travel and meet people and stay with these tribes and stuff. But also, I think it's just like a really important thing to do. And unfortunately, the funding for people doing this kind of stuff is getting cut all the time and disappearing because, does it make any money? Does it make any money?
There was a spoken word scheme, I can't remember what it was called, but the British government did it to record all of the dialects of the UK. And there's about 40 years of research went into this, recording all the voices. The BBC worked on it. And the Tories under Boris Johnson finally cut the funding for it and the archiving funding. So at the moment, there are volunteers trying to keep that project going because there is no funding for it anymore.
Yeah.
So in 100 years' time, 200 years' time, Newcastle accents, nobody will remember. Nobody will remember local dialects because they'll have been washed out of the system. And this amazing scheme that's been around, it's very similar to the one you're describing, where they just record the stories of people from all over the country.
Just tell us a story
in their own language.
Because you're also recording a story as well, because everywhere's got their own stories. They've got their own folk tales. They've got their own boogeymen, ideas and sort of magical beings and things like that. And these stories are kind of like universal, but they're always in different skins depending on where you are in the world. And and I think that's really cool. I think that, and I always loved it when I went to Samoa. I went to the house of oh god, what's his name? Robert Louis Stevenson.
All right,
guy who wrote Treasure Island. Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Sorry, Dr. Mr. Jekyll and Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. And he spent the last few years of his life in Samoa.
I didn't know that.
Because he went there because he was the pollution in London was fucking him up, and so he wanted to get there where there was good air and stuff like that, and he was really, really respected amongst the local people because he didn't act like a lot of the British people who went over there who were trying to convert them to Christianity or just enslave people and try them to get to do the things that they wanted them to do. He would just tell them stories, and they loved it. They loved sharing the stories with him, and he would tell them, and he learnt local language. He's even to this day, he's like really, really respected on the island of Samoa because he wasn't someone who came over and tried to impose sort of the way we do things in Britain over here. And also, he had that dialogue with the local people and made them feel valued and made them feel listened to. And so they looked up to him. They had a name for him, which basically translated to like the storyteller or something like that.
Very much like Norman Wisdom in Albania.
Yes. Very popular in Albania. But Sarah in the chat saying, as a trans person, Greens were the safe option.
No, you're not wrong, sir.
And Carla Denia has been absolutely brilliant on this issue. She has really stood up. But also there are Labour politicians who have stood up and made their voice clear. Natalie Whittam in particular.
There are.
Dawn Butler as well, who have made these really good points of saying, this is a ridiculous law. Like, what is even happening right now? The courts don't make the law on this kind of thing. And the court will get smacked down by the European Court of Human Rights. I have no doubt about that.
And however, I think the Greens will be the only ones that were on the right side of this.
Basically. Yeah, but I think that's what refuck want. I think this has all been set up and we're just walking into the trap, like we did with Brexit, like we did with Boris Johnson.
Yeah,
like we did with Trump.
These are all, it's all Steve Bannon stuff. It's all, it's Bannon's media playbook. That's what's happening, basically. So.
Someone's saying that the Caribs were all completely gone because of some of them still in the same fences and the Grenadines, and also Andrew Ray was saying the Arawaks were killed off too. Yeah, but there's still some people with Arawak blood, and I'm sure there's some people with Carib blood. I mean, the Arawaks. There was a group of Arawaks who were living in what's now St. Vincent and Grenadines area, and they wouldn't work. They told the masters to fuck off, and then there was a bit of a slave rebellion, and so a lot of slaves and a lot of Arawak people were shipped off to the Mosquito Coast, off to what's now Belize and Guatemala, that area, and they were just left to die. They were just dumped, no food, no provisions, no fresh water or anything. They were just dumped on the beach, and the British thought, that'll be the last we ever see of them. And the Garifuni people of Belize and Guatemala are descendants of those slaves who mounted a slave rebellion.
So they built themselves a tax haven.
Yes, they did. But I stayed in a Garifuna village once when I was in Guatemala, and it was a really good experience. It was really nice, and people were lovely, and there were hammocks and there was beer. What more do you need in life? Paul N has gotten some more bloody refuck results. Sorry, I'm not having a go at you. I'm just saying it's a bit shit that they're winning stuff. They've gained Goffs, Oak, and Berry Green in Hertfordshire from the Conservatives. Yeah. Labour again, nowhere to be seen there, really.
I was going to say not just from Conservative voters, because Conservatives are only down 29% there. The vote has come from Labour, Lib Dems, Greens. Yeah,
it's a vote against the status quo.
Yeah.
Are you particularly concerned about this? We had discussed that this is.
No, I mean, I was reading what Sarah was saying earlier, actually, that maybe this is just an opportunity for Labour voters to be saying to the Labour Party, "We are pissed off with you, and you need to know it." And it is very rare. I am sitting there looking at my MP, my friend, on the television at the moment, trying to justify this, and he's not doing a good job.
Yeah.
And it's rare for me to come out and say I can't argue at the moment that I am a Labour Party supporter. Basically, and that's incredibly depressing for me, because what it would, I'm not going to join the Green Party, and I am going to make the Labour Party work the way I'd like it to. Basically, that's always been the plan. But they've got some work to do, and hopefully something like this does prove it to them that Runcorn is going to be the key to this. And
that's what we're staying up for. When the Runcorn
my guess is Runcorn is at risk.
Yeah. By the looks of things.
Numbers.
Chesley and Hay Village, Paul's just put in the chat, Featherstone and Shershall in Staffordshire, refuck on 50.6% of the vote. Cons on 30.6% of the vote. I mean, that is mad. That is a refuck gain from Conservatives. But if you put the refuck and the Conservative vote together, that's 80% of the vote.
I bet if we look at the history of that ward, though, that's been a 70 or 80% Tory majority seat. Just reading the name of it suggests that, doesn't it?
Yeah. Callie says, the idea that as an individual voter you could go from Green to Reform is wild to me. I can't imagine ever getting to that place. I don't think that anyone who takes the kind of interest that you take or we take in politics would do that, but a lot of people don't really engage in politics to this level, and it's just something. Okay, I've got to vote for someone. Who do I know? I don't want to vote for any of the main parties. And you can see people who were Green voting for Brexit. You saw Labour voters voting for Brexit.
Lexit and Grexit.
Yeah, and Jenny Jones, the Green peer, she was a Alexiteer.
Yeah.
Or what did you call them? Grexiteer.
Lexiteers. Yeah.
She was a Grexiteer because she was a Green.
Grexiteer.
Grexiteer.
Yeah. And it's one of the things that I found frustrating on the doorstep round in Brighton at the last election was the number of people saying, well, Labour are going to win, so I'm going to vote Green to hold their feet to the fire.
Yeah.
And I said, well, which of the Green policies is it you're voting for that you expect them to hold Labour's feet to the fire on? And they went, well, I don't really know. And I said, I don't pay a lot of attention to this, but I think the Greens deserve a chance. And I went, well, you've had a Green MP for the last 8 years, so they've had a chance, basically, And it was just frustrating that people weren't thinking, in that same way
But
of saying
I'm
I can't.
conflicted here because I quite liked Caroline Lucas, although she is private school mafia, of course. But you know, I thought she was pretty good. But it's our mate Tom. Our mate Tom was running, wasn't he, for Brighton Pavilion?
Exactly. Yeah, I'm knocking on doors with Tom
Gray,
you know,
from Gomez. Who is he going to come? Is he going to come? Get in touch with him. Come on.
I hope so. The guy's is super busy running for president of the Musicians Union or something at the moment. So.
Ooh, that'd be quite interesting.
We should be able to grab him.
We need to get him on the Friday Night Social more often. We only had him once, and the whole time Cozy just sat there going, "I've never heard of your band." And he went, "Okay." And then she said it again, and I was like, "Stop saying it." And then, like she said it like a third time. She went, "Oh, Gomez. I've never heard of Gomez." And I'm like, "Stop going on about you have." I've never heard of you lot.
Yeah,
you must suck the big
Tom's
one.
also. Tom is also he's a consummate politician, so I imagine he would avoid putting himself in a situation where he might express his personal opinion too often.
Well,
I've been that way in pubs with him, where I've sat there almost like working like his agent, going, "Tom, don't say that out loud."
Well, the politician, the Labour MP who famously wrote "Fuck Your Bins," Andrew Gwynn, he was on a Three Blokes in the Pub with me, in a podcast with me on Labour Social a couple of years ago. Him and Johnny Reynolds, and I'm just like, you know, we'd had a few drinks. He hadn't come out with anything like that, but I mean, no, I mean, obviously it was a bit more considered, but we were drinking, like, but that
politicians and drink, not a good mix.
No. But that group that he was in, the WhatsApp group, I mean, make it very clear that he wasn't actually talking to a constituent when he said "fuck your bins." He was just saying what he would like to say to them. And you know, it shouldn't be funny. It shouldn't be funny, but it's kind of funny. It's kind of.
I'll tell you what, though, that highlights, and we had a discussion about this, I think, at the time, because if you look at, you know, for those in the chat, we have a WhatsApp group for the people that appear on Politics Social that Graham very kindly invites us into, and some of the jokes we tell in there we would never repeat publicly. We would never say some of the things that we say. That's
why it's 7 days disappearing messages.
Yeah, because it's friends and we know and love each other and we know what we can and can't say and get away with, basically within there, but you wouldn't say it publicly. No. And I think it's a really interesting bit of our culture that I think that's the thing that Trump and Farage feel pissed off about in life. That, hang on, how come I can't just sit there next to Charlie Fortington? You know, I was in the pub yesterday with Charlie Fortington and we were telling some racist jokes, and we do it all the time. And then I step out the door and tell a racist joke and I get bloody cancelled. It's ridiculous. Why can't I do this anymore?
I should be able to tell everyone to fuck their bins.
Yeah, but there's a little bit of you that sort of goes, well, if you think it's important that your constituents understand that you know, you are working your balls off, you're doing this stuff, the bins is not the fucking biggest problem. You've got kids starving over here that need feeding and taking care of after school, etc., etc., etc. Basically, people need to see politicians being like that.
Yeah.
You know, being passionate about what they're trying to do and saying, look, I fail at things. I make mistakes, but when I make a mistake, I'm going to learn from it and move on real quick.
Trump famously never says he does anything wrong.
No, they don't. Nor would Farage.
And he does very well out of it. You know, as much as we'd love for a politician to actually have their hands up and say, yeah, we fucked up there, it doesn't work. We'd like to think it would work, but...
That was Carney's speech the other day. His acceptance speech was, I am going to make mistakes, but when I do, I will be transparent about them and tell you what I've learned, basically. Yeah.
Well, listen, we got some more Politics Social gift memberships from Danny Dude Lido. Thank you very much for buying super chats for all these lovely people. Who have we got? We got Chibs in there. Thank you very much. You are now a member. We've got Bumblebee84, Joanne Mason. We've got Philip Jones, and we've got Torchwood FNAF fan. You are all now members. Welcome, new members. Welcome. You're very, very welcome. And Danny, thank you so much. You are the best. You are the best. Thank you, Danny. I really appreciate that. So we got a couple more results coming in. Chesley and Hay Village, that was a reform game from Conservative. I think I mentioned that one. Great Skanky North, sorry, Sankey. Great Sankey North and Whittle Hill in Warrington. Council election result. So Labour got 27.8% and Reform got 26.7%. Labour hold. Phew. And that's not
that must
far
be a good
from
councillor.
That's not far from Runcorn.
Yeah, that must be a good councillor because Reform got a lot of votes.
Yeah.
And Labour, they weren't Labour votes. They got all Tory votes there.
Yeah.
Right?
Cheshunt Central in, I'm probably pronouncing that wrong. It's probably not Cheshunt. It's probably Cheshunt. Cheshunt. Yeah, I thought it might be. Tricksy bastard. Cheshunt Central in Hertfordshire. Council election results, Conservatives on 38%, Reform on 32%, Conservative hold. So, they're not getting it. They're not winning anything. Everything. Andrew Ray, good night, mate. Sweet dreams, my friend.
Graham, I'm going to bail for 5 minutes.
Okay.
I'll be back. I just got to go and it's not getting a drink, it's sorting out.
That's all right, man. You go sort it out. Just turn your camera off so it's not like, yeah, there you go. Bye. Right, so it's just me now. It's just me and you. Should we talk about Mike while he's not here? We like Mike. He's the best. We got the Cheshunt Central, Hertfordshire. I've just read that, haven't I? I'm on like Britain Elects on my phone. I'm constantly updating it to try and get to the latest things. But Paul seems to have. I think Paul's the person running the Britain Elects page on not page, was it? Account on old Blue Sky there. PM questions will seem like pantomime and not a good pantomime. Yeah, butterfly wings. But when the Lib Dems ask questions, when the Greens ask questions, they're pretty good. Like, they're pretty good questions. It's the Tories. It's refuck. Like, those knobheads stand up. They ask the daftest things. I couldn't believe yesterday, Prime Minister's questions, the last before the local elections and the mayoral elections. And one Tory asked about bloody Vera Lynn, a statue of Vera Lynn. The other one asked Keir Starmer to come and watch his, I don't know, choral recital of war songs. And I was just like, this is weird. Isn't this not weird? It was just really weird. That might be the only question they get to ask all year of the Prime Minister. It's like, is there nothing else going on in the world right now? Is there nothing else going on in this country that's more important than going, oh, we need a singing statue of Vera Lynn? I just found it very, very strange. Right, I'm just going to turn the sound on.
Politician that never whispers. There's not a politician in the country who never, ever whispers. That is for sure. Ollie Grender, when you look at why you think both, from the evidence we have so far, the Conservatives and Labour are seeing some of their vote go across to Reform, how do you explain that?
So obviously I'd like to explain a bit more about why they're coming to us as well, but why Reform? I mean, I think there is definitely, and we've all heard this on the doorsteps, and I'm sure all people who've been knocking on doors recognise that there is, a sense of despair and disappointment at the moment across the board, and I think kind of the important thing is inspiring communities and believing in people that can champion those local communities. And that's
okay. Paul, thank you for letting us latest update. Headington Hill and Northway, Oxford Council election result. Labour on 36%, Independent on 35%, Green on 12%. Labour hold. It didn't look like the refuck was standing in that one. And mildly displeased. I watched PMQs religiously before Labour won. And now it's unbearable. Badenoch is useless and Starmer's an awful public speaker. So, it was pointed out to me today. There you go. North Tyneside Mayor. Oh, that's good. Labour have held it. Oh, wow. That is a short. That's not much of a majority, but it is a majority. So that's really good. So yeah, Labour have managed to keep holding North Tyneside. That was something that I know that the little frog-faced bollock twat that is Nigel Farage was kind of after. But yeah, to go back to the point I was making about PMQs, about Keir Starmer. Someone pointed out that Keir Starmer looks like Roger Irrelevant from The Viz. And once I've seen it, I can't unsee it. I can't unsee it now. I've seen it. It's too late. I've seen everything. It's too it's too late. It's too late. I've seen it all. No time mayoral election Labour hold, says Paul N. Obviously we've just seen that on the screen. So yeah, that is the first mayoral contest, and that is a 26% swing from Labour to refuck. That's too much, isn't it? That is a bit too much, to say the least. Wow. That's a lot. But at least Labour held it. If Labour had lost that, that would have been rather upsetting, to say the least. Starmer's awful, says Gary Arnold. I don't necessarily think he's, I don't know. I don't want to put this about the wrong way, but I don't think he's as dreadful as a lot of people on the left, on the far left, make out, and a lot of people on the right make out. But I think at the same time, you're only kind of as good as the people who are advising you. And I think that the people who are advising him are not the best. And I think he's getting a lot of, I don't know, information that could be a lot more better. What can I say? I mean, I hope for more. I hope for more. You know, I thought that, Labour would be quite sensible and quite conservative, small c conservative, about the economy and things like that. But I didn't expect them to be mad radical, because Labour never are when they're in power. But I kind of expected a bit more when it comes to protecting the rights and dignity of disabled people, trans people, the poorest in society. Why is the 2 fucking child benefit cap still on? Why is that still there? That should be that should have been a day one thing to get rid of that. And we talked to Phil about it, and I will talk to Phil about this tomorrow, when we talk at 1 o'clock. But he'll just say, "Oh no, Graham, you're not." He won't say that I'm wrong. He'll just say, that the voters don't really care about that so much. You look at the polls, and I'm like, just because it doesn't come up as much on the doorstep or whatever, I really don't believe that it's something that just people just genuinely just don't care about at all. I think people do. I think people vote very much with their hearts rather than their head a lot of the time. And there's this assumption that everyone's going to make the sensible choice when it comes to voting, because why would you vote for those guys? They're idiots or whatever. And you got to understand, like, most people, this isn't their life. Politics isn't their life. They don't give a shit about politics most of the time. It's just something interesting that crops up now and again. I don't know. I'm trying to sort of think of why they, Labour are sort of sullying their own legacy here, just a few months in, and I really don't know why. I don't know why they're doing it at all. Okay, so Mike's back. All right, Mike, how you doing, mate?
Better, thank you.
Oh, good. There you go. He's back. And I realised I've got a huge picture of Roger Irrelevant on the side of the screen there. That wasn't supposed to happen, but I'm kind of glad that it did, because it's kind of funny. So Roger Irrelevant from the Viz there. And once you think, oh yeah, Keir Starmer looks a bit like that, once you see it, you literally cannot unsee it. So there you go. So I'll just get rid of that. Go back to the chat. So I'm trying to rationalise Labour's monumental fuck up. It's really bloody hard, says mildly displeased. Yeah. Starmer was a human rights lawyer and a director of public prosecutions. If anything, he was overqualified for the job. His advisors are shockingly awful. I don't believe he's a transfer, but McSweeney needs to fuck off. I think a lot of us are feeling like this way. Like McSweeney, this guy, I don't really know who he is, but he seems to be. He was described to me last summer, the first time I had heard of him. He was described to me last summer as the Dominic Cummings of the left.
Yeah.
And that's not good, is
it?
The
Dominic Cummings of the centre, which is worse. he's he selected Keir Starmer basically to fulfil this role. So,
who else would have done it? Who else would have won that election by that much?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I didn't vote for Starmer as the leader.
Who did you vote for?
Not the first time around. I wanted Jess Phillips, to be honest with you. But then, you know, at the time, it was the party needed cleaning up, and Boris Johnson was the prime minister. So the second round of voting, it came down to a Keir Starmer basically promised to clean up the party, and I honestly didn't believe at the time that that he would win the next election, because I thought it would take forever to clean up the party, the mess that had been made of it. So he's done a great job of that. I don't think, genuinely think the party works and operates a lot better than it did.
Yeah.
The big problem. I was listening to what you were saying as you went through. I genuinely think, and this is a Labour thing to an extent, and it is a sort of working class thing to an extent. There is a little bit of cap doffing goes even in the environment where you're a Labour prime minister. You know, there's a sort of, I need to please the money people. All of a sudden, this whole world of money people has opened up in front of me, and it's not sucking up to them or wanting to help them or anything else. It's just a whole world that opens up to you as a Labour MP who went to a grammar school even, or a comprehensive school, that you were not aware of, you were not trained for, you were not on that list of your 2,500 people that were, you know, every morning were trained how to work in the House of Commons, etc. And I think in this early stage of a Labour government, you kind of always get this, unless you happen to be Tony Blair and you also went to a private school that prepared you for the halls of Westminster. So, you know, when you think he's got a cabinet full of people that went to comprehensive or grammar schools at worst, and a lot of them not new MPs, but they've only, you know, they've never been anywhere near government.
Yeah.
It's, and then look at the mess Trump is making in his second term as president.
Well, the mess he made in the first term, no one seemed to care.
Of just even being a little competent. You know, the Labour Party are pretty competent at the moment.
They are. And the sort of talking about the loss of direction is detriment of the wrong people, absolutely. And Scott says, you know, I don't think Starmer is inherently bad, but he's lost any purposeful direction. I think you're right about that. Twisted Melon saying Starmer is tactical behind the scenes. I think he is, but I think he's missing a trick. And there's two things here. First of all, is comms, which we've talked about ad nauseum on this channel. Like, the Labour comms are shit. We all know that. But the other thing is when it is a something, and Phil was talking about this last Friday, when it comes to trans rights, the people who want to stop trans people from using the bathroom are a vanishing minority. That, like, it's like 5 people. All the people in the country who are obsessed with this thing were outside the Supreme Court 2 weeks ago popping champagne. That's all of them.
Yeah.
That's all of them. There are thousands of trans people, and there are thousands of people who have trans people in their lives. There's thousands of people who have trans people in their lives. And they will vote on it. They will vote on this issue. Most people won't vote on the issue. So just for purely politicking, purely logical, the logical step is to side with trans people, because that's going to win you more votes than siding against them.
Yeah.
Simple as that. Gina Lefty says we need Burnham for leader. I voted for Andy Burnham in 2015. I voted for Andy Burnham. Just saying.
The comment earlier that Starmer's lost his narrative direction, or his direction, I'm not entirely convinced by that. I think Starmer had a clear direction, and it was to become prime minister. And he's done that, basically. And I don't think there's an ideologically driven Keir Starmer. I think there is a pragmatic, effective, and social justice is in there, basically. But essentially, he's not a big ideas man. He's not a creative narrative man. No. He never has been. Never has been. And that was never on the agenda, and that wasn't on the ballot paper.
What Labour could do with is some outriders. Like myself, who are prepared to make shit up to make Farage look bad. We are a nation of animal lovers. If it got out that Farage had tortured a dog to death, for instance, he'd never win an election again.
Did he? Is there any truth in that?
No.
You should, but I heard it on YouTube.
I heard it on YouTube. Andrew Tate told me it was true, so it must be. I'm just repeating what people are saying. People are talking about it.
That's all I'm saying is that people are talking about the fact that Nigel Farage mutilated a dog.
Yeah.
I mean,
puppies, actually. Puppies.
Multiple puppies.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what That's what I've heard people are talking about.
That's what I've heard people talking about, yeah.
And I know nothing, I genuinely wouldn't.
Allegedly. People are saying.
Yeah.
A lot of people are talking about it.
I wouldn't want to think that anybody could be as depraved as that. Particularly the sexual assaults on the Labradors. But for people to be talking about it, there may be some truth in it, Greg.
Yeah, exactly. That's the only reason why people would talk about it, if there was a greater truth in the fact that he did murder and mutilate a bunch of puppies.
I think it would be simply solved by a national inquiry.
I think we should have a national inquiry into whether Farage actually murdered and mutilated a bunch of puppies.
Yeah.
Colin Lunt, being a disabled voter, I became disillusioned with Labour at a national level. Local Liverpool will never vote Labour because of Hatton and Johansson, but back Steve Rotherham. Yeah, Steve Rotherham's doing a good job. I like Steve.
He's all right, isn't he?
Yeah, he's sound. He's sound, but Joe Anderson, he got my back up ages ago. Just it is just the way he was, and when all this came out about the corruption, it wasn't a surprise. Like, look, let's face it. If Paddy Ashdown or Ed Davey or someone in Lib Dems turned out to be a big crook and was on the the by-election results expected shortly for Runcorn. They did say it was about past that it will come through. Paul N has dropped in Mincing Lake and Whipton, Exeter Council results. Refuck got 34% and Labour got 27%. Reform.
Paul's now making these constituencies up. Mincing Lake and Whipton. Come on. That's bullshit.
It's a great name, though.
We're missing Richard Tice.
Oh, God.
Talking about seismic shifts.
Oh, my God.
And he's got his Estuary English accent on as well.
Do you know what I've got nice. Here? I've got my frog face. I'm going to put my frog face on him.
Probably should. He's looking more tired than me, and I've got justification.
Right, I'm just going to transform. Let me see. Just going to flip that.
See, power to the people is confirming that there are people talking about the allegations that are probably untrue, for all we know,
probably
about Nigel Farage and the puppies.
Yeah, he did murder puppies because that's what he does. He does it all the time.
Now read it.
It's not just
I have now read it on the internet. So
yeah, a lot of people are saying.
People are definitely discussing it.
He is definitely a puppy killer. I mean, the
you cuter, the more. What
he,
kind of a man could do that?
Oh, a monster. The man's a monster, clearly. And he shouldn't be allowed to play football. Paul is just reporting that Langley and Eastbourne Council election results. Lib Dem get 50.4% of the votes. That's pretty good. Refuck on 32%. Liberal Democrat hold.
Just looking at the numbers on the BBC side at the moment.
Yeah. The
Tories aren't losing that many seats.
Well, they lost 14.
They're not losing all of their seats, are they? I mean, I know it's early. Those are early numbers. Those are early numbers, but it's not an absolute routing of the Conservative Party by Reform there.
Tristan Mellon is saying the Conservatives are taking a smashing. I think they are taking a smashing.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at that, but there are like 1,599 left to declare. It's going to be a long night. Yeah. What can I say?
I'm not convinced we're staying up to the end of that.
Oh God, no! I'm thinking that when the Runcorn by-election result comes in, I think we could call it a night.
That's a good plan because I need to hit the bottle of morphine, to be honest with you.
Well, we have been going for 3.5 hours so far.
We've done well. I'm proud of myself.
I don't know where the time goes. To be honest with you, it's quite.
We're doing exactly what struck me as interesting by the Canadian election though the other day was all these broadcasters commenting on an election in the middle of the night and kept saying, God, aren't we up late? We're up really late. Look,
I mean, so late.
I'm really tired. What am I doing?
Kinver in Staffordshire. The result is 45% for the Conservatives, 37% for Refuck. That's a Conservative hold there in Staffordshire. Ernie Burns says Cruella de Farage. I like that. Farage is going to make a cameo in Runcorn. I really hope they lose. Fingers crossed they lose. Wouldn't it be nice if they lose by 1 vote?
One you missed there is Eastbourne, just down the road from me, and that's a Lib Dem hold, which is good news.
Yeah. Paul's just put in the Kinver one.
Reform came in second.
Yeah. But you know, this might be the high watermark for Refuck. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you got to, also Richard Tice is about as charismatic and interesting as a fucking week-old turd, and the only thing that Refuck's got going for it is Nigel Farage. They were nowhere. They were nowhere to be seen coming up to the last election, and then Farage rejoined the party as leader, and then suddenly everyone heard of them again.
Yeah, Tice is a pathetic. He just constantly feels pathetic, basically.
Yeah.
It's like he was running the party. Him and Elizabeth were, bigging it up as if he was going to be the next prime minister. And then Farage comes in, puts him in his place, and says, "Right, you do the admin."
Yeah,
basically, and the late nights on local election coverage, and I'll do the statesman-like getting pissed in pubs in Westminster, basically.
I find this interesting because I've put the frog face over that of Richard Tice so I don't have to see his face. And I'm not having to move it. Now, whenever I put the frog face on Nigel Farage, I have to continuously move it because he's quite animated and he moves around a lot and he's doing this. Move. Tice is just, hello, I'm Richard Tice. I wanted to.
In preparation for tonight, I watched 2 interviews with Richard Tice today, something I would never, ever do normally. Look at that smug smile on his face, right? This is a game.
I've got
this whole thing for him is a game, right?
Yeah.
And he described it that way to Ed Balls in this interview this morning. He said, I'm in this game to win. And a big smirk comes on his face. And then when Ed Balls is challenging him on policy, big smirk on his face. And it is a game. It's just a game to him.
Yeah. Basically. The Bebside. Oh, shit. What the fuck has just happened there? Bebside and Kitty Brewster. That's the name of a place, Kitty Brewster. You think we're making this up, don't you? In Northumberland, Refuck 43%, Labour on 34%, and Conservatives down to 22%. Refuck gain from Conservative.
Wow.
In Northumberland. Northumberland's a bit of a weird place. It's like this little, it's like this wedge between Hadrian's Wall and the actual border with Scotland. And it's an odd place. It's where all the reavers used to hang out. The people who used to go and rob each other all the time.
And didn't it bounce backwards and forwards between being Scottish and English bits of it? Am I right?
Yeah. A lot. And the people who lived there were, kicking off. Okay, so we're still expecting this by-election result from Runcorn.
Can I just say to mildly displeased, and we all know I do like talking about my cancer, but Tice having a metal rod up his arse, you have no fucking idea what that's like.
Would you wish that on your worst enemy, Mike?
No, I wouldn't.
What about Tice, though? What about
Not
Tice?
Even Tice.
You wouldn't wish it on Tice? God, that must have been bad.
It's pretty bad, yeah.
It didn't open up new avenues of exploration for you then, no.
I mean, it got me a new LinkedIn friend from my doctor, which is nice.
Oh, that's nice.
Hey, just as an aside, just on a good bit of news today, I got my first gig today from a speech. Well, I did a presentation to the Institute of Cancer Researchers just before Christmas. Oh, wow. And today I just picked up a gig for a network in Wales of cancer research specialists to do some animations for them, which is really cool. I felt like a human being for the first time in 5 months, where I was pitching creative work at somebody, and it was valuable, and it's going to be really interesting work. But I talked to one of them who is a specialist in the treatment that I'm going through, and we are absolutely convinced that that's what the King's doing as well. And I have a huge amount of sympathy for him, except I want him to come out and tell people what he's got.
I was talking about that on the show this morning, because I was saying it's great that he's talking about it, but we need to be warning people and saying this is the thing to look out for.
Yeah.
If you get this, go to the fucking doctors. Don't be a
and
dick.
also what the treatment is like. You know, that's part of the work that I'm being asked to do for this group. Is it's a new therapy, and we're looking at the downsides of it as well as the pros, so that people can understand the implications. And the coverage today of the King after his cancer speech and presentation at Buckingham Palace yesterday just irritated the hell out of me all day. Because everyone going, oh, isn't it great he's talking about it? You go, what's he talking about exactly? He's vaguely talking about cancer. You know,
cancer is bad. Tory MPs used to do that in Prime Minister's questions. They'll stand up and they'll say, cancer's bad. And then the Prime Minister will go, yes. And then they'll take a question from the other side. I actually had a pop-up that said cancer is bad.
Yeah.
Like, literally, because... You know, cancer bad. Yeah. Thanks for that.
There was another issue that came up as a result of this in the meeting today, which is that these are clinical researchers. So the bit of science that we're looking at is CAR T cells, which are modified T cells in your immune system, and they're taken out, modified, and put back into you to do the work.
Is this immunotherapy?
Yeah. And it's contentious because some of it is about modifying viruses, some of it is about modifying your own cells, etc. There's a lot of potentially political issues in there, particularly with JFK Jr. in the White House. So it's kind of interesting, but the specifics of illnesses is quite important. Some some cancers are very, very different. I've got two. One of them is very easy to deal with, and the other one is brutal. And if the King is wandering around going, I've got cancer, if he's got leukemia, nobody cares. That's easy to deal with. It's like having diabetes. It's just something you manage, you know. Right. If he's having a metal rod shoved up his arse every 2 weeks, then he should tell people, basically.
Yeah. David Bull, what's this? No, it's not him. Is that David Bull?
Former deputy leader. He resigned, didn't he?
Is this David Bull? I'll put the fog back over his
face. He was the gay deputy leader of Reform. That.
Oh, for God's sake, he's not another one of them, is he?
Yeah.
You're one of these people who are like gay but an absolute traitor to the community, like fucking Wes Streeting. I'm just gonna put this frog over her face now. I'm being a bit mean about frogs, but you know, there we go. Why is she just talking to refuck people? Don't know. Right.
It's been a great fight. Look, we're having a game. It's lovely.
We're having a game.
Come on, Peter. Just go for him.
Just punch him. Just kick his ass. I'm going to just turn the sound on.
To put through a by-election, because it's a big thing to put a community through for a by-election. The second thing is that by-elections are unique in that it gives you the opportunity to go to a community and say, this is your moment in time to think differently, to free yourself of the shackles of everything you do in the past, represent the country, say something, you know, go crazy, vote for whoever you want to, and all these sorts of things. Now, I've run by-elections in the past. I run the Bedfordshire by-election where we overturned a 25,000 Tory majority.
So you told people to go crazy and vote Labour?
We told people to go crazy and have fun and do what they've always wanted to do, and they voted Labour. So these are outlier moments, and they are important. I am not downplaying their importance, but I don't also want people to overestimate or exaggerate, you know, what that one thing is in terms of expecting a whole government to pivot towards what one community may or may not be saying in one part of the country at a moment in time
when we've just had a general election where we've had a big mandate change that we're trying to deliver.
Quality of this
if the Runcorn, which is a very serious seat for Labour, was in the general election, you had a huge majority notwithstanding the personal circumstances of how this came about, you had a massive majority. And Baroness Gwenda, I can see you were a bit viral there behind the scenes.
All I can do is say from the Liberal...
Nobody worrying about the sound.
The sound is the critical bit. It's not as much anymore because we've got AI and can fix stuff. But like back in the day, you can fuck up the picture as much as you like because you can always cut away to something else. You can't cut away from the sound.
You have to get the audio.
You've got to get the audio. It's the most important thing. And I
had
gigs that I filmed and gave, a recorder to the to the guy at the mixing desk. And there was a couple of gigs where he didn't get the audio. He didn't put the audio up. He didn't put the volume up.
But when you were traveling the world, because you were filming yourself a lot, weren't you, for that? Yeah. So did you ever just have this panic of you caught a moment, but the audio might not be there or whatever, basically? Did you constantly check?
No, I wasn't paranoid about it. I mean, generally speaking, like I knew what I got and knew what I didn't get, but I had issues like the camera got knocked around a bit. So there was a problem that I had, and you can hear it on some of my footage, where it's like, it sounds like a clock. It sounds like a
right
noise, and it was the tape going round, and obviously it was getting picked up by the mic for whatever reason. There was a problem with the mechanism in the camera, but no, I didn't worry about that too much. In my head, because I filmed the first season, and I thought, well, you do the second season, because what they did was they would mix like stock footage along with my footage. So it'll be like, Graham's in Kinshasa, and it'll be some establishing shots of Kinshasa or Liverpool or,
and did you
the Grenadines, wherever
do a voiceover in the edit afterwards as well?
I didn't, but someone else did it. Did the voiceover for that. So that was mixed with the footage I had. And I just thought of it like a video diary. I wasn't there to film a beautiful sunset or to film the
it was your feelings
landmark.
About being in this
it
place.
was video diary. It was like, okay, here's the time, here's the date, here's where I am today. I'm 17 days behind schedule, and everyone's a console, whatever I wanted to say. But yeah, I didn't worry about it. I'm quite. If you watch the Star Wars thing that I put up today, I just filmed it. I just filmed what I got, and what I got. That's it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But now with AI, you can improve so much stuff. I did a video a couple of years ago. I was in Greece in the Parthenon Museum, and I did this whole piece, and I got back, and the sound was fucking shit. And then I put it through AI, and it just cleaned it up massively.
Really?
The other one was, the Goodbye America piece that I did in Niagara Falls.
Yeah.
If I send you the original audio to that, it's unlistenable.
It's just...
Yeah, because it's the sound of the fucking falls, and it was pissing down with rain. It was the middle of December,
and you didn't have a lapel mic or anything.
No, I didn't. No. It was just done on my phone, and a fucking nightmare. I wish I'd done it on my camera. To be honest, I did have my camera with me, but
but that's an amazing use of AI that it can do that.
Yeah, but the quality of my voice on that, I was really tempted to just ADR the whole fucking thing, because it sounds a bit crunched. It sounds a bit, when they crunch it. Yeah, you could tell it had been.
It sounded a little bit speeded up or something in a way.
Yeah. So. But I'm looking forward to being able to take my sort of 76 footage, my SD footage in like 4:3, and putting it up to 4K in a way using AI that makes it look like, this, what you're watching now on this channel.
Yeah.
That's what I'm kind of looking forward to in the next few months. There is some websites that you can sign up to get that, but I think it's going to come onto Adobe Premiere at some point.
It's going to cost you 50 quid a month at some point from Adobe, that's for sure. Basically, everything.
Yes, everything does. and they'll want to know, like, they want all your artwork for themselves. And
I was thinking about the other day. I remember this story, and I can't remember what year it was, but I think it was about 5 or 6 years ago that Adobe launched their audio. They didn't call it AI even at the time because it wasn't something that was being invested in. But they launched an audio system that or previewed an audio system that would allow you to record 40 seconds of anybody talking, and then they could emulate it.
Wow.
And the way they launched it 7 years ago was to say, we don't think we should put this in the market. What do you think? Basically. And they didn't put it in the market until ChatGPT came out. Because they basically thought it was just the beginning of fake news.
Yeah.
And that's kind of where we are now. If you go back to that Trump, what is it, MS-13 tattoos thing?
Yes.
You think Trump's understanding of digital technology is kind of about 1994 or something at the moment, as far as I can tell? What, you mean you can put numbers, labels on a photograph? That's fucking amazing. So if you think about that, right, he took that where somebody had literally just slapped some numbers in a line or letters.
I've got it on my fist.
He's going to be blown away by AI. He's going to believe everything he sees.
Quick, deport me.
I screenshotted it so I can send you to ourselves.
No, it was just written on biro, Mr. President. No, are you telling me?
Are you telling me people have biros? Jesus Christ. How are we supposed to believe anything?
But the fake news thing goes both ways, because I do think, like, you know, if people do make AI slop shit and say, oh, this is real, you know, this is David Attenborough doing a terrible thing to a horse, you'll be able to go, no, that's AI. Yeah. Straight up. And it's why I'm a little less concerned about it than like AIDS is.
Which
Thompson is much more concerned about AI than I am, because I'm just like, they didn't make dinosaurs for Jurassic Park. It was just, you know, special effects.
Yeah.
It's just
hours and hours and hours of meticulous frame by frame work by an individual human who would probably rather not have done it. Basically, you know, and also the decisions that they had to make.
Hang on. We've got a Paul Ennis saying Britain elects, which is reporting Runcorn and Helsby. It's looking like a Labour hold by a few hundred votes.
Wow. Okay.
So my Britain elects hasn't updated yet, because I'm probably not looking at the Twitter version, and they're probably reposting stuff onto the Blue Sky.
They're saying,
but this is going to come shortly. What I'm going to do, Mike, when they go to the because they'll announce it, won't they, on the stage?
Go to the full screen.
I won't go to the full screen. No, we will still be here. It's just that I'll put the audio on so people can hear what they're saying, but it is going to be close. It is going to be close. Gareth T
That's
says,
good, though.
Labour have got it by 1,000 in my source in Witness tells me. Says Gareth.
If it's a win,
don't build us up for disappointment, though.
No, but listen, Pete. I know for a fact Peter Kyle was in Runcorn for the last 3 days. Right? Yeah, and what Peter's very good at, like Tom Gray, is getting the door knockers out.
Hey, getting the knockers out.
Yeah,
he's very good at getting his knockers out.
He's a master at it.
Labour's won 2 councillors so far. Well done, Labour. Fucking hell.
Yeah. But it works. Even if they manage to just creep by and win it and keep the seat, basically, then the rest of the story is not as interesting.
No.
You know,
Andrea Jenkyns will probably win the mayoral seat in Lincolnshire, but you know, Farage is hanging around outside, apparently, says Paul.
I wanted to go back to something that was said earlier, if we've got the time, which is about the characters in the Labour Party. You know, when we're talking about Andy Burnham and Sadiq Khan, etc.
Just before we go on, Labour's just held Topsham in Exeter. Okay, go on.
Excellent. Yeah, I do wonder about that, because I don't know whether they're being suppressed or whether they're feeling left out. But I don't think we are making the most of those. We do have people in the party that have vision.
Yeah, but Andy Burnham is happy being the mayor of Manchester. Yeah, he's doing a very good job at it.
Why not feed the Labour Party with good old Manchester socialism ideas and ideology and get it out into the National Party? And why isn't Keir letting that happen?
I don't feel like it's such a issue with the actual laws that they're putting in, the policy. I think that the problem that Labour have is there's stuff on the periphery that they have taken a side on, like gender, transphobia. They're jumping on the transphobia bandwagon, and also, stopping kids from getting puberty blockers and going after
small
disabled
boats
people.
as
I
well.
mean, yeah, and going after small boats. But aside from that, it's the communications are shite. They're just fucking shite. They need to be setting things up. Farage is on GB News every other fucking day, spouting his shite on his TV show. Like, why aren't Labour doing something like that? They do.
Well, we also
they have personalities. Dawn Butler's great. Jess Phillips, she's fucking brilliant. Angela Rayner. Angela's half hour, just once a week. Angela's half hour. She comes in. She's got some fucking rich tea biscuits and a cup of tea. And she sits down. She goes, "Let's have a cup of tea. Go on, tell us." And she has the chat comes up, and it says, "Angela, I want to ask a question." And you curate it so you have to be a Labour member to put a question forward, so you don't have trolls. Fucking the tech is there. It's not like you can't do this.
Yeah, but I mean, inside the party they do this. I attended a Zoom meeting with Wes Streeting at the beginning.
I was invited to
week.
that. I didn't go to it because I hate him.
I always go to them just because I think, well, I just want to see what they're going to say internally.
Did you call him?
But they're not doing.
Tuesday?
No.
Did you call him a senior?
You don't get a chance to. It's not the kind of Zoom call you can say anything. Basically, so there were at least 1,000 people in the room, but there is something in that process that should be made more public as well, I think. And we're not, as far as I can tell, we're not doing anything like that.
But what mildly displeased, making a very good point here. He says Burnham is definitely the way forward. The rest of the cabinet has been stained with Labour's poor reputation. Now, if you're thinking strategically, that's a really good idea. Keep him out of the party, keep him out of the cabinet, right? And then once Starmer's done his dash and it looks like he's not going to win the next election, that's when you bring in Burnham. And you're right, he's not stained.
Make no mistake, that's Burnham's plan, basically. I mean, he says he doesn't want to be
Prime Minister,
but he bloody well does, basically. So he's that's what I think is happening. I think that's what Sadiq is doing as well. I think they're both holding their tinder. Right, and this is why I go back to what was a really good idea before the latest iteration of the Labour government, where they were looking at proper devolution for English mayors and pushing some of the political pressure onto those mayors as well. And I think now we're about to suffer from a problem where we end up with powerful mayors, and there'll be reform powerful mayors as well, and they will have the ability to embarrass the Labour government all the time. And then Burnham
will have an ability
going to have to stand up.
Them back.
Yeah, well, then Burnham's going to have to stand up, basically, and pick a side at that point. I love Andy. Don't get me wrong, top bloke, basically. I was just trying to find a photo. He came to Brighton canvassing last July. And
you're trying to find a photo of you in.
I was going to try and find my picture with Andy and say, "Here's my friend and me on the pier." My friend Andy. What was really nice was that his electoral agent was with him, and I went up and said to his agent, "Do you think I could get a photo with Andy? I run this Twitter account." And he said, "You run Trumpton, don't you?" "I bloody love Trumpton." And he turns around and says to Andy, "This is Mike. He runs Trumpton. It's amazing. Take a picture with him." Basically, and I just went, "How cool is that?" That's great.
Oh, that's really nice. Lichfield City, north in the Staffordshire. Refuck gain from Conservative.
Totally. I know Lichfield. I used to work for a company based there. They're totally a Tory seat.
Bad Tories. Bad Tories.
You know what we need to do? We need to stick them, as you said, we need to stick them with Trump, and we need to stick them with the Tories.
And privatisation of the NHS.
Yeah. Well, and smear the Tories with the same problem.
Smear them like fuckers. And this is what Labour need. They need outriders. This is why I set up Labour Social when it was called Labour Social, because I was like, do it, I'll do it, and it can be an arm's length thing, and it's not official, and it's, if we fuck up, it's just us, and whatever. It won't reflect onto the party. They just weren't interested. They just weren't interested at all. And their whole attitude was like, we don't really do stuff like this unless it's coming up to an election. So you've got like 6 weeks of trying to build up an audience of thousands of people, which doesn't happen unless you've been at it for years.
But I think the example from the States is that that they won't back it. The Democrats don't back those things in the States either. You know, the Midas Touch Network, the Pod Save America, et cetera, basically. Some of the money from the investors leaks through. But I think you just got to go out and do it. We've got to do this, and we've got to spend the next 4 years creating the environment that they then want to come to. Basically, that's got to be the trick.
Okay, we still haven't had the Runcorn by-election.
Somebody says Reform are looking for a recount. I've got a feeling that if it's within 1,000, Reform will want a recount.
Okay, well, then we can take it as read that the refuck have lost then,
eh? Yeah.
I'll do a quick goal. What should I do? Like five super chats, any colour, and we've got. I'll put 30 minutes down. It's fine. I probably won't stay all this week. Stay awake that time. We'll stay on, or at least I'll stay on. I can't talk for you. I can't.
You can't vouch for me, but I'll
can't vouch
stay
for
with
you.
I'll
stay on till the Runcorn results. Okay. There we go. Right. Okay. So let's do it. There's a goal. The goal is live. People. The goal is live. Miliband wasn't the best leader, but him, Sadiq Khan, and Gordon Brown are my favourite living Labour figures. I like Ed Miliband. I think he's good, but he wasn't leader material. I don't think his brother David famously was. Yeah, they're having a recount. Look, you can see them all talking at the back there. Because you get told the result, before they actually read it out.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
As I know from standing as a candidate.
That huddle is recount land.
Yeah.
Although they wouldn't do it in the room. They wouldn't have that conversation in the room. It would be out the back somewhere, wouldn't it?
Gareth is saying Reform want to recount. Want to recount in Runcorn. In Runcorn.
Who's this guy walking up with a Donald Trump hat on? Who's he?
Oh,
is that the refuck candidate?
Probably.
Make Runcorn great again or something.
Oh. What a dickhead. So what, people are looking at Trump and what he's doing and going, he's doing a great job.
Yeah, well, they do, though, don't they? There are people saying it.
They do, though, don't they, though?
They do, don't they? Don't they? Don't get me doing accents. I'll get into all sorts of trouble.
I can barely do a Scouse accent and I'm from Liverpool. Let's have a refuck take more than 50% of the vote in Boston for the Lincolnshire mayoralty. Yeah. So
Boston.
That's no surprise there. I'm down to 5% on my phone. It's done that thing where when you're dead low on your phone and the contrast goes right down, you can't see your phone anymore.
Yeah.
That's Boston for you.
Boston, mate. Boston.
I normally have, and I moved it. I normally have my little charger for my phone. A little block charger. I don't at the moment. It's fine. Right, there's people walking around. There's a man who looks like a
look like that's the Reform crowd, isn't it?
Yeah, they look pretty refuck.
Yeah, because that's the Asian guy is the chairman, or the deputy chairman.
Labour lot looking around.
What's disturbing these days is it's difficult to spot the difference without the rosettes. maybe that's a good thing, but they all look like Tories to me, to be honest with
you. Labour people looking worried.
Proper local Labour Party people. There should be at least somebody who's knitted their own jumper.
Where's me jumper?
It's not right that they've all gone to M&S and brought a suit. That's wrong.
Yeah. That's Boston for you, lol, says Oliver. Yeah.
Boston's a nightmare.
Yeah. One accent you don't really hear much in the media anymore is Devonian Cornish. Yes, you do. All the pirates. All the pirates. One angry pagan. What about all the pirates, eh? Scott says a lot of dissension in Lincolnshire towns regarding the towns being overfilled and taken over by immigrants, apparently.
Boston has a very good argument for that, to be honest with you. I used to live near Boston, and it's an area where they welcomed the money for taking in large tranches of immigration.
Yes. And now they're moaning about it.
Well, they didn't use the money to provide any services that helped, basically. Okay. So it's their own fault as councils. And this is the problem. This is exactly the problem with this election, is that you are going to get a bunch of councillors that will not do anything to solve any of the problems that their constituencies are facing, because they're too hard. Yeah. They're too hard to solve, you know. Yeah.
Farage has left, apparently.
So they must have decided that they're all watching they're obviously recounting something, though, because those people are watching the count.
Were you telling me that, who was it who was telling me that they worked on a count and someone drew a knob in one of the boxes? Was that you?
No, but I remember somebody saying that the other day.
He was, you know, one of the people working in the polling station to count the votes, or not the polling station, whatever it's called, the count. He was working, and the job at the end of the night is to take all the ballots that might go one way or another. And there was one where someone drew a cartoon penis, cock and balls, in the box for the Tory candidate, and they were like, well, it's a mark in a box, as they gave the vote to the Tory candidate. So be very careful when you're trying to be funny with your ballot paper, because you might end up voting for the dark side.
I don't know what you think. I have absolutely no time for people that spoil ballot papers at all. I don't think it.
Well, this is the
conversation. I don't think it says anything to anybody, because the law is quite clear.
Yeah.
And
Labour have held Banbury, Grimsby, and Huyton in Cherwell, so that's good. I agree, because I had this conversation with Phil about this, because he's like, everyone should vote, and if you don't like any of the candidates, you should spoil your ballot paper. And I'm like, I don't think that everyone should vote. If you're not that interested, don't vote, because you're just going to vote for the people at the top of the ballot.
Or we should have, like they have in America, that you can write in a candidate. I think that's not such a bad idea at all, basically. But,
none of the above.
Well, no, because in the States, you can write any name you want. In a number of the states, you're presented with the 3 or 4 choices for president, but you can write somebody in yourself. So sometimes, you know, Gladys from 42nd Street gets 6 votes in the presidential election. Basically, it's like brilliant.
One angry pagan saying the pirate accent is a bit of a stereotype. Well, the pirate accent came about because of an actor. Wasn't there an actor who played Long John Silver in an adaptation of Treasure Island back in the day? And because the character of Long John Silver is supposed to come from the West Country, they put on a West Country accent.
Also, my girlfriend lived in Cornwall for the last 20 years, and I've met all of her friends, and I think they're all very good pirate material. Certainly, they are breaking a number of laws, basically on a regular basis, and they don't seem to have any respect for anything from that point of view. If you can expand the category of pirate into not seeking planning permission to build things, basically, then you go, yep, these are pirates.
Yep. Mildly displeased, saying Australia's compulsory voting means more people are politically literate, and the far right hasn't taken off there. Andrea Jenkyns way ahead on the Lincolnshire mayor thing. Just to go back to the Australia thing, the far right hasn't taken off there, but that people don't always vote the way you want them to, and the Liberal Party, which is the Conservative Party in Australia, they keep winning. They win elections like the Tories win elections, because a lot of the time, a third of the electorate just go in and vote, and they just vote for the person that they've heard of.
Yeah.
Mikey's asking, did we win yet? I don't know, Mikey. We're still waiting to get a result. We're looking at a long table of people with a lot of ballot papers.
Was Mikey specifically worried about the Banbury, Grimsby and Hightown Cherwell result?
I think so, yeah. I think that was the main thing.
Labour did manage to hold that seat, Mikey, and you can sleep well now, knowing that Grimsby and Hightown are safely in the hands of a Labour councillor.
Oh, thank God for that. Mickey Mouse apparently got 56,000 votes in 2020, according to Gareth T. With people writing in Mickey Mouse.
Perfect.
Albo is looking like he's going to win, says mildly displeased. I hope he does. I'll be doing a show on Saturday. I've got a neighbour's barbecue to go to, so I might be juggling going to the barbecue and the Australian election results. But
that is the perfect framing for an Australian election, though, isn't it?
It is actually, yeah.
A couple of shrimps on the barbie, and how are the teals doing right now?
They don't call them shrimps. That's the most annoying thing about that advert. It was an advert, wasn't it, with Paul Hogan to try and get people to go and visit Australia from America. And he said, put a shrimp on the... And they call prawns shrimps, but in Australia, they call prawns because they can speak proper like what I can.
It's arguable.
It should be put a prawn on the barbie.
I may have to go to Australia next year.
Oh, no, you sound so sad about that. Come on, can we make my documentary?
I'm not
tracking down my lost tapes.
The only problem is I've got a nephew and a niece. My brother's kids live in Australia.
Yeah.
And Aidan, the youngest of them, yeah.
Yes. Okay, I'm coming with you. Come on. Road trip.
So he got engaged.
Manchester to Melbourne. Let's do it. 2
weeks ago. But Megan, my niece, is likely to get married next year, but hasn't got engaged yet. And you don't want to say to them, guys, do you think you could like make it a double wedding to save all the Brits having to come over twice? Basically, is that possible? What do you think? But no, they want to be independent and have their own bloody weddings.
Yeah, but if you want to go to Australia next year, yeah, I'm up for that. Come on, we can do a documentary. We can do a documentary.
It's a country I would absolutely love to go. I will go to because I would determine to go to their weddings. Basically.
Have you watched The Deepest Breath on Netflix? The documentary about the
the guy the diver. Yeah.
Did you watch that?
I started watching it a couple of weeks ago, and I think I fell asleep halfway through. It was a late night viewing, so I don't know if he drowned or not. Did he drown?
You'll have to watch it. Can't give anything away.
Right.
It's really good though. Makes you hold your breath. But yeah, the director of that, Laura McGann, she's my mate from Liverpool from back in the day when we used to make films and stuff. She was one of my camera ops on the Odyssey expedition.
Oh, really?
Yes. And so, if I need a documentary director to make my documentary about me going to Australia to find my lost tapes from my adventure,
perfect.
The person to do it.
And turn up at Aidan's wedding randomly in the middle of the documentary.
Actually. That's really good. It's really good. Documentaries.
I mean,
the Gareth T in the chat for those asking about cock, it was a vote for me in 2016. I also had a twat and argued that in. I thought that somebody was going to have a brain hemorrhage. He went scarlet about the cock and the twat. I've messed up reading that, but in my defense, it is 16 minutes past 3 in the morning. Although the screen up here, it says it's 15 minutes past 3, so I feel like I'm going back in time.
So Mike is telling us that they're streaming this on the Bin podcast.
What? We are watching you on our stream. Can you give us a recap? And hi, Mike. Hi, Mike. How you doing? Hi,
Mikey, the recap is local politics in the UK is so boring. Graham and I have talked about every other subject in the world for the last 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
The chat is generally pissed off with the Labour Party.
Yeah.
And disappointed and feel that reform probably deserved to get this vote. Not in that they've earned it in any way, but just that Labour aren't offering up any alternative that would make it work. And the Tories are losing a lot of seats to reform.
Which is always hilarious.
Losing a few as well.
But that's just going to push the Conservatives into the arms of reform. That's what bothers me there. So the good that could come of this is Labour gets a bit more progressive. The bad that comes of it is Conservatives and Refuck do an alliance.
Yeah. It's going to depend on how Labour reacts.
Yeah.
To this.
Yeah.
How Keir reacts. And I think, think about it. It's a good thing. If you lose by-election, lose local elections and you're the Prime Minister, that normally reflects on you.
Yeah.
And this is really only going to reflect on Kemi. The by-election will reflect on Keir, but it'll be forgotten in a month's time anyway. So,
Mildly displeased is saying Australian culture is British culture minus the classism. I don't think that. I think that Australia is just as classist as we are. I did live there for a bit.
It doesn't have the old school class, does it? It doesn't have the.
It doesn't have the aristocrats.
Does it have 200-year-old aristocrats?
It definitely has the neo-aristocrats, the Jacob Rees-Moggs.
Yeah.
There's some very rich people. Don't forget, Murdoch is Australian. Gina Reinhardt.
Yeah, of course.
Fucking gobshites. David Peacock says, refuck deserve fuck all. And I haven't given up on Labour. I haven't given up on Labour. I think there are still some really great Labour MPs. I just think that the direction that the ship is going in at the moment, it's heading towards some rocks or a big fuck off iceberg, and I kind of want them to just deviate a little bit to the left.
News Warwickshire is asking us, what's your problem with free speech? I'm glad you're losing all your seats. This is just the start. Laughing my arse off.
What's the problem with free speech? I don't know. What's the problem with actually using your real name when you talk on the internet? Are you scared? Are you a coward? Are you a bit scared that someone will come and tell you off? Will you get told off by your mummy and daddy or your teacher? Ooh. Maybe you'll lose your job. I don't know. I'd hate to have to be anonymous online. I'd hate to not have a Wikipedia page. It'd be so embarrassing. Imagine not having a Wikipedia page. Why would you even get out of bed in the morning?
I don't have a Wikipedia
imagine not
page. I don't have a
Wiki. Imagine not having 2 Guinness World Records, Mike. Imagine just having. Imagine not having read the book, written the book.
I missed the moment.
Imagine not having written a bestseller. Why would you bother? Yeah,
I don't know, man.
What are we going to do with all our free peaches?
All our free peaches?
Yeah, free peach. Freeze peach.
Free peach.
Freeze
we should get free peaches.
We should freeze the peaches.
That would solve a lot of problems.
What is it that we can't say, Mike?
I was just looking at it looked to me like there was a 9-foot tall bloke in there, but it's one of the monster raving loony parties. Stupid hat.
If someone wants to tell us in the chat what it is we can't say, I'd love to know.
Free speech?
Yeah, we can't say free speech. You can't say you're English anymore, they put you in jail.
I mean, I feel slightly that my free speech is being restricted because we're not allowed to talk about what are they called? Warwickshire News and their involvement in the Nigel Farage puppy incident. You
know what they did?
You can't say that
before Nigel. Apparently, we're told before Nigel, shot it in the head with a bolt gun. Basically, this guy, what was his name? News Warwickshire. Apparently, he did something really, really wrong with that puppy.
So I've heard people saying that. I've heard people saying that online.
Yeah, like Jimmy Savile levels of wrong.
I'm just asking questions, right?
Yeah.
Who wrangled the puppies? Who got the puppies together with the net to take them to Nigel? And that's a perfectly legitimate question to ask, isn't it?
It is. It's what we're all asking. It looks like people are walking. It looks like people are walking with determination. They're slightly out of focus, which isn't making me happy. But oh no,
walking.
Everyone's just hanging around looking at their phones. Do you reckon someone in that room's watching us? Hi, we can see you. Give us a wave on the Jumbotron.
It's such an honour to be in the room where it happened, looking at your phone, reading Twitter.
Gareth T says Richard Tice has been on Sky 4 times tonight. His face is offensive.
He's looking tired, bless him.
Yeah.
He should roll out Elizabeth Oakenshaw. Oh no, she's in Dubai, isn't she? She's an immigrant.
Yes, she's gone to immigrant somewhere else. Because of all the immigrants here, she decides to, if you can't beat them, join them. And she became an immigrant.
Although I'm fairly certain she describes herself as an expat.
Oh, of course she does, because she's white.
Yeah,
that's what they call themselves, isn't it? Little white people. Going around, little crackers. Going around the world, spreading disease and stupidity.
Jackpot X. Does Eddie Miliband make it till the end of the year? From what I can see, he will be gone soon. I'm not sure about that.
Ed Miliband?
I think Ed Miliband.
Is he doing something? Is he in threat? Listen, mate, I've got MS-13 written on my knuckles, so you better watch out. I'll get you.
He's doing green stuff, and Kemi doesn't like that. So
no, she doesn't. But she is literally the worst. She's so bad at her job. I really hope she stays on. I hope that I hope Labour do bad enough to change course, and I hope that Conservatives don't do bad enough to get rid of Kemi, because I quite like her as leader because she's so shit at it.
It almost feels like she's not actually the leader of the Tory party. You never see her in a room with another Tory, do you? It's like,
she's always on her own.
Nobody wants to be with her
one's her friend.
anyway.
Well, it's Liz Truss syndrome. And do you know who's advising refuck at the moment? Liz Truss.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
She's still knocking around like a lunatic. Mikey
can't
Famine and Ollie are in the chat there with their bugles. They're blowing the bugles. The air horns. And One Angry Badger is a trail of badgers. One Angry Badger, One Angry Pagan. I keep calling One Angry Pagan One Angry Badger.
I just want to pay testament to Mikey and Ollie and anyone from the Bin podcast paying attention to this. It's such a rare thing to find Americans that are interested in other countries' democracies.
Yeah. Especially the Runcorn by-election.
Yeah. I mean, they're mad. There's obviously a problem with these people, basically, but they're welcome. They're very welcome.
Yeah. We should explain what's happening. So we have local elections, which are run on a rolling system. So if you've been elected for 4 years, then you're up for election again. But not all the elections are done at the same time. So in next year, there'll be the people who got their job in 2022, and the year after that, the people who got the year in 2023. There's also mayoral elections going on. There's about 7 of them around the country. And then finally, there is a by-election, which is what you would call a special election for a politician, a parliamentarian who got caught doing something naughty and isn't a parliamentarian anymore. And so their seat is vacant, and now they're having a election to fill that seat. And they're hoping that Labour will take it, because it was a Labour politician who got caught in a bar brawl on CCTV, beating someone up on the pavements, which you're not supposed to do. I was going to say you're not supposed to do that as a politician, but you're just not supposed to do that in just life, because it's assault.
Yeah, in general. I think it's illegal.
In general. Crisped U for 44 is asking if Carol Vorderman is going to pop in. Have you got a Carol Vorderman hiding behind the couch or something? Or
she went to bed earlier.
Did she? Oh.
Yeah.
It was one of the greatest moments of my life. That I was just doing a live cast. The election, and then Carol Vorderman turned up behind me. I was a bit drunk, didn't know what's going on, and I said out loud, "It's Carol fucking Vorderman."
That is an honour.
It was pretty cool. All the ballot papers have been swept away. They're not on the tables anymore.
So if they were recounting some, it didn't look like there was enough to make a difference if there's 1,000 votes in it, to be honest. But
we will see.
Kyle seems happy. I can tell there's a happy voice for Peter there. So I don't know whether he's getting information from his team, but
well, hope so. I feel like these people.
Close.
I feel like these people are just standing there. Just you see that building, like breeze blocks, and they've just been painted. You see that everywhere. I fucking hate it.
Yeah. Breeze blocks are awful.
No history, no story. Concrete has no story. It doesn't tell a tale. Hate it. And then people go, "Oh, look at the Parthenon in fucking Rome. Oh, it's fucking." I'll turn it into a car park. Looks like a multi-story car park. Can't be dealing with that.
It's mildly displeased.
2,000 years.
Is saying the Jenkyns victory will cause a mass exodus from the Tory party. Tories will realise that they can get a promotion whilst abandoning the toxic Tory brand. You might be right.
Yeah. And Sue Fairy Dust B is saying, "Oh no, I love fisting."
Okay. Welcome to Late Night Politics Social. Give us a call. Tell us what you love.
Anyway. He was too handy with his fists. That's what One Angry Pagan was saying.
Peter Carl does a very, very good chuffed look. definitely.
Garrett T is saying Runcorn is a depressing place and Widnes is full of mutants.
That's Gareth T, our candidate for the Runcorn by-election. Gareth got no vote.
It's funny because
from
it's
the people
true.
of Runcorn.
It's funny because it's Runcorn's got a place called Shopping City, which was built in the 1960s, and it's this disgusting, brutalist edifice. You know, one of these things that they built a shopping centre that had no windows in it, no flow of air. It's got sick building syndrome. It's lit by buzzing fluorescent lights.
Knock it down.
Drill into your brain. You can't. They've tried to.
Is it listed or is it impossible to knock it down?
Impossible to knock down.
Oh, God.
Because 1960s, they thought the nuclear strike was going to come. They thought, well, we'll have a shopping
Reinforced
centre.
concrete, built a bunker.
No input signal.
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting. Look at that. No input signal.
From Runcorn.
From Runcorn. Oh, get that off the screen. Quick. Maybe something terrible has happened. Now I'm going to feel bad. Which Tory MP did Julian Clary make the fisting joke about? It was Norman Lamont.
It was.
I've just been fisting Norman Lamont.
Yeah.
What was that on? It was on the Brit. Was it the Brit Awards? Was it? It was the music awards, wasn't it?
I saw an interview with him with Rob Brydon the other day where he talked about that, and he said it actually did have an impact on his career for about 12 months.
Well, like people didn't sign him for saying that he was just been fisting Norman.
He said it was quite amazing because nowadays on social media that would be a one-day blunder, wouldn't it? It would be the story for a day and then it would go away.
But I think he was just taking the piss out because at the time David Mellor had been blown up about having an affair and like there was all into like sucking toes and stuff like that.
No, but the press went for him massively. The Daily Mail and the Sun piled on him for days and days and days afterwards.
God, it was funny. It was funny. Yeah, great days. And then we had Jarvis Cocker getting up on the stage and shaking his ass at who's that gobshite? Michael Jackson.
The don't blame it on the sunshine. I'm a paedophile chap.
Yeah. And you know, it went to court, and do you know who Jarvis Cocker's lawyer was?
It was Bob Mortimer.
It was Bob Mortimer.
Yeah,
who's actually a trained lawyer.
Yeah. Yeah, brilliant.
Oh, do you know what? Shit like that is just makes what makes life worth living, because just the madness of it all. Everything is just
Bob Mortimer in general. I find him hilarious, and his story, the way he got into working with Vic and everything. Basically, it's just like it's a rambling sort of bumbling. Don't really want to be a lawyer. I'll turn up and do this, basically. And you think he's an incredibly talented guy and hilarious, but he's so humble. It's ridiculous.
It's great. Well, I loved him since Vic Reeves' Big Night Out. Remember that in the early 90s on Channel 4? God,
but that was
literally the end of your stick, Vic.
He was saying he was living in a house when he was a solicitor. He was living in a house and his housemate was quite loud, so he'd go out every night. And he found Vic Reeves in this upstairs room doing this performance to about 6 people. And then he ended up going every week. He just became a permanent member of the audience. And then in the end, Vic just went, well, you can be in the next sketch, basically, because you might as well. And then they ended up building it between them, basically.
They were great. They still are great, actually.
I kind of love that idea that you could be such a committed member of the audience, you end up in the show, basically.
Yeah. Graham Payne said he lived next door to Paul O'Grady on a farm. I always like Julian Clary. He's hilarious sometimes. Absolutely. So Liz Truss is battering you in the polls. Laugh my ass off. Liz Truss who lost her election, like in South Norfolk.
Is it a fair estimation to say that anyone that ends their sentence LMAO
is a child,
either a bot or a child?
Or a child. A particularly dim child that no one loves. Oh.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. But yeah. Anyway, we were talking about Vic Reeves and Bob Mortimer, but whatever. If you want to talk about politics, we can talk about politics.
I'm just fascinated by that. Like, Liz Truss isn't even standing. Who's she battering in the poll?
She's advising Refuck, you see. And Refuck are doing quite well. She did get elected as Prime Minister somehow, for 44 days.
Certainly, she knew how to play the internal Tory politics, that's for sure.
Yeah. Well, she's backed by Heritage Foundation, so she's got very, very...
money.
Effectively very, very deep pockets behind her.
Yeah. And Kemi's new switch over to anti-net zero has got to be something to do with trying to grab that money as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's all oil companies and tobacco barons and arms manufacturers, isn't it? The merchants of death that run our world for some reason. And then the plebs go, oh, I like these billionaires. They look like I like the cut of their jib. I think they've got my best interests at heart. You got Rees Mogg walking around like he owns the fucking place. And everyone's like, oh, Tug Forlock, doff cap.
I watched a documentary the other day about ultra-processed foods.
Yes.
Right. And the dangers involved with them. And also the history of how they came about. And essentially, I can't remember which tobacco company it was, but
Philip Morris.
This tobacco company in the 60s worked at this, one of their chief scientists who'd been working on menthol flavorings for cigarettes to make them more attractive to women. Basically done all this research, developed all these flavors, and he makes a pitch to the board of this company and says, we're not actually a tobacco company, we are a chemical flavorings company.
Yeah.
And he laid out this business plan for them to become the world's leading chemical flavoring company. And they did that. They created one, acquired 2 chemical flavoring companies elsewhere in the world, and became the largest chemical flavoring company. And in the business plan, it said, we are naturally positioned to become the leader in this, because by doing this, we will encourage people to buy more food.
Yeah.
And we are in the business of addiction. So making people addicted to more food is our business model. And it was written clearly in the business plan that's what they did.
Philip Morris owned Kraft. So if you bought like Vegemite as an Australian, or Kraft's cheese slices, Dairy, you were giving money to Philip Morris tobacco company. They know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. They know how to get people addicted, and they spend a lot of money, because cigarettes are addictive on their own right because of nicotine, but they put extra chemicals in to make them even more addictive, and those extra chemicals they put in are even more bad for them. I wish this camera would get a fucking decent tripod. Look at the way it's wobbling about.
How can it be doing that? How can it?
Is this a professional camera operator? They shouldn't get paid for this.
No, it's a 20-year-old assistant news producer.
I once filmed a gig, right, and it was like a 3-hour gig. It was like a performance from the Lip Fame School in Liverpool, and I had a handheld camera. My partner had a handheld camera on both 2 sides of the stage, and I had one locked off camera in the middle, right? And the thing with the locked off camera was, if I ever need to cut away, because me and my partner were both moving at the same time, I could always cut to the locked off camera, right?
Yeah.
And the guy who I paid 50 quid to just stand next to the camera so no one fucking steals it, decided that he was going to be a camera operator, and he'll zoom in and zoom out. And
look at this pan shot. Look at this.
This is the shit that I got. I got like 3 hours of this kind of shit with it wobbling about. And I was like, what the And honestly, it took me about 3 extra days of editing to try and put it all together, because it was so fucked.
This is my attempt to get a job at the BBC now. I'm just going to... Oh, look, hang on. Just follow me over here. No, wait. The election results are...
And look, I'm not saying that everything I ever do is fucking perfect. It looks amazing, but I try my best.
I'm definitely doing Dutch angles on this stuff.
I think the guy who's getting paid, the person who's operating that camera is getting paid more than you tonight, Mike. How does that make you feel?
He's got a selfie stick. I think he's got a selfie stick. I can't remember. It's so long ago. I can't remember the contract negotiations with you about this. This gig tonight, was it? Fuck all.
Fuck all.
Mike, are you staying up?
No,
and if
mate,
you're staying up, then...
as if I would do that to you. It was half a fuck all.
Oh yeah. Okay. Thanks.
I will buy you a
would it?
A refreshing mocktail when I get to Brighton. We'll go to a
Thank you
gay
very much.
bar. I will get you a mocktail and
a young man.
And a young
Thank you
man.
very much. That's
sexy
very
young man,
appreciated.
tight buns. 5 million reasons why Dick Lice is a refuck twat. That's for David Peacock. Dick Lice.
Dick Lice.
And he writes refuck with 3 Ks. I remember that the Salvation Army with Scylla, says Colin Lunt. What? Remember that the Salvation Army with Scylla? We'll be back to Scylla Black. We mentioned her earlier in the show. Heaven forfend, we talk about this actual thing that's happening. They said that the result will come in at 2:30, and now it's 3:39, and they still haven't come through. This is refuck are keeping me up all late, up late. We weren't actually given any super chats to stay up later. I think we should just cut the feed. What do you reckon?
I kind of want to know how this works out now, basically.
Oh,
Britain Alexa have just reposted somebody called Luke Trill. Yeah,
Sorry?
man. Luke Trill, who is UK Director of More in Common. The funny thing about by-elections is a narrow Reform win in electoral terms is no different to a narrow Labour win, but the narrative getting over the winning line is so powerful. Labour's 300 votes win in Batley and Spen in 2021, for instance, probably saved Starmer's leadership. I think that's probably right.
Yep.
If Labour win this by 100, 200 or 1,000 votes, then that's going to be the story. The story is the win, not the number of votes. Yes.
Because we have a first past the post system. Oliver Brown says, stupid net zero. Jackpot says, Nigel is apparently driven around until the result comes in. If he wins, he'll hop out the car for the cameras. Oh, I see.
And do they keep the puppies in the car?
The ones that he attacks with hammers.
Yeah.
He's got a special puppy hammer, hasn't he? I've heard.
I imagine
that's what people have said. I imagine that's what happens. Allegedly.
I've heard it said as well, actually.
Yeah, he has a special hammer.
Doesn't bear thinking about, really. People of Britain love their dogs.
Yeah, and he just goes around doing that. He only does it to like the really cute ones as well, by the way.
Yeah.
The ugly ones, he just lets them be.
Labradoodles, I'm told.
Yeah, true. Powers to the people with grain prices back. I think Politics Social, I think, is talking about me saying my next video, 5 reasons Richard Tice is a twat. I usually call him Dick Lice whenever I've talked about him in my videos, lol. I suspect Starmer will panic and make more bad decisions after this, says one angry pig. Well, he might not.
I don't know. I think the narrative will be a Runcorn win. A bunch of councils for Reform, but they didn't manage to get over the line in Runcorn.
Yeah. Oh, there's someone dressed as a copper there. They must be in the Monster Raven Looney Party.
And what Labour will learn from this is it's okay to have a punch up with your constituents because you'll still keep the seat.
Yep.
So
which is, you know, isn't that the real lesson that we learned here?
That's what we've learned tonight, isn't it? Really?
Isn't that the real treasure?
The takeaway from this.
Isn't friendship, you know, the real precious thing in life?
What's your hot take on this? Punching. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, did we ever find out what the fight was about? I'd love to find out that it was like something absolutely ridiculous.
It will be just something stupid, won't it? It'll be
like they were just having this massive argument about like some.
It won't be anything to do with politics or anything. It'll be did you just move my pint?
Never actually said play it again, Sam. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
And you're like, that's what you were fighting about. He was misquoting, or like he pronounced the word incorrectly. Like he said espresso. It's espresso. Yeah. John Prescott did it with more style, though, says David Peacock.
It's true.
And you know, he did have an egg thrown at him, which was a bit shit, a bit shitty to do. I think when Trump comes here, there should be lots of eggs. I'm thinking there should be loads of eggs, just so British people can show off with their eggs that Americans don't have.
Prescott was also very lucky, you know, that it was filmed, to be honest.
Well,
I think it would have been a lot more
Mike
bad
Ainsbury
for the Labour
got
Party.
filmed as well, didn't he?
Yeah. But what I mean
CCTV.
is, back in the day when Prescott did that, it was 96, wasn't it? 97.
Yeah.
We didn't all have camera phones. It wasn't likely that it would get filmed.
Yeah,
right.
true.
It was because it was being covered by the news that it got covered, basically. And I genuinely think that would have been a much bigger incident had you not seen that the guy was 2 foot taller than Prescott and was within a foot of him, basically, when he attacked him from behind, egg or not.
And Andrea Fuckface has won in Greater Lincolnshire. It's been official. Well, 50% of the votes.
We suspected that. God, she'll be unbearable.
Andrea Jenkyns, the finger woman. She does this to people. That's what she thinks.
She will be completely unbearable, that woman. She'll be on telly permanently because she won't do any mayoring.
She is a nightmare.
Yeah. 2001 was Prescott's punt, not 97.
Yeah, because it was in the lead up to an election, but it wasn't the 97 election. It was 2001 election, which I helped Labour win in that in my own little way.
Did you?
Yeah, I was on Question Time, and I gave William Hague down the banks. I got to ask him a question on Question Time, and I asked him why you such a twat.
Mike Ainsbury had to get a court injunction against a loony stalker in 2023. The police refused to say whether it was the same person for legal reasons.
Ooh, that's interesting. And then Marley Spears says, imagine destroying your political career over a fucking bridge closure. Is that what it was? Was that a bridge closer? Was it stalking a bridge closer? I like the idea that it was something pathetic, like it was something that just doesn't matter at the end of the day.
Yeah. You said you'd fill in that pothole. Who is wearing that MAGA hat? We need to know who that is. It's got an English flag on the side of it.
Look how gammon he is. Look at the fucking neck folds at the back. Look at those. Oh my God. Look, he's got like get a fucking looser collar, you daft twat. Does he not realise how much of a twat he looks? Look at all those old bald men. There's lots of
the monster raving loony party were quite pro Brexit.
Probably, because they went mad. Yeah. We're still waiting. I want someone to go and knock the MAGA hat off him. Just, do that, knock it off.
But I also want to know what it actually says on there.
I want to be America's little fucking poodle.
How many candidates are there in Runcorn?
Oh, there's fuckloads. It's like 14 or something.
That guy is a candidate, so we're going to find out who he is.
I want to do what they did in Peter Poilievre's fucking riding in Canada, where they had like 91 candidates. It's got loads and loads of people to run. We need to do that to Farage in the next election.
Yeah.
We just send loads of people to Clacton, get their names changed by D-poll to Nigel Farage.
Every variation of Nigel Farage we can think of.
No, just Nigel Farage. Just make them all Nigel Farage. And then we'll make loads of parties called like this: the B form party, the C form party, the D form party.
The refuck
just make
party.
Make the arrows go in different directions. Think about this. There's 360 possible positions of that arrow.
Yeah. It would look like if we put them all up on stage quick enough, it will look like an animated.
Put it in a flick book. Well, yeah, just to fuck with him. God, if we had the money to do
that's true. See, Lucas makes a good point there that the guy in the Trump hat looks a bigger twat than the monster raving loony party bloke dressed as whatever he's dressed as.
Yeah, you're quite right, Lucas. Farage tried to join the monster raving party. They told him he was too mental for them. The
Very
GB
true.
News party, yeah. Do you know who got to ask Trump a question this week? The banjo player from Mumford and Sons, the privately educated banjo player from fucking Mumford
Was
and
he
Sons.
Because does he work for GB News?
Yeah, his dad owns GB News. Paul
course he
Mumford
does,
is his
yeah.
dad.
Of course he
Paul,
does. Yeah.
Paul, not Paul Mumford. Paul.
Paul, whatever his name is. Yeah.
Hofberger.
So the GB News have a press pass in the White House.
Yeah.
Obviously.
So he's like, I want to take a question from the banjo player from Mumford and fucking Sons. Winston, his name is. I think he's named after Winston Churchill.
It's a shame because I did actually quite like their first album.
Oh, don't say that, Mike. Oh,
I'm sorry.
How can I ever respect you again?
You don't have to.
Okay,
it's fine. It's late at night, and I will deny I ever said it. There'll be no video evidence.
Also, Rands
that I said it.
A fucking indie slop.
Look.
The banjo player from Deliverance says that.
Politics Social is a broad church of interests and cultural references.
You got a real pretty mouth. What the fuck is going on? Can you just give us the results? Why is everyone
get on the stage? Announce the results.
What is even happening right now? There's a fourth round of
Do democracy quicker.
Hurry up! I want to go to bed. It's nearly 5 o'clock in the fucking morning. This is mental. Well, 4 o'clock in the morning.
Because you need, like, what are we? 3.5 hours, 4 hours time.
Yeah.
Jane, who started watching this live stream, in Cancun, Mexico, will be here in this room in about 4 hours.
That's mad. That's mad. Is she parachuting in?
I think so. Yeah.
Graham Price is saying banjos are shit. Only a Tory kid would want a banjo rather than electric guitar or drum kit.
I like banjos. What is wrong with you, Graham?
Tory. There's a Tory
on our side of the island, on our side of formerly known as Ginger Island. Banjo playing will be encouraged. In fact,
the most Tory thing you can do is snort a line of cocaine off a banjo. That's peak Tory, right there, and you know it.
Snorting a line of cocaine off Liz Truss, isn't that more Tory?
While she plays a banjo. While she plays the banjo.
She's playing a banjo naked. I don't want to reveal. I don't want to reveal my sexual peccadillos as well. They haven't even got a stage. Too much.
Well, you've embarrassed yourself by saying you quite like Mumford and Sons, so there's no way back now, Mike. You may as well just keep digging.
Widnes is the worst facilitated notable by-election in the country. That's not a big enough hall for all those people, and they don't have a stage.
They've got some steps. They stand on the steps. Look, he's about to have a fight. He looks happy.
There is some hassle going on here still. Four votes.
What? Reports as close.
She's talking about it being 4 votes.
What? Labour aren't looking happy.
They're going to recount again, Graham.
Oh, what?
That's why they've all gone back to the tables. Labour have asked for a recount this time.
Fuck, man.
It's a full recount, dude.
What? Is that what they're saying on the...
Well, that looks to me, you've been to account before, that's the Labour Party. The first one, I think it was
Peter, you'd be asking for a full recount. How are your nerves?
Oh, I would. There's no question about it. In fact, it wouldn't have been me.
Vigilators went straight to the tables.
Yeah. So we have four votes in it. So originally, Refuck lost, and then they did a recount, and now Labour's lost, and there's 4 votes in it.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
And we don't know what the turnout was, do we? So, didn't you say it was like 46%?
Yeah, 46%. Yeah.
So that is quite a few thousand votes they're going to count.
Oh, what's this Monster Raven loony guy doing with his big fists? He's having a good time. What do you guys think Keir Starmer is like when he's having fun? I can't imagine him watching a funny show and laughing.
Do you know what? He's actually a really nice bloke. It's just like a nice bloke.
Yeah, but he's a bit boring though, isn't he?
There's nothing evil about him. It's just like
I've got a picture of him.
And he's terrible on camera. He's definitely terrible on camera. I think that's the worst thing.
Here's our Kia with our Kia with a quick reminder.
He's as I understand it, he's very partial to a bit of banjo music.
Is he?
Yeah. Unlike Nigel Farage, he likes plucking small puppies.
Are we going to be here all fucking night then? A full
I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can stay up for a full recount because a full recount's an hour.
Yeah, I know. I think we're going to leave it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to our audience who are, hanging on to find out what the fuck is going on. But I don't think it's going to happen. Sorry.
I mean, if it was just one ward, they were counting, but they're saying it's a full recount, aren't they?
Yeah. Yeah. Fuck, it might just come down to one vote. This might go cray-cray. Oh shit, my computer's hung. There you go. That's a sign. Is that a sign?
Your computer decided it's time to give up.
Yeah, my computer just said, "Oh, fuck this shit." Fuck this motherfucking shit. Yeah.
But based on the last time we did this, if we stop broadcasting now, Donald Trump will be elected as the new MP for Runcorn.
Yeah, but it was a foregone conclusion when we gave up on the American election. This is not a foregone conclusion. It could go either way.
It's like there are people in the chat genuinely say, "What are we going to do if you go to bed?" Well, the answer is go to bed yourselves, people. Why are we all sitting up at 4 o'clock in the morning waiting for some people to count some bits of paper?
There's 4 votes in it. It's quite exciting. Draconic Drizzt is saying, just woken up from a nightmare. Hope you're both okay. Dare ask what the situation is, or is Brexit referendum all over again? It's even closer than that. It's 4 votes. Labour. First of all, the Labour came a few votes ahead. Refuck wanted a recount. They got a recount, and this recount ended in Labour being 4 votes behind. And Labour,
we're not sure of those numbers, are we?
Another recount. So Labour's definitely asking for this recount. But my computer has frozen. So I think it's time. I think we'll call it a night, mate. I think this is it. What do you reckon?
I think we probably should, mate. I need to get some shut eye.
Colin,
I just want to thank everybody for being in the chat tonight,
yeah, so do
watching this along with us. It's a very pleasurable way to watch this, and it is interesting. But I don't know. Tell us in the chat. How long is this going to go on for?
Forever.
Anyone that's been to a count will know that this has got to be 45 minutes to an hour.
It's going to take another hour to count all the votes. I mean, you don't recount them; they recheck them. Really, it's just going through each one and making sure that it's not fucked.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe it wasn't me. Maybe it was the BBC that just decided to broadcast a blank screen to everyone because they thought they were going to go to bed or something. But no,
they're in the same. Laura Kunzberg's having the same discussion as you and I in the studio there, off camera at the moment. She's going, should we all just go? Should we just forget it?
Yeah, she's just going, just fuck it, let's go to bed.
Sarah Davis, you might miss something really important if you stop now. The only thing that would surprise me in this result is if they do a recount and the Monster Raving Loony Party win.
Yeah.
It's definitely either Reform or Labour.
It is one of the two.
And if it's Labour, it won't be an event.
No.
I'll give it 24 hours. This is all over if Labour win this.
Yeah.
If it's Reform, then it's what we feared. Nigel Farage will bowl into the room from his limo and claim that he's the new Prime Minister and that Keir Starmer should resign.
Martin says, I'm in bed, drifting in and out of sleep. It's been amusing.
Thanks, Martin.
Yeah, I think we need to call it a night. It would be fun.
Yeah,
it would be fun to stay up till 5, but I've got to have a little bit of sleep before. I've got a full day tomorrow. I've got morning brew in the morning. I've got to prep for that as well. And then I've got the agenda at 1, and then I've got the Friday night social.
I don't know how you do it, mate. I really don't. I
ADHD, mate. Brought to you
tomorrow.
Brought to you by the power of ADHD.
I can literally stay in bed until lunchtime, basically, so I'm fine.
Oh well, listen, mate. Have a good sleep until lunchtime. I'm a little bit jealous, but yeah. Thanks for doing this, Mike. Really appreciate it. That's really good of you.
No, thanks, man. It's been fun. I hope everyone's enjoyed it. It's we saw some democracy. We've seen a Reform get themselves a mayorship, and it looks like they might or might not get an MP, another MP.
But you know,
we don't even know anything about the candidate. We haven't even.
He'll only be in the job for a week, and we'll find out something dodgy about him, and he'll have to stand down.
Totally, yeah. And I do want to find out who's wearing the MAGA hat, basically. But I'm going to try and get some shot eye and come back to it.
It's probably the refuck candidate.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me at all. Yeah.
All right, guys. We're saying, we need to associate them with Trump, and they're like, hey, hold my drink.
Look at the hat. Look at the hat.
Hold my beer. Yeah. It's terrible. Anyway, so me and Mike and Professor Sir John Curtis out of Joy Division. We'll see you. We'll see you tomorrow night. Are you coming on the Friday Night Social, Mike? Are you about?
Yeah, definitely. And hopefully part 2 of this, and they'll still be recounting Runcorn, won't they? So
have a look at things. I think they'll probably find out who's won in probably the next half hour, an hour. I'll be asleep by then. But let's hope Labour win by 1 vote. Fuck it. Why not? But the thing is, if it comes back and Labour's got 1 vote ahead, they're going to ask for another recount.
Yeah, totally.
It's just going to keep happening back and forth because it's so close.
Yeah.
Mildly Displeased says, don't let the bad Tories bite. Good advice. Good advice, Mildly.
Very good advice.
Listen, thanks to everyone watching. Thanks to everyone who's dropped a chat in there. Thanks for the super chats. Really, really appreciate that. I'll be back at 9 o'clock with Morning Brew and a recap of everything that's happened tonight. And if you would like to join us for that, you are very welcome. Just one thing before we go, if you could give us a little like, we would really appreciate that for the channel. But you don't have to. You're not obliged to do anything. Until we meet again, I'll just say thank you so much for watching. Hello, good evening, welcome, and goodbye.